guess that means we're live, huh? Ooh. Now we're live. What's up, you classy assholes? I'm gonna wait for some people to get in here before I start the show. So I should probably just not talk. Like, what's going on with the destinations? There we go. Now we're online on Twitch. We're streaming live on Twitch now. There we go. I thought this would be fun. Do an advice hotline where you guys can like call in. Like, yeah, there's plenty of chatting live stream type podcasts and just live streams that go all the time. But I just figured I'd spend the next like 20 minutes just giving this a shot, trying something new. I've gone through a lot of life in 34 years, and I think that I can give advice to anyone who would like advice. And if you don't want advice, you don't have to take it. Deal? Deal. So, how many liters are in a quart? This is 16 ounces. How many ounces are in a quart then? Let's find that out, shall we? Hey, Echo. How many ounces are in a quart? Or vice versa? Okay, so 1 quart's 32 ounces. And this is about half 32. So it means there's 4 bottles of water in 1 quart. I'm trying to contemplate how much lemonade powder it would take to make this water taste like lemonade. Perfect. It tastes great. Hey, we got a viewer. How's it going, viewer? Who is out there? What's up? Jed said, "Why on earth am I following you? I have no idea who you are." Are you still here, Jeds? I am Squoze. We used to be Where's the Punch? We have 6,000 subscribers, or now I have 6,000 subscribers on YouTube because we split. It's just me. Me and Gut Zombie broke up. I'm also known as Joseph Poliquin, supporting actor of Tom Hanks in Greyhound. So there's that. There's many reasons why you may have followed me. I don't know why, but Jeds. Who is Jeds? My question is, how did we meet, Jeds? You must have seen one of our shows and was like, hey, this is worth following because it's crazy. It gets a little crazy. We played music, we played video games for a little while, but when it boils down to it, I just sometimes want to just turn on the live stream and talk to you guys and not have to like hook up all the video games and stuff. Plus, people complain about frame rate drops and stuff like that. But like we do something like this, you don't have to worry about frame rate drops. You don't have to worry about any of that. It's more like a talk show where you guys can call in if you want to. If you want advice, you can call in. Literally, I can give you an invite and you can come on to my show, either with camera or just your audio. And you can talk to us about whatever you need advice on. Now, the funny thing is, there used to be shows like this, and it really did help people whenever I was growing up. Like there were talk shows on TV, and you'd call in and they'd give you sex advice or like relationship advice or something. But there's not really much like that nowadays. I've noticed you can like comment, so I guess it takes away, but it takes that fun away from like your voice being part of it. And that was like something I always liked about radio shows is when people call in, you don't know who's going to get through, and whenever they get through, it's like it could be a whole character. Like you could call in, and I have no idea if I'm really giving you advice or if you're just being a character, and I'm giving your character advice. But it's funny, and I think people dig it. I think it's really funny. If it wasn't so late at night right now, I'd jam out with you guys, play some music. But I don't know, maybe, let me see. Add a source, background music, add endless background music to your stream. Nope. Local video, it's not a video, so I guess I can't add it. I could probably add my screen, maybe. I just recorded a new song, and I like it a lot. It's not completely finished, so it wouldn't be like I wouldn't have to play you guys the whole song, but I would like to play a little bit of it, just a clip of it, see what you think. I've been promoting the song because I'm almost finished with it. Once I'm finished with the song, I'm gonna go through, mix it like for 2 weeks straight. It's just mixing, and whenever it sounds really good, then I'll release it. It's probably my favorite song I've written, just because it's not the style I usually do heavy music. This one's more universal. I think this is a song that many people can enjoy. Let me just share my screen real quick. And system audio. Let me know if it's too loud, if it's too low. I don't know, but you could know. You could tell me. So let me know if you don't mind. If you don't mind, let me know. Just let me know. All right. So is it this one? Is this one? Yes. Okay, this one. All right. So it's number 7, and number 7's not here. That's creepy. Here it is. Okay, so were you guys able to hear that? Let me know. Let me know if you were able to hear that, because, to be honest, I don't know. I'm getting used to this new streaming setup. Follow me on Instagram if you would like to. It's Squozef. A lot of people don't get that joke. Or you can follow me on TikTok at Squoz_potatoes. I've almost got 15,000 followers on TikTok, so come help me out. Help me get to 15,000. That'd be cool of you. I'd appreciate that. I don't know. Some of us can tell our futures. I don't know if I'm psychic. or if I'm slightly clairvoyant. I don't know if there's a difference, but I feel like I've rehearsed so many times speaking into a microphone and uh, entertaining people, I guess, for so long that it just seems like that's a skill or a craft that would be needed. And one day that I'd be, even if I, failed as an actor, which I feel like I've already succeeded, but even if I didn't succeed further, when I was when I'm 45, I could fall back on this idea of like being a radio host or something, a DJ. But that's all that I treat this as. It's like the ultimate rehearsal to one day being a professional voice on a radio or a podcast that many people listen to. That way I could just like, you know, I'm doing a favor to people. But I have like I'm not what's the word? I'm not diagnosed with Asperger's, but I am definitely socially anxious, if that makes sense. Like I can't go into public settings without having a freak out. Like I have to breathe. Like I don't know, it's weird. And plus, like I love cats. Cats are cute as hell, but I'm allergic to them. So now we have a cat here. So like I have to take deep breaths between a couple sentences. Like I'm like, okay, and then I can breathe again. So I kind of worry that having this cat is bringing up my allergies again. I don't know if I need to take allergy medicine or something. But here lately, I played a show the other day, and I was getting dizzy trying to sing. Took a COVID test. I don't have COVID, so I don't know. Are they going to tell us like, oh, there's a new type of COVID that doesn't show up on tests, or is it just all of the pollution from the millions of forest fires around the world all at one time? And everyone's blind to it. Everyone thinks that that's not an issue that we're actually, being inflicted on us right now. I wish people knew. I wish people were like, hey, maybe don't burn the entire world and then people could breathe because the world wouldn't be filled with smoke. I don't know. That's just my thought. I also believe that, like, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm just a realist. So while people are making their conspiracies and looking like idiots, I'm over here pointing at these forest fires like, hello, maybe this is something to do with it. You think? How about instead of spending all that money on this is what's so stupid, okay? So Caesar, the company Caesar that owns the Caesar casinos in Vegas, they just bought out the Superdome. So it was the Mercedes Superdome for like 9 years, I think, something like that. And they just bought it. So they paid like $100 million for the Superdome. Something crazy, dude. Like $100 million fucking dollars. And now it's the Caesar Dome, right? So this just sounds like we're backtracking. It sounds like we're setting ourselves up for failure. Like, wasn't there already a Caesar Dome? Like, so moving on. You spent $100 million on a fucking building that's already there. You paid somebody $100 million just so you could put your name on it and so that they could take their name off of it. I don't think anybody needs $100 million. There's never 100 people at the top of a company. So what the you could have spent that money fixing these forest fires. You could have spent that money curing COVID. If they spent as much money, Elon Musk is talking about how, $9 billion could end world hunger. We're going to do it. Yeah. Why? Or, I don't know. Like, why can you spend $9 billion to end world hunger, but you can't spend like $1 billion of those dollars to cure COVID? Like, you could do it. It's possible. Just stop the forest fires and we can breathe again. That's just my opinion, observation, whatever you want to call it. I've lost a lot of people to COVID. A lot of people don't want to talk about COVID, but it's part of your real life. It's part of your everyday life. If you can't talk about something that is part of your everyday life, that's part of real life, then you are living in a fantasy fucking world. And you are a big reason why you're unhappy. If you could open your eyes I think if you open your eyes to the scariness of the world, then you would be so much happier in your day-to-day life because you wouldn't think, oh, my life is so stressful. Oh, my life is so hard. You'd be like, holy shit, the world is insane. I'm lucky that bills are my only problem. So, I don't know, maybe ever since I was a kid, I had anxiety and I would be worried about, like, oh my God, 9/11 kept me up at night. I watched the movie Scream when I was 8 years old, and I thought someone was going to sneak into my house when I was a little kid, and I was just terrified. So, like, those things gave me anxiety, lifelong anxiety. Thanks, Drew Barrymore. Uh, and that's the first time I've said, I'm trying not to. That's the first time I said this. So, those things gave me anxiety. And now I'm ridden with this anxiety that, like, I need to smoke marijuana before I go out in the public or I won't be myself. And people are like, "Oh, well, you shouldn't smoke pot. You should quit doing drugs. Not pot's not a drug, it's a herb. So correction. Oh, you shouldn't smoke pot. You should, drink alcohol, get drunk and drive a car because that's what 99% of the people that don't smoke pot do. I'm sorry. A lot of people that I know who don't smoke pot are drunk drivers. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. You can't. They're the drunk drivers or pill poppers. None of it makes sense to me. These rants, I hope they make you laugh. I hope you're sitting there, you're not commenting, but you guys are watching. So thank you for watching me on Facebook, TikTok. Not TikTok. That'd be cool if we can live stream this on TikTok. Why can't we actually? I think we can. I think I could just. I really do think we can. I think we're going to. Hold on. All right. So I was going to go to sleep. I was about to go to sleep, and my roommate came home, and I was just about to fall asleep, and my dog's sneaky. She goes and begs my roommate to feed her whenever I fed her right before he came home, and she goes over there whining to him, nudging him outside to give her food, and he's like, "Oh, are you hungry, baby?" And that woke me up because I was like, "That damn dog." I was like, "I just fed her." He's like, "You did?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, why is she wanting more food?" I was like, "Cause she's a fat ass." I don't know. You can't even really. Oh, sorry, I pulled the microphone too hard. You can't even really insult your dog nowadays without people being like, "You can't say that to your dog. You shouldn't say that to your dog. Don't do that to your dog." I'm glad that I'm entertaining you guys, though, and I'm glad that you're having fun. And I'm also glad that I came here tonight and live streamed with you guys when I'm feeling depressed and down because for a while I was like, hey, people love me live streaming on TikTok and they want me to live stream on TikTok more. However, even though I'd love to live stream more on TikTok, I feel like I like doing this. I like doing this kind of live stream. But if I can live stream on TikTok like this, which is about what I'm doing right now, what am I gonna name this on here though? I don't know. I named it Love Advice. Just 'cause I wanted to see if anybody came. I don't think they will. I think that love and money advice is like if people wanted that advice, they go pay for it, which is funny. Like you want money advice, don't pay for money advice. You can find advice from everybody for free, so why would you pay for it? Boom. That's your first piece of money advice for this episode. Like, Squoze knows. Why would you pay for money advice? That's kind of redundant, right? I'll say it again. Subscribe to me on YouTube if you want. Also have a website where you can find all my movie information, my IMDb, the music that I got coming out with Riff Raff, etc. Go check that out. But I like to keep it here because I like to remind people to go follow me on Instagram more than anything else. Instagram's just easy for me. I could just pop, just shit out a picture, put it out there, and it's not even like most people care about the numbers, the likes, and it's like a game to them. Social media is like, oh, I got 50,000 followers. I'm gonna get a big paycheck, and it's like, do you? I know a guy that's got 2 million followers, and he's working a dead end day job. I'm not gonna name drop. I feel bad for him. 2 million followers. He's working a dead end day job because he worked his ass off to get 2 million followers, but those 2 million people don't all remember him. He's not that famous, so it becomes like one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, subscribe, like like the dude that came here on Twitch at the beginning of this. He's like, well, who? That Jed's guy. He's like, who did I subscribe to? That's the same thing. So I would rather only have 6,000 subscribers, and even you, Jeds, who don't remember me, you could still find me. and you can still come here and listen to the show and just hang out. And I'm not getting paid for this. I am literally doing this because it's my heart's content to just, if I'm having a bad day and I can't fall asleep because I'm depressed, I feel like there's somebody else out there that's also awake who can't fall asleep. And maybe by us comforting each other with, hey, I'm a human being, I'm not an asshole. The people that are depressing me, making me feel like humans don't exist, making me, lose sleep. Maybe if I can connect with other human beings out there in the world. So that's why, I'll give you advice, and in exchange, you just listen, hang out, listen to me blab, comments, chat with me, say something. I have no idea who you are. Okay, yeah, you already read that comment. I read it again. Just to remind myself that you don't know who I am. Oh, but if you don't know who I am, let's roll that beautiful bean footage.
Drink a lot of drinks when I break dance.
Oh, I just realized that I did not have the frickin' I didn't have the microphone volume turned all the way up. So I don't even know if you guys heard me or how well you heard me or if you can hear me right now. I have no clue. But I'm going to go live on TikTok. It's too late to be doing this. Add a topic. DIY, fitness, beauty, animals, pop culture, blah, 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 blah. But there's no comedy. Outdoors, chat. I guess we'll just make it chat. Go live. Yeah, sure. There you go. All right. So it's just known as a chat on TikTok. Apparently. Okay. All right. There we go. So the number up here does not reflect the real number, first off. And other than that, we are on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Facebook. Hello, people. How do you do? Human beings. What are you doing? What's up? Can I zoom in? I can zoom in. I can zoom. Oh, who knew? Who knew that I could do such voodoo? If I could just zoom in all the way, then that'd be just dope. That'd be so awesome. Oh, yes, please. Oh, please. Oh, that's so cool. Bam. And there we go. Now when I talk, it does that, and that's awesome. And this is a good way to live stream. I can see your comments. It's kind of hard to see your TikTok comments, but I can still see them. What's up? I'm Squoze. Welcome to the show. This is Squoze Knows. What do I knows? I don't know. Ask me a question. Let's see what's up. It's late at night. Somebody just joined. Hello, person. A bunch of people are joining. Holy crap. Okay. See, this is why I go live on TikTok. I have 15,000 followers on TikTok. So when I go live there, it's just like, I never get less than normally I never get less than 1,000 people in a live stream. Last night I did 2 short live streams. We had 560 people the first one and 700 the second one, I think. So that was pretty cool. But those are the smallest live streams I've had in a long time. Now, YouTube's kind of a dead platform for me. I don't think a lot of people go to YouTube to see live streams. Now, I know they go to Twitch to see live streams. We have viewers on Twitch right now. So it's pretty cool. So to you people watching on Twitch, on TikTok, on YouTube, Facebook, wherever, hello. If you want to know who I am, one more time with that beautiful bean footage.
Drink a lot of drinks when I break dance.
I just realized how weird that looks on TikTok, because it's like you can only see the vertical slice of the screen right here, so you don't really get to see all the stuff that the people get to see on YouTube. But if you want to see it on YouTube, go to YouTube. If you want to see it on Twitch, whatever. But I just want to talk to you guys. I want to know what's up, how you doing, how's your week going, how is your week so far, and do you have anything you need advice on, like relationship problems, money problems? Is your life stressful? Has it been difficult in these hard, harsh times? If so, leave me a comment. Let me know what you're dealing with. We got a bunch of really cool people here we're talking with tonight, and I'm sure that we could all kind of like be a cool community. It'd be really cool to talk to you guys about stuff. Um, I just played a song that I am about to release. If you want to go check out the song that I did with Riff Raff, go check it out. It's on my website. It's at the top of my page. I realize people come and go jumping into live streams all the time, and whenever they hear me spit out the same like a shameless self promotion, what did he say? I don't know what this dude just said. Hello, what's up, guy? This guy said moose or buffalo. Oh, moose. Always moose. Moose all the way. And then someone else said, "What's up? How's it going?" Uh, this dude's not really saying anything though. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? What's your name?
My name?
Yes,
Darius.
Darius. What's up, Darius? I'm Joe. You can call me Squoze, Squozif, and go watch my movie with Tom Hanks, Greyhound. It's awesome. It's a great movie. Or go watch one of these movies that I'm in. Family. It's a Juggalo movie, and All My Life. It's a really sad movie you want to watch with your girlfriend. But I have to shamelessly plug things I've realized because this guy Jeds came out of nowhere tonight and he's like, "Why did I subscribe to you? I don't remember who you are." And I was like, "Oh, well, I mean, I wasn't just a circle; I was a face." But yes, I have a song coming out with Riff Raff. It's called "Live When I Cry." Go check it out. It's on Riff Raff's Instagram, but it's also on my website, which is at the top of my TikTok. Look at that, dude! You're getting 3 likes just for sitting there. Not bad, Darius. Someone said, "SM I love." What does that mean? I don't know. Oh no, I don't think I don't want to know what that means. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Yeah, it is crazy. Life has been insane lately. I was jamming out with everyone last night playing guitar, and today I'm not doing that. Today I am just reading your guys' comments and trying to just give some advice if I can. What about you, Darius? You need advice on anything?
No, not really.
Not really.
Well, like based on movies.
Based on movies, what do you mean?
Like you say you was in a movie.
I'm in a bunch of movies, my man.
Like it's confusing me, like how to act and stuff like that.
Oh wait. So you want to be an actor?
Yeah.
That's awesome, man. Well, okay. If you want to like do face-to-face type teachings, I teach an acting class every Wednesday. But if you want to just get your foot in the door and start seeing, what it's like, you can always go on YouTube and search how to self-tape audition. When you type that in, you'll find a bunch of videos and they'll show you exactly what casting directors and industry professionals uh, expect from actors. They'll show you how to put a backdrop up, how to fix your eye line so you're not looking all over the screen, and it'll help you, get a very professional audition together. Before those, we were going in house, so it was a lot easier to just walk in there one take. Actually, that's kind of harder, I guess. But you can take like 100 takes of doing an audition, and then you edit the video together, send it in, and there's various websites that all the professionals use. What's up, everybody? Thank you guys for saying hello. Thank you for the likes. Keep tapping the screen. Double tap the screen. I have not had a live stream under 1,000 likes in like a month. So let's make this one the same. Let's make this the same. But yeah, I had an audition and they gave me 12 pages of script to read. And I went in there and I did it. And the casting director said, "This is perfect." Next thing I know, I'm getting a phone call and Tom Hanks hired me for a movie he wrote and produced called Greyhound. And the movie's on Apple TV Plus, and I'm one of the main actors in the movie with him. It's an awesome, awesome experience. It's not hard to get a job when you're taking it seriously. If you think about how many people don't take it seriously, yeah, you might be auditioning up against 3,000 people, but there might be 2,500 people that aren't even taking it seriously. So they're not even going to get the part. You know that if you take it seriously and if you do the job and you remember your lines, you can cut out a big chunk of those people that are auditioning against you because they just do it and they don't take it seriously. Someone else said a bit. What does a bit? A bit mean? I mean, I know what a bit means, but you mean like a Bitcoin or something? Something's a bit. What's a bit? Hello, people watching. Look at that, man. We both got 3 likes though, right? So what is this match thing? Like people click our or screens or something. Double tap the screens, you guys. Don't let me hanging. Why can I give myself likes? Doesn't that seem? Oh my god, I can give myself likes right now. Is this a glitch? Is this a glitch because like we're doing a match, so I can give myself likes, or can I always give myself likes? Because that's lame.
You can always do that.
Okay, well that's lame. Okay, well those last couple of streams, whenever I didn't get less than 1,000 likes, I swear had no idea you could tap your own screen. That is dumb. Now it just doesn't even. Your likes on your videos just don't make sense now. Like, so I could just sit here and give myself like 50,000 likes per live stream. What? Hold up. So I could do this, and then that's gonna like move you and me into like the top of the live streams. Oh hell, I'm using 2 fingers, man. Get out of here. Literally just do this. Okay, boom. How many likes? I sent myself like 100 likes. I'm gonna send another 100 likes. Get out of here. Like, dude, this is like ridiculous. Like, you shouldn't be able to do this. I feel like this is like the easiest way to get your live stream up in the top streams. I'm not gonna do that on this one. I want to see us actually get to 1,000 likes again. People just come and go though. Like, people are so ADD nowadays. They'll jump into your live stream, stare at you for a few seconds, and just peace out. Like, that's kind of rude and weird. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like I'm trying to find my peeps, trying to find my people. So like, I'll live stream and talk to people. Sometimes I'll connect with people, and they'll stay in there and hang out with us for like a whole night. And even if it's just like 4 or 5 people, they'll stay and hang out. I think that's Megan. What's up, Megan? I think it's Megan watching right now. Maybe, I don't know. I can never tell who's in here. And then it's just really funny, man. The number at the top, yeah, whatever. I'm not even gonna talk about the live stream. Isn't it kind of like, it's like, don't be meta, don't talk about what you're doing, and then people actually pay attention. This dude's been watching on Twitch this whole time, probably just cracking up at me. I'm trying to keep this dude laughing. All right, so if you don't need advice on anything except for acting, I think you should think about taking my acting classes, man. It's called Acting and Ass. It's gonna be on Facebook soon, but you can find me here and on Instagram. It's every Wednesday. I do 4 classes for $50. So my students pay. Well, I don't even call people students. I call them actors. My actors pay $50, and then they get 4 classes. If you can't make it to every class that month, then you can make it to 2 classes this month, 2 classes next month. You know, you can use the classes whenever you want. But I can tell you this: every single actor that I've had through my acting class has started auditioning, has picked up, their career, and actually started like taking the steps they needed to get to the point where, like, have you done anything in acting at all?
I mean, I got like a theater class.
Theater class. Well, I mean, that's the first step, man. Like, believe it or not, look how far I've gotten already in just like 5 years of doing it. No, it's been 6 years now, but look how far I've gotten. And I was denied theater. Every time I ever auditioned for theater class in high school, they never let me in. So I never got the chance to do it. So you already got a leg up, dude. You already got like a foot in the door, kind of. Like, people already know that, hey, can you do me a favor and stop advertising your porno on our live stream? Like, is that what the whole internet's gonna be? Don't people just get bored of that? Like, after a while, can't you just be like, hey, we're having real life here. Go take your bathroom material, and go somewhere else with it right now. This is not that kind of live stream, man. Like, I don't know why we get those comments. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. The link to my homepage as a surprise. Yeah, the surprise is you're a hoe. No offense, but I mean, if you get paid to do it, then you gotta at least, like they left at least. There you go. Thank you. I'm sorry. Like, okay, back in MySpace days, we called it the whore train when people would get on your comments and just be like, check out my band, check out my band, check out my band. So if you're going to call like people in bands that are advertising their music and stuff, you're going to call them a hoe anyways. But it's offensive to call somebody advertising their porno a hoe. Man, I speak it like it is. I'm sorry, man. Like, this world is so weird, ass backwards.
Okay, it's like
Say what?
it's like talking to you.
You too. My goal in life, I just weirded that kid out so bad. My goal in life is to make sure that anyone who ever talks to me, comments and talks to me, it doesn't matter what, if you interact with me, I will leave an impression in your head. I swear to God. I'll leave a fucking impression in your head, and it'll be a good one. But you will not forget about Squoze or Henry V or Joseph Henry Poliquin V. I have a very weird name. It's not a forgettable name. Joseph Henry Poliquin V. It sounds like royalty, but I am not royalty. I am like Robin Hood, fucking working from the bottom, and I'm almost there. It's not even like a start from the bottom. Now I'm here. 18 and SM, I love. Please stop advertising your porno to me. Me and that hamster don't want to watch your porno right now. What's up, dude? That's a sick ass mullet.
Thank you.
You a Jody fan? Jody High Roller? Riff Raff? Oh. You gotta check out Riff Raff, dude. He's got a badass mullet. Yeah, Riff Raff. He's the guy with the sharp diamond teeth. He does that video. He's like, I want to blow up and act like I don't know anybody.
Oh, like he tests them with the diamond tester?
Yeah, same dude.
I wanted to report him.
Why?
He said something to me, and
You sure it's the same guy? He's a rapper. He's famous. He's got like millions of followers.
He has the diamond tester first.
I think a lot of people do that though. A lot of people have videos of them testing their teeth with diamond testers.
And he has a shark necklace. It's all diamonds.
That sounds like every rapper, to be honest.
And he wears different necklaces and say, "This is not fake."
Yeah, that sounds like every rapper. It sounds like absolutely every rapper.
And I think his hair is yellow, not blonde.
No, it's not him. He's got like blue and purple hair. His hair looks like cotton candy.
Okay, then I don't know.
Yeah, no. Riff Raff's a great guy. His name's Jody High Roller. You should go check him out. He's coming out with a country album. Most of his fans don't know him to do country type music, but he's a great singer, dude. So we made some music together, and I played acoustic, and he sang to it, and it's a hit. It's a hit song. I love it. And he's ready to put it on his album. His album comes out in a couple months, and he's already doing music videos for it. I'm just like, I'm blown away. Like I'm about to film a music video for a song that I'm doing right now. I'll let you guys hear it. The guy on Twitch is like, "Oh, damn it, I already heard this. I gotta hear it again." Yep. Sorry, Mr. Twitch guy. You're gonna have to. Here we go. Okay. Tell me that doesn't get stuck in your head. It's catchy. I don't do catchy songs. Most of the time I do like metal songs, like raw, like just crazy shredding type guitar parts. And I'm making this song and it's a sad song. It's a sad song about something I'm going through. And it just hit me. I'm like, why do I have to make it so heavy? So it starts off like you couldn't even hear the intro with that version. You'd have to hear the actual version of it to hear it and like actually hear the where's it at? Where we at? Okay, hold on. Here we go. I'm back. So it starts like that, and you imagine it getting heavy. But then this trap beat comes in. So it's like if a Perfect Circle and 311 had a trap beat. Dude, I'm loving it. I'm so smitten with it. I'm glad it came out the way it did. I'm recording all of this here in my home studio. Same home studio where that Squo's Nose sign is on the wall. And I mean, that's a good looking logo. I'm really happy about that logo. That's just a picture of the Squo's Nose sign on the ground the day I got it. And it's just perfect. It represents me in a good way. I went through a whole separation from the other co-host of Where's the Punch, and it was like the first time I took a step on my own, doing this entertaining thing, YouTube and podcasts and stuff, but doing it on my own without having a partner, without having a second in command to like carry some of that weight with me and help the jokes flow. Now it's just pretty much me live streaming whenever I have free time to talk to people because a lot of people want to know about what I'm up to when it comes to music, Riff Raff, and my song coming out. When's it coming out? I hear that a lot. And then, of course, movies that we have coming out. We got this one. It's called Tad Caldwell and the Monster Kid. I don't know if you can see the whole book, but there it is. Bada bing. It's a awesome comic. You can get this. I think anywhere comics are sold, pretty much, or you can order it somewhere if you can't. There you go. I play that character. His name's Wayne, and that's the guy. That's the guy that I play in the movie, and it's an awesome movie. And Scott Innes is in it. Scott Innes plays Scooby-Doo and Shaggy in most of the old Scooby-Doo and Shaggy cartoons. Zoinks. He also is doing another film right now called Bad Habit, and I'm in that one too. So I'm in 2 movies with the voice of Scooby-Doo and Shaggy, you guys. If you want to be an actor, do it. It's 100% possible. And you have great opportunities where you get to meet people you would never think you'd have the possibility of meeting. And you get to just enjoy your job and get paid handsomely for it. I mean, the reason why they pay you so much, people are like, why do actors get paid so much? Like, they don't understand it and they get mad about it. But the reason why they pay you so much is because it's like, think of a band and a band recording an album. You're spending 3 months making art. You're not just working. I mean, it is a job, constant, every day, 6 a.m. job, but you're making art with these people. And then whenever they sell it, if it's a good story, if it's a good movie, it has to be magic. Like, it doesn't matter how many billionaires put, billions of dollars into a movie or millions of dollars into a movie. It's still not going to sell if it's not a good movie. Like, it's just how it is. Like, if people don't buy into it, or if it's like if it's got a household name like Spider-Man, then of course it's going to sell no matter what. And if it's a bad movie, it's not going to sell as good because if people like it, they'll go see it multiple times. I think that's how Star Wars, The Force Awakens, it was so good that it made $2 billion because people saw it like 5 times each. Now, I can't say, you can never say. You can work on a movie for 3 months. You never know if that movie's going to be a hit or not because it could be a flop, even though you might love it. You might be like, this movie is great. The editor could have screwed it up. You never know what could happen. It takes magic. It takes every person on that production working together so perfectly that the movie comes out to be magic. And sometimes it's not magic. Sometimes it's like, damn it, they wasted money. But in the event that they sell that movie and it's a hit movie, they're making $500 million off of a movie. You got to make some of that money. Like, it's not fair for you to be spending 3 months crafting art, them using your face and making millions of dollars off of you. I've made so many big producers money from just, my likeness being part of stuff. Maybe not, I haven't made anybody like 500 million yet because I'm not the lead of a big budget movie like that, but I've been a supporting lead and a supporting, major player in some awesome movies that are still coming out. And they could be hits. You never know. They could be a hit, and it could even be like a small $200,000 budget film that you work on that is a hit. You never know. But if they didn't pay you from all the money they make, wouldn't that be kind of screwed up? That'd be really screwed up. So it's kind of like having a band and the band having a hit album. When you're an actor, you could possibly have a hit movie. So it's like, it just makes sense why you would get paid that much. What does Squoze really knows though? I knows a lot. You know how it goes. What's up, Sash McFlash? Glad to see that Sash McFlash name back. We got people watching on TikTok, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Hello, everyone out there. Thank you for being here. And this is pretty cool. Once again, double tap that screen for me if you can. Thank you. Keep double tapping that screen like that and send in the likes on TikTok so that people will find this and come hang out. But yeah, Sash McFlash, do you need any advice? Any relationship advice? Or I don't know, or other? I'm just bored. It's late at night, and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna use this time that I can't sleep because I'm depressed about women because that's how women do you. It's just funny. I put on here. I was like, yeah, relationship advice. It was a joke, and then I actually started giving relationship advice to somebody, and they were like, oh man, that's just kind of like sex talk with Sue. So I named this one like sex talk with Sue, but I'm not Sue because that show just disappeared, and I feel like maybe people are out there not having that good of sex anymore because they don't have anybody like sex talk with Sue to communicate good actions with partners. So Sash McFlash was here for a split second, and now he's gone. That's sad. Sad day. Oh, there he is. I feel like I should give you relationship advice. You should give me relationship advice. See, that's the funny thing. You could, and that'd be hilarious, right? Like, oh, this is a relationship advice show, and you're giving me relationship advice. I should do this. I should turn it this way a little bit if I can. Let me zoom out a little. Maybe not. I want you guys to see the comments. Wait, that's right. I can make the comments show up on the screen. I forget. Hold up. Let's see. Bada bing. Boom. You can't see the whole thing, though. Maybe I can turn it like this and be like, there you go. I feel like I should give you relationship advice. That was Sash McFlash's comment. I wish the comments would pop up right in the middle of the screen. Wait, we can do this. What am I talking about? Of course I can do this. Bada bing. I can pull it like that. And if possible, make it even smaller. Yes. This is cool. This is really freaking cool. Okay, there you go. Boom. Now I can move the screen around, have the Squoze Nose thing here. Oh, the comments popped up at the bottom. Sue Johansson was the best, right? Sex Talk with Sue. Is that Sue Johansson? Is that who that is? So the comments are actually popping up at the bottom too. So maybe if I just do that, put the Squoze in there, you can see. Yeah, there you go. You can kind of see their comments, but you can't read your comments But I mean, like, you don't need to read your own comment, right? Wouldn't that be kind of redundant to read your own comment? Chat overlay. Does that work? Oh, that's beautiful if that works. Let's see. Take this one off. I guess I'll wait until the chat comes in to see if it actually works. I don't know. Okay. But yeah, I'm just trying to fit things for the TikTok viewers so that they're not, like, I don't want you guys to be bored. I want you to have a good view of what's going on. So for now, we'll just keep it on the Squoze Nose logo because it seems like I lost viewers when I'm moving around the camera. So you guys, since you're the viewers, how about you tell me something? What do you go to live streams for? What was that app that let me chat with you? Oh, it's the live. All I have to do is just send you the link. It's like not even an app. So let's see. Where am I at? Invite guests. Copy. I can invite any guest. I will invite any guest that's on the YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. There you go. Boom. Oh yeah, so the comment does pop up here. Bam. So if you guys, if I can just get this, I mean, it's such a weird format to be like on TikTok with this, but it's kind of working, kind of. I just want this to stop falling down on me. There we go. Now I can move this side to side. Bing. So I can go from the Squoze Nose logo to the comments, back to the Squoze Nose logo. All right, that I can handle. That's pretty cool. Just I don't get why this is like weighing down my phone. Come on, tripod. What are you doing? There we go. Oh, comment came in. He said, cool, quick, be first. What? Cool, quick, be first? I don't know what that means. Doing my best here, man. Doing my best to give you guys a live stream show across all platforms. But I just don't know. Like, what do you guys look for when you go to live streams? Do you even think? Do you have a brain? I would love for you listening, you people who just stopped to hear my voice and thought, what is this person thinking about? What are they talking about right now? Because I saw the numbers change and then they stopped. You all came in here at once and stopped. I'm Squoze, aka Joseph Henry Poliquin V. You can find me in Greyhound with Tom Hanks, Project Power, and Netflix. That's all you need to know about me. I have a website. Go check it out. It's on my TikTok. Moving on. Cool, quick, be first. I don't know what that means, Sash. I gotta be honest. But as we were saying, what do you think about when you come to a live stream? Are you thinking, or are you just flipping through live streams until something catches your eye and you get stuck in it? And like, how long do you plan to be there? Why are you here right now? Why are you on my live stream? If you cannot comment and say hello to just tell me why you're here, this is so weird. I get weirded out by this. I don't even know why we have the want to go live. I really can't for the life of me figure that out. Like, why do I want to go live when the people that you go live with, some of these people pop in there just to watch your live stream for like a split second? Don't know what they get out of this. It's just weird. Like, I don't know. I feel like if I was flipping through live streams and I saw this logo and I was like, whoa, what are they talking about? I'll just give it a second, But people pop in here and I think they don't see boobs and they just dip out. Like, that's all their phone is for now. Like, everyone's just going around fucking their phone. Like, that's it. This whole world. This is a rated R show, by the way. I am no longer Where's the Punch, so I can do it and say whatever I want. So this is definitely not a show for the kiddies. It is 1:34 where I'm at, and I have removed all guilt that I will, or that you will feed me for your kids wandering into my live stream late at night. It's like, shouldn't they be asleep? Well, maybe not. People are awake on other sides of the. Hello, stepmom said hello. It's 1:34 for me too. What's up, stepmom? See, this is what I'm talking about. That's cool. Thank you, stepmom, for being here. And thank you for the people that are on Twitch and YouTube and Facebook. You guys are awesome. So back to what we were talking about. I wanted to know, what do you guys look for? Stepmom, since you're here, maybe you can tell me, you can fill me in on this. What do you guys and gals and gal gados look for when it comes to live streams? When you get to a live stream, like, do you want to find something that's fun that you'd be like, wow, I love that show and I want to come back and watch that show again? Because my dream's always been, we have the ability to live stream to the internet. We have the ability to have our own show. Like, people with podcasts, they're just taking that live stream ability and making their own TV shows because they've always wanted one. They've always wanted a talk show, and they're just making their own dream come true. Because why not? You have the ability to do it, and some people really hit it off doing that. Like Equals3 and stuff. But I don't know. I can't for the life of me. Even whenever I have the camera on me and we're just hanging out on the live stream, I really, really, really enjoy playing guitar with you guys and gals and gal gados. Or here's another thing I like to share the art that I've been drawing recently. So if you're on TikTok, you're seeing this. If you're on YouTube and Twitch and Facebook, I'm sorry, you're not seeing what I'm sharing right now. But here's the mural that I'm invested in right now. But I'm mad at myself because I'm trying to draw Donatello. But I grew up on the old Donatello. But I like the Donatello from the first live action movie. I don't know. I like his style. I like the goggles on his head and stuff. That's the Donatello that I want to draw. So it's taking me a second to draw. It's gonna be a while. But yeah, here's the third page. That's the fourth page. Here's the third page. So like, this is what I do, you guys. I draw artwork. Or is that even can you say that sentence? Does that make sense? But here's the third page. Or second page. That was the third page. Here's the second page. And you get the gist. Like, I don't want to spoil it. There's a lot of characters, but you get the gist of it. And I'm just excited about this mural. It took me a long time to get to the point where I'm at now with it, and I'm really, really excited for how far it's come. And it all goes together. It's like 4 pages so far, and it all goes together. So that's what I do for my day to day, especially since like we've had a lot of downtime because of the pandemic. We don't get to book as much. We don't get to go in house with these casting directors and impress them with our ability. Now we have to impress them with our I guess our auditioning videotape. Like, it's kind of weird because you're doing like an audition that is dependent on you filming yourself correctly. But 99% of the things that I have booked in my life, I have booked from being in-house. The Purge TV show, All My Life, Queen and Slim, Project Power, Greyhound, all of the films that I have booked, I went in to do the audition with the casting director. So it's kind of like sad that you don't get to go in-house anymore, because I feel like the casting director knows the lighting in the room, the video, what the director wants. She's been doing it for everybody. So all of their videos look the same. So no one's video is going to look better than yours or worse than yours. So it's all about your acting at that point. But now, someone's video might look better, it might sound better. There's all these different things. Your video might mess up, it might not get sent in. There's all these different reasons why you won't get the part now. What we can show without people being in front of you, if you can shine behind the screen. What is that? What we can show without people being in front of you, if you can shine behind the screen. That's cool. I think I understand what you mean. Without people being in front of you, if you can shine behind the screen. You mean like this, like just. I mean, it's very hard too, and I guess it's kind of a challenge. It's a challenge to me to be able to come to you peeps, come to these awesome people on the internet and just speak to you. And for some reason you hang out. There's still like 5 people watching on YouTube and Twitch, and that's pretty cool. Like, there's people watching from all over the internet, and that's pretty freaking cool. And you said yes? Awesome. Oh, video auditions. Exactly. Like, it's difficult. Like, if someone was like auditioning you for cinematography, then it would make sense to, it'd be dependent on your video quality. But god dang it, dude, like, I miss it so much. Oh, Sash just joined. What's up, Sash? Let's get you. How's it going, Sash? I can hear him, but I can't see him.
Hey. Let me turn my volume up.
I heard you say you need to turn it on, but like I didn't hear it enough to. Sorry if that's loud. I didn't realize how loud. Like, just massive echo. So I'm gonna turn the mic down for a second. Craziest echo. Let me know when you fix your mic. Whoa. I think you fixed it.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I can barely hear you, but I'm going to turn you up a little more.
Oh, I had YouTube and the studio restream.
Well, there's no echo now, but your volume's like really, really low.
Well, no, I had it on. Oh, my volume is super low.
Like, I didn't hear what you said just then. Barely.
All right, let me get my headphones ahead of mic.
All right. While he's grabbing his headphones, we'll continue as soon as he gets his headphones. It has been bizarre. The past couple of years have been bizarre because, like, I've always dreamt of doing something and succeeding, and then out of all the centuries and hundreds of years of people doing things, more than that, thousands of years, like just whatever, the amount of massive time that humans have been here, we get this pandemic like this that shuts us down. And it makes me think, how many actors in like some of the golden ages of acting and film, how many actors would have been Claire Danes or would have been Marilyn Monroe, but the Great Depression hit, or something hit, and it caused those actors and their films or their theater plays or whatever they were doing, not even just actors, just any successful person. Like, there could have been another Tesla, there could have been another anybody,
You hear me?
and a pandemic just swoops in and just ruins those people's careers. I think if you fight the pandemic, I think that if you fight it and you fight against all of the struggles, like, we all have to fight every day to keep our jobs. We have to fight to not get sick while keeping our jobs. So it's like, you have to work to get money for. But the billionaires are talking about $9 billion they want to spend to end world hunger. But it's ironic because they could also spend some of that money, like I said, to end the pandemic, to help people. If everyone stayed at home for 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, if every person in this country stayed the fuck home for, pardon my French, for 2.5 weeks, we would not be sick. None of us. But we can't afford to do it. So all you'd have to do is literally have this God forbidden country that's already owing trillions of dollars to all these other countries. Why can't you just spend a little bit of money on your own country? Just pay for people or give businesses their insurance. Do something to where businesses can handle being closed for 2.5 weeks and not closed down. That's all we need. Like, everybody in the world needs to take a damn break and pause and realize you don't need to charge people for rent for 2.5 weeks. Like, why are we in this bucket of piss of a society where we have to constantly charge people to live? And you're making all this money from. You've already made so much money off of owning property that you and your whole family don't have to work. You spoiled, lazy, rotten pieces of shit. You don't even have to work. And we heard today, not to name drop, we heard today someone was mentioning how they would price gouge people for after a hurricane because people wanted better living situations. And it's like, damn, there are really some money hungry landlords and people. So why can't it be a law? Why can't the government just be like, hey, it's a law now, you can't charge people for that rent, or you can't fire people for 2.5 weeks. You can't, like, everyone deserves to be able to stay the fuck home. Like, we got emergency food stamps for hurricane. We should get emergency rations from the U.S. government, because this is if I was president, I'd tell you the real way to handle it. Like, this is how you really handle it. Don't scare people with martial law so they act belligerent. Instead, tell them, look what Australia did. Australia cut off everybody from being able to go outside at all until they got vaccinated. My thing is, there's some people who are allergic to coconuts. You think that they're not going to be allergic to something that you don't know might be in a vaccine? It has nothing to do with the vaccine being a conspiracy theory. It has to do with forcing people to take something. If I take penicillin, I could die. Other people need penicillin. So that being a true prerequisite, how can you force anybody to do something? As soon as I talk about this, they cut off your views, they cut off your chat. They don't let people hear you or see you or talk to you. And that's the kind of shit that makes it creepy, right? The exorcism. The exorcism is what it sounds like. If we did that, it'd be like communism. Exactly. I don't want people to do that. I don't want people to be like, oh, you have to take a vaccine to go outside. I'm just saying, if everyone just stayed home for 2.5 weeks, the whole thing would be done in this country at least. But you got to look at it like this. It's impossible for them to do that. We've already proven. In the case of a pandemic, it is impossible for anyone to stay home. So we pretty much just told like the enemy of humans, hey, if you poison us with a pandemic, we don't know how to stay home. Like, we don't care about our health that much. It's amazing how people don't care about their health enough to just stay home, but at the same time, they're going to force people to take medicine that could kill them. I've had a couple of friends die from this, and some of them were medicated, some of them were non-vaccinated, some of them were vaccinated. It doesn't matter what you do, it's a disease. So if we stop acting like, oh, this is the answer, and that's the answer, and that's the answer, and there's never going to be an answer, and the answer is cross your fingers that you are immune to it, because it's just like the new plague, and I mean, it's bound to happen. That's why they were prepared for it in the first place. But even I think being prepared for it's kind of the wrong idea. Being prepared for something causes you to do something you think's going to help, but it might not be the right thing. So that's all I'm going to say about it, though. Okay. So I don't know if people take this the wrong way when I say don't get vaccinated, get vaccinated. I don't care what you do. I really don't. I really, really don't. Because I just don't think anybody should care what anybody does. That's my whole thing. Like, if some little kid with leukemia cannot take the vaccine because it might mess up the leukemia drugs, are you gonna make them take it just so you can get that 100% ratio? I can't help it. Every time I come to the live stream, I cannot help but talk about things that ail me, and I don't care if it doesn't get the millions of views that all the boobs and cleavage and ass and stupid brainwashing shit you guys watch. It just gets so many views because it's just stupid. And we just keep egging it on because we keep giving it views and we keep ignoring like normal podcasts. We give the news a bunch of big views, but we don't want to. Oh, he's back. Here we go. What's up, my dude?
Like normal podcast. We give the news.
No, I'm hearing an echo here.
Hello? Hello?
I can hear you though.
Oh shit. As soon as I turn it on another console. Hey, how's it going?
Going good, man. Good to hear from you.
Right.
Been
Yeah.
live stream?
Your first live stream in a while?
Kinda. I've been doing a lot of TikTok live streams. Live streams on TikTok whenever I have a guitar in my hand and I'm showing my face.
Right.
They'll get a lot of likes and views and stuff, but people don't like live streams if you don't show your face. I don't know why.
Hey, you know me, I'll jump in anytime you get into politics.
Right? I just like...
Here, quickly, before we go on though, let me just test this. I think my headphones actually pick up the microphone. Just like, hear me for a sec. Test. You still hear me?
Yeah.
It's still...
Yeah, you sound great. Oh, nope, now your whole video went away. He's like, test, crash. Damn. So back to what I was saying, you guys. No, not back to what I'm saying. Something different. I had some viewers in here, and I think whenever I explained what was going on in Australia, they got so scared, they peaced out. They got so scared, they took off. Just ran. Maybe I shouldn't be upset about that, though. Like, if you can't hang with the squows, then you just don't know. That's how I feel. I feel like ignorant people are afraid of everything. And intelligent people can't be afraid of everything because they can always see a solution somehow, or most of the time see a solution. And even if it's not like a possible solution that people don't want to do, like staying home for 2 weeks and stuff like that, just... Oh, here he's back again. What's up?
Hello, test.
Nope, you sound way lower now.
Oh, god damn it. So it's not picking up from my headphones right now. Really? It's quiet?
Hey, what's up?
Hear me?
Yep.
Okay, alright, good. Sorry, go on. I cut you off.
Oh, I don't even know. I was just talking out my ass, just trying to keep people entertained while they're awake late at night. That's pretty much the reason I'm here.
Oh, I was cutting in and out of your COVID mandates, do what you
Yeah.
fucking want. I wanted to jump in,
447
but
people have viewed it on TikTok. That's what's up.
Oh, you made a video.
No, I'm live streaming this on TikTok as well. I got like the camera pointed at the computer screen.
Hmm. Well, you want to hear my input
Input on what?
on COVID in general?
Give me. What do you got?
So, just in general, I think throughout all humanity, it might be a good rule to not fear something that the median age of death is above the age expectancy, or like the life expectancy. So the median age of COVID deaths is like 80, whereas the North American, I think in the United States, is like
Wow.
Life expectancy is about 73, something like that,
What,
74.
in Canada?
No, in the United States. In
No,
Canada,
I'm
it's
saying
like in
Canada's
Canada's a couple
80?
years higher. No, I'm saying the median age of COVID deaths worldwide is 80 years old, which is
Yeah, see,
above
that's crazy.
the life expectancy of Americans, Canadians by half a decade.
God,
And
that right there should
well,
that should
here,
end the stigma and the fear right there.
one more stat: 80% of the deaths are also overweight or obese people.
Yeah, see, that's true too.
Yeah.
Which, no offense to those that demographic, but they have a higher chance of having breathing problems already.
And I mean, we can go on all night about this topic. But hey,
Well,
how
I
you
mean,
been
like, I know that
otherwise?
people come in here and they hope to not hear about it, but it's like, it's kind of like, were you able to get on the internet last week and not hear about Travis Scott?
I'm sick of not talking about it. Like, how about
I'm
some
sick of not talking about
how
it
about
too. Yeah,
how
why are
about
people
some
so
Red
scared
Muff
of it?
talk?
But
You want
that's
to
the
talk
thing, though.
some
You're
Red
in
Muff?
Canada. You're in Canada, so people in Canada, I feel like, are braver. Like
We have-
they're nice, but they're so
Oh
nice
yeah,
because they're not scared. You know what I mean?
you can't cancel a Canadian. You can't cancel Jim Carrey. Fucking
Yeah, exactly. You can't cancel Drake. You can't
Kids in the
cancel
Hall.
freaking
Yeah.
Kanye. You can't cancel Seth Rogen. You can't cancel any of these people.
Seth
Canadians
Rogen's
are like
not Canadian,
bulletproof.
is he?
You what?
Seth Rogen's Canadian?
Yeah, Seth Rogen's Canadian. Seth Rogen's
Oh,
like America's
yeah.
favorite Canadian, dude. Like,
Yeah.
that's 100% fact.
But like Mike Myers, you can't get away with anything
I
Mike
don't know.
Myers did, and like Austin Powers,
Tony
Love
Hawk's
Guru.
Tony Hawk's Canadian too.
No way.
I swear it. I'm almost
No,
positive.
I have
Or
to
his
look that
family's
one
from
up.
Canada or something, right?
I'm-
Either that or he made
I
a
think-
joke about it. I know he said something to Seth Rogen, right? He said something about being like proud that Seth Rogen was Canadian or something. Or maybe he came from Canada when he was younger or something. So another tidbit of
California.
cool news. I joined. I didn't join yet, but I did a tryout, an audition for a band today, and
Oh, sweet.
yeah, and oh dude, they're so badass. Like I love making my own music, but recording my own music in my room is like, it's like a sugar pill for what I want. You know what I mean? Like
Well, you kind of sit in that same little reverb chamber that you kind of enjoy.
Oh, I love that though.
It's like
Yeah,
kind
I don't
of-
know what it is about that. That's that emo, grunge era with a lot of effects, Deftones. But today, now this is, mind you, this isn't a professional recording that I'm going to show you. It's something literally that I did because he sent me the track. And if anyone's watching this or listening to this and they know anything about recording, if someone sends you a track and you just record audio over it, it's not going to sound great. You need to have all the separate tracks to be able to mix your vocals in the right. So this is not a professional sounding track. Think of this as if you saw the band live, because that's pretty much what it is. They recorded the song with them jamming to it live. They sent it to me, and I sang to it first. Like, I only heard the song 30 minutes before I recorded this part to it, because I knew I had to get this to them soon, so that, you know, I had to do it right too, because I wanted them to love it. And I was crossing my fingers that they'd like it. And then Monday, I'm going this Monday. They accepted me. They heard this. They said they loved it so much. They compared it to Perry Farrell from Jane's Addiction, which I was like, get the fuck out. That's a great compliment. I was like, that's cool. So they love it. I'm going in Monday. Yeah, wait, Perry Farrell's still alive?
He's still alive? Okay.
Yeah, he's still alive. He's just old. He's,
I've been trying to pin down your voice for a while, you know. A little Elliott Smith in there with the warbly kind of chorusing of the vocals. I gotta turn it up a little.
I love it. Cat likes it too, apparently.
Yeah, gives me some 90s vibes.
Right, it does. It reminds me of Jane's Addiction. It reminds me so much of Jane's Addiction, and that's why
Well,
I kind of.
definitely the guitar work, yeah.
Oh yeah, so like whenever I was singing to it, I couldn't help but like give it that right and wrong, whoa, and I loved it, and I had so much fun doing it. But like I said, I'm gonna remix it. I have all the rest of this week. I'm gonna remix it, and I'm gonna make it sound great, and I'm gonna send it to them again. But they've already asked me to come Monday to the rehearsal, so I'm sweating it. I'm excited because they have 50 songs already written and 12 more that they're in the middle of writing. I'm like, good God, you guys are like the band that I want. Please stop touching things on my computer, Cat. They're like the band that I've been like hoping to sing for, because I love writing and recording my own music. I'm always gonna like that. But there's just something about being able to just grab the mic and sing and let the
Someone
band do
else's
their
lyrics, yeah.
yeah, because that's the thing. I love lyrics and I love singing, and I see too many bands that are like, the band's amazing, but then the singers start singing and they're flat, or they're just not. They just don't have that poise, you know. Like they don't have. There's something about it they're missing. Like, okay, you can hit notes even, but you don't sound like a front man, or you don't sound like a front woman or a person. You know, you sound like a Hallmark card. There's those singers. You go to see a show and it's like the singer is like somebody that literally is at karaoke. You know, they just give off that vibe. And I'm like, dude, you gotta give it everything. You gotta put your soul into it, especially if a band writes something that sounds that fun. So I was like, man, I hope I get this part. And when he came back to me, he was just like going on and on about how much he liked it. And he was like, I want you to do it again. And he's like, take off some of the echo. I was like, yeah, whenever I bounce it down, that's the one thing that's weird about bouncing down music. You record it, and in the studio, it sounds great. And then you bounce it down, and it's got too much echo. So you
Or
literally...
you bring it on some loudspeakers, and that's a little embarrassing. You put it in car speaker, yeah.
Exactly. So I've gotten that new song that I just did. It does still have like that reverby sound to it, but I've gotten better at mixing the reverb. I think I've gotten better at understanding, like, I want a lot of reverb because I listen to music like Perfect Circle and Deftones, and whenever they sing, you can hear a lot of reverb. You know, you can hear it. But there's also no rules. Like, there are rules, but you can break them all. You know, when it comes to recording music or writing music.
And I would full on break rules and like rip off some hardcore lexicon or plugins.
Say that last part again. You start trailing off. I couldn't hear you.
So I was gonna say, yeah, go might as well full on rip off some like lexicon reverb.
Well, that's my point. Now, what I do more than reverb now. What I do more than reverb now is I distort my vocals, because I love that. I love that sound. And there's a certain sound that I want to have whenever I sing, and it's like I can hit the notes, I can pronounce the words and I can hold the notes, but I still, and other people can be like, oh, that's, it's pretty, but I still don't
So,
want that,
so do,
I
do,
want it to
do
be crunchy.
when you mix it down, do you have a dry track? Do you mix in a little bit of the dry track with your distorted
Oh
track?
yeah,
Or
absolutely. I have, okay, usually I have 4 tracks of vocals and it's the same notes, not harmonies, just the same notes, so that they're like
right. Oh,
indistinguishable at first.
you seriously chorus.
Yeah, and then I'll pan them into different speakers. I'll have one will have chorus, one will have a little bit of reverb, one will have a lot of echo and reverb, and it'll be in the very background for like the harmonies and stuff. You can like, but one of them will be clean and dry. But I EQ them all as well too, and I don't EQ them the same. I'll EQ one to have more bass in the tone and not have as much high, and I'll EQ one to have
Right.
more highs and less bass, so that you don't get the reverb with the bass because that'll overpower it.
Right.
So the song that I just recorded, what I'm working on right now, is I'm so excited about because it's not the style I do. It is a little poppy-ish, and it is a little
Production
sappy.
itself.
Yeah, but it's like sappy romantic, and it's like catchy. But I still put all these guitar parts and drum parts that I love to the point where even if no one else ever wanted to listen to the song, I'll catch myself going, like in my head,
Oh,
humming the song or hearing like the guitar part in my head, like hearing a sound that I really like and going, man, I want to turn on that song and listen to it again. So as long as I'm confident that if I put those sounds in there that make me go, dude, I love that sound, I got to put the song on so I can hear that part, so I can hear that sound that I like. That's what I want to do with music. Like, I don't want to make it about a persona or an image. It's not about image. It's about the audible, not the
yeah.
visual.
Well,
So,
I think that's what makes popular music nowadays is specifically sounds. Where in the last couple of decades, it's been kind of production value and rhythm
yeah, exactly.
and
Yeah.
compression and stuff. And before that, maybe it was melody and
Yeah. And
or
now it's really
timbre.
like,
Right now it's all about specific sound because everything's been discovered except for unique sounds.
yeah. And all these studios have closed down because of COVID, and a lot of people are doing this shit out of their house now. So, like, look at Billie Eilish, dude. They won Grammys on an album that they recorded in their hotel room in some of the songs. They were in a hotel room.
It's a store of success. Yeah.
Like, that's my point. Is like, back in the day, don't get me wrong, I think the big reset button that people are talking about, the global reset, whatever, I think what it is, it's like under our noses. And what it really is that technology has changed so much of our life that it has taken away a lot of people's jobs, and it has ended record labels, it's ended studios, it's ended so much because now a microphone has the technology and capability to only hear my voice right here, and you can't hear the dog barking in the next room. You used to not have that. You used to need these big rooms. You used to need these big studios to get those tones. Now the only reason why you need those rooms is for a drum set, honestly. Like, or if you have like horns or an orchestra, if you have something big to record, you still need the big room.
Speakers, yeah.
Yeah, so you're never gonna like kill the music studio. You're always gonna need big rooms for big things. But for something like Billie Eilish or for my music, dude, these rooms they're actually serving us really well, And
Well, I
sometimes
mean-
those inconsistencies or those scratchiness or the fuzz in the song, it's not people's speakers. I make sure to make, like, I have limiters on all my stuff, I have compressors on all my stuff, so it doesn't blow anybody's speakers and it's the right mix. But if you hear fuzz, it's supposed to be there. Like, if you hear the song and you go, whoa, it fuzzed, I want it to fuzz. I want it to sound like it's a 90s punk band tape cassette demo that they gave out at their show. You know what I mean? Like, because that to me is the most realistic music ever. It's not touched by this, like a hand full of hands. I don't know how to put that. It's not touched by a group of hands.
You really missed out by not getting my buddy Aaron on here.
Oh, I still would love to. It just
Podcast.
trust me, dude. Like, remember the show we did.
Dude, he's in the next month. He's going to chill with Steppenwolf.
Oh, dude, we'll get him in here to talk, definitely. And I'm getting to the point where the show is actually.
Dude, Steppenwolf.
I've heard of them.
Steppenwolf. Magic Carpet Ride. Born to be Wild.
Ah. Ah,
You,
I was about to
you
say,
missed
'cause I
out
can see their
on
name. I can see the way they wrote their name, but I didn't know that was them.
you missed out on a great conversation.
That would be. That'd be. Yeah.
Anyways,
no,
how
like-
may I intercede with what's going on with that podcast?
Okay, so we had a bunch of copyright claims because YouTube was going through all those laws and changes, and we were stuck at home, and blah blah blah, pandemic. But this is the thing that I do. Nothing I do is a waste because I'm always able to take something from it, and I plan out everything like this because I know how people try to sabotage you, or they just fail you, or that you can't depend on people. So at the end of the day, I'm like, well, if I'm doing all this work, I've got to be able to have something here that can grow that no one can ruin, and I've always made sure to do that. So even though that show is, think of it like this, okay? Jimmy Kimmel has episodes that you can't really find, right? But you can tell your friends about, or maybe someone has it videotaped. But you can't just find the episode, However, if I string together a trailer with all of most of the hosts, if not all of them, because I went back and looked at all the trailers from that show, dude. Every guest we had on the show was awesome, man.
Yeah,
And it was
I think
so awesome.
You just had like one that had some technical difficulties. Otherwise,
Oh yeah, that one dude. But and that's funny because he's the least famous out of everyone we brought on. He is the least famous, but he's still a good friend of mine. He's a great artist. So I just really, really wanted him to be able to do the show, and he couldn't for the life of him, dude. It just kept cutting him out, and I was like, man, it does not want him to be here. I was like, I want it so bad. And he was mad too. He was like, why me? I was like, I'm sorry, dude.
Talking those absolutes.
Yeah. Well, my thing about okay, if I say, "Oh, this always happens," "Oh, it was cutting out," if always is as much of a malleable word as, "Oh, that's cool," but it's not really a cold temperature thing, then I really don't care. Like words, I am broken English speaking Filipino boy. Like so, my words are not meant for
positive, negative affirmation works pretty subconsciously, regardless.
Oh, I do believe that. I do believe that. Like, okay,
Anyway.
positive affirmation here too. I'm going to say positively, I am going to land a lead role in a major motion picture before this year is up, and I know it because I've had so many lead role auditions this past week. I've had so many lead role auditions, and I'm like amazed. Dude, I've never had a lead role audition for a major motion picture till last week. That is insane. It's always been supporting roles. I had a lead role audition on The Walking Dead, and that was my first lead role thing on a major. And I didn't get it. It was Walking Dead World Beyond.
And this last year or so? Oh, one of the new spin-offs?
Yeah, the new spin-off. The most recent spin-off.
Really? You
yeah, dude. Whenever I posted that thing about how I was like, I bought a plane ticket, and the plane ticket they gave me was for the wrong time. They gave me a plane ticket for 11 p.m. I needed it for 11 a.m. So I just paid for the plane ticket. I was broke from paying for the plane ticket because it was like a $600 plane ticket back and forth. And I was freaking out because I was like, what am I going to do? They gave me the wrong ticket. So I had to go to Facebook and ask people. I did a fundraiser and raised like $500, and they paid for my plane tickets. And I was able to go. I got the plane ticket that night and still was able to go. And then I was able to. I had insurance on my other plane ticket, so I got refund for it. But it was just like, damn, dude, like I just got to Arkansas. I'd been living out of my car in California doing this movie out there, and then got stuck in my car because I was living with a guy for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and he tried to charge me $1,300 for living there for 2.5 weeks. And he had a hole in his wall, and the sewage from the neighbors in the other apartments, their sewage pipe was leaking, pouring down the inside of our wall as if we had like an inside sewage like fountain just flowing down our wall, and it was like bad, dude. And so I couldn't even be there most times. And then his fucking roommate stole a $200 pair of headphones from me. Why the hell would I pay you $1,300? If you were listening to this right now, check yourself, man. Why the hell would I ever pay you $1,300 for 2.5 weeks in that shit water ridden apartment with a thieving ass roommate that didn't even leave his room except to steal my headphones? You're crazy.
You know what that kind of reminds me of for whatever reason?
What?
did you see William Shatner like going into space with Jeff Bezos? And
Oh my
Venus
God, how
rocket?
did that remind you of that?
And anyway, no, him coming out and like the video of like the footage of him saying like I thank you so much for this experience. Like I never want this feeling to go away, kind of thing. And then I thought of he has a new album out, like a new spoken word, like in his old, like,
That's cool.
in the vein of his album. Anyways, he's got a song where he's talking about when like Star Trek went bust when it was canceled, and he was
Damn.
living in a valley in a fucking trailer, looking at a 4-inch television at the space launch, and like he inspired so much.
Whoa.
He inspired so
So-
much of this.
When Star Trek got canceled, he was living out of a trailer.
No, yeah, at the time of the space launch. So yeah, he's going through this like kind of mental breakdown of like, so many people talk to me about how how he inspired them to get into sciences and
Yeah,
aeronautical
and they're
sciences.
making millions to go be astronauts, and he's
And it's all so just to see him actually go into space is like to see all that come full circle.
yeah, no, it is
After-
full circle, huge full circle. But he also said the creepiest thing I've ever heard anyone say about space.
Hmm.
You hear what he said when he came back?
I don't know what's that.
He said he is so scared of space because when he got out there, he looked down at the Earth and it was warm and full of life. And then when he looked out into space, it was nothing but death. And I was just like, what the hell does that mean? Like, it was the weirdest thing. Like that's your explanation for space?
No, that's very. I think that's fairly profound because life. If there is life out anywhere in the universe, it's very far away, so it's going to be very faint to the perception. So
Yeah.
you can perceive life, Earth, and especially if you know life is on Earth. But if you look out into the vastness, especially when it's as close as you've ever seen it, you have
Man,
no
what if- okay.
perception of any life out there.
You know those people who are born with like super hypersensitivity to light, so they're blind technically, but they're only blind because they can't see because the light's so bright. So they give them those like special glasses, and they can kind of barely see through the glasses. People who are that type of blind, what if you sent them into space, and it turns out like they could see because their like eyes were so sensitive they could see things in space we didn't even know were there.
Well, it's like first year psychology. It's like, what if, like, I see blue, but you see red, man?
I see skies are blue,
But maybe red,
and maybe red. There's a lot of death too.
maybe green, or color doesn't exist.
But yeah, man, like I don't know. I feel like that's a good example. It really is a good example. He talking about being in a trailer when Star Trek got canceled. That is crazy because I mean that very well could be what we're going through right now in this industry. Is like a bunch of us have big roles, but then they keep you broke. It's like the producers and the people that make the films, they make a lot of money, and your first TV show or your first movie, they expect you to be just like, it's a catch-22 that I hate. They either expect you to be so stupid that you'll sign on for chump change, or you're smart and you know, hey, I don't have anything, I have to sign on for chump change. Like, I have to do this sci-fi movie just to get a demo reel, you know? But then after you do that, it's like, when do you get to the point people are like, know your worth, and you're like, okay, yeah, I know my worth, and then you look over and you're like, this is how much I'm worth, and no one wants to pay for that. Like, it doesn't matter if you know your worth. It doesn't matter if you're confident. There's so much confidence definitely is key when it comes to interacting with human beings. Your confidence can definitely change an entire meeting or scenario with another person, but it can't change someone's mind if they are set on their ways. Like, you can be as confident as you want to be, right? But let's say you're a gay guy and there's somebody who's just homophobic. Doesn't matter how confident you are, right? They're not going to want to work with you because they're homophobic. It's the same thing. You don't have to be homophobic, but there's people who are, oh, you're a skinny, short man. You aren't muscular and tall and big. You're not like us other men. You aren't a man. I will not hire you for my man job. And then I've literally had those kinds of run-ins so much that you get tired of applying. Dude, I'm not lying. Life has been so difficult from this pandemic. Even having a supporting lead role with Tom Hanks, I have put in 600 day job applications in the past year and a half since COVID. 600, dude.
You looked at what's the production company, the Daily Wire? Telling you.
You talked to me about them. Now, see, this thing, I think my
go
resume.
Go to a company that actually holds your values.
Oh, I have been. I have been. But
I know you don't like necessarily identify as a Republican or right wing or anything like that.
Yeah, no. But
they're making movies.
Exactly, and their movies look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that trailer that you sent me, dude, looks really, really good.
The first one, Run, Hide, Fight, was fantastic, and the second one, Shut In, looks
Run, Hide, Fight is the one I'm talking about. I haven't seen the other one. That one is crazy. Like they were right, making a school shooting movie that isn't propaganda. That's pretty epic.
Yeah, there's only maybe it's a little bit pro-gun, but at the very most. But other than that, it's not politically divisive. It's just a good fucking hardcore. Actually, it's Die Hard in a high school.
Yeah, I mean they're not wrong. I mean, like if you have a security guard at a school with a gun, then you're more safe than being like, oh, we don't need any guns in the school, and then someone brings guns in the school. Like,
yeah, but you were talking earlier about applying to movies and adhering to certain quotas and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like it would be such a wicked to the atmosphere in which you have to adhere to that.
Well, it's funny, man, because it's like I if I knew who to contact, right? Like the only contacts I have for big business are the people that I've worked with. So, and the people that are on IMDb with their contact, but people don't like you to cold call them or I went through being forced to cold email people and cold call people. I'm not ever going to do that again. I don't want that to be my life. I want to create art. I don't want to sit there and call people like, hey, if you would like to invest in this film. I don't want to do that. I feel stupid doing that. And I don't want to burn bridges. I feel like I've burnt so many bridges because I gave in to what directors and producers from Hollywood told me to do with my script and what they forced me to do because they were helping me with the budget and they were going to get money from it. So they tell me what to do and I just kept doing what everyone was telling me what to do. But I was the one taking the fall for it. It was my script with my name on it, with my, So here you are using me.
You had a good internet presence, a good little YouTube presence at some point. Can you not?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's still there. Squo's Nose still has 6,000 subscribers because I'm not going to throw that away. But YouTube doesn't.
Come on.
YouTube doesn't share. YouTube doesn't share your content with your subscribers. Just like TikTok doesn't share your content with your subscribers.
Unless you're consistent.
Dude, I've been consistent. Like we've gotten to the point where I was making a video every 2 days. And different videos, and I would have live stream on Friday. We were trying our hardest to stay consistent, but you cannot stay consistent if you have to do something else for money. This is impossible. It's impossible for your channel or your YouTube entity to grow if you do not have the budget or the investment to spend every day doing that. It takes so much marketing, digital design, planning the videos, scripting things. I wanted to script stuff. That's one of my biggest goals is to script more content because everything we script is funny. But then when we do a video that we don't script, when we do something we don't plan, it gets 20 million views. Man, we just got 20 million views on a video. It's our first video to cap 20 million views. And it's a root beer video. And it's just it's ridiculous to me. It got that many views, but it still doesn't get you a viewership. People saw this video, they laughed at it. It wasn't something so incredible and amazing like that Lublin dude that makes music, but does the funny comments.
Immediately replaced in people's consciousness.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's like, oh, I saw somebody do that root beer video. But now my roommate, he's the face of the video. He was getting recognized a lot, but he had to grow out his beard and stuff. But like I would tell him all the time, like, dude, I've had people tell me like, hey, is that your roommate that's in this video? And I'm like, yeah. And then he had like some of his friends like hit him up and be like, dude, I just saw this video pop up and you're in it. But I mean, like, that's fun. It feels good for a day.
Yeah, people hate Keanu Reeves now because he shaved his beard. So like, he looks old now. He's not
Right.
aged the same anymore.
He did look younger with a beard. But dude,
Wow.
that's a good
That was-
point too, though. It's like now that I'm, wow, like I don't know. Now that I'm thinking
Now
about
that
it,
you're right.
now that I'm thinking about it, like he was getting hit up by his friends, right? Now it was fun. It was fun the day that it went viral. It drove me crazy though, because my phone, I couldn't get phone calls from anyone. I couldn't get text messages. My phone bricked up and it locked, and the screen wouldn't turn off, but you couldn't touch anything. But the TikTok notifications kept working. I've never experienced that in my life, dude. Like having millions of people commenting on something so fast that, or at least 400,000 or 500,000 people at one time commenting on something so fast that it bricked up my phone, and I just had to sit there and watch comment, bring, and it wouldn't stop making the noise. I couldn't turn the volume down. I couldn't mute it. I couldn't turn the phone off, dude. I had to let it die. So I had to just sit
Every time
there.
you try to swipe to close it, you click on a new notification or something.
Dude, you couldn't click on anything. You couldn't, like, I would sit there and wait. You couldn't click the notifications. Nothing on the screen worked except for, like, it was like the screen video worked. You can see the notifications. You can see the video of the notifications popping up on my home screen, but it was stuck on that screen. The touch didn't work. The buttons didn't work. So I was like, this is torture. I had to take my phone, wrap it in clothes so that I didn't hear it because it was driving me crazy. I had to wrap it in clothes and stuff it in a pillow so I could, and I could still, if I was in the room, I could hear, like, barely hear it every once in a while. But dude, it was so annoying. It was like loud, like bring, 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 like for hours. After 3 hours, I was like, I'm gonna break my phone. I was like, it's gonna drive me crazy. So I realized, like, those people that go viral have to turn their notifications off. They have to. They don't have a choice. If you don't, your phone won't work. Like, it just, now I know.
Oh yeah.
So you don't see your comments. You don't see that shit until you go look through it, and you don't get to see all of them. So it's like, it's weird, right?
What you do is you have a dedicated device that has all of your notifications for all of your social media on, and you put it on airplane mode.
Yeah. So in the case, so in the case that something does go viral and breaks up your phone, it's like,
everyone just fucking forgets about airplane mode.
dude, I couldn't do anything. I couldn't even put it on airplane mode. Like, whenever, like, I didn't even
Bullshit.
know it was going viral. I had no idea it was going viral, and I woke up to blink, 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 like just a couple of them, and it was like blink, blink, blink. So like I'm laying on my pillow, and after I hear it blink, 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 like 50 times, I was like, this isn't normal. I was like, I don't have Discord on my phone anymore because of that. What are all these notifications? I was like, what is this? So I looked at my phone, and when I turned my phone on to see the notifications, I couldn't turn it off. It was like that, dude. It was like as soon as I turned the phone on to see the notifications, it was like blink, 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 and it bricked up. And I had to get my roommate and my other friends to look up the video on their phone so I could see what was going on. That was intense. I didn't, like, you hear about, like, oh yeah, this went viral, that went viral, but you know, a lot of people with 1 million views, their videos never even went viral. They got like 1,000 views a day for 100 days, or for like 1,000 days, you know, like stuff like that. Like they got like 4,000 views a day for 100, you know, a couple hundred days. Just weird things like that, and they have millions of views. But to get millions of views in one day, because I don't know what it was. I don't know if like the root beer company that we had on there just loved that video so much that they shared it. I don't know what caused it to go viral, but it's a weird, like, bamboozling effect.
I can't imagine how hard it is for like a PewDiePie or anyone at that level to manage all of their social networks across all the devices.
Dude, but okay, you were talking about affirmations, right? We have so many videos now. I think we have like 7 videos that capped 1 million views and 1 video that capped 20 million views. So we have the resume, we have the material, but we haven't made anything that is like like music's not going to do it. Music is so
Are you
there's so
talking
many
about
different types of music.
TikTok?
Well,
Talking about TikTok?
not just TikTok. Just I look at it as like I don't look at an app
No, you get
anymore.
7 million views in what?
Well, I don't look at apps anymore like, oh, I want to get big on this app, because I think that's where people like that's where the
What were you
crux is.
saying? You have 7 million views of what?
No, oh yeah, well, no, yeah, that. One of the videos on my TikTok has 2.7 million views on TikTok, has 12 million views on
TikTok.
YouTube, and has like 13 million views on Instagram now. So it's like I calculate that as like that video in all has over 20 million views. And
So
the reason
what-
why is because it doesn't matter what app somebody uses to see it, it's the same thing. It's like if you watched a movie on Apple TV or you watched it on Netflix, it's the same damn movie. So if we
Right.
treat apps like that, then we don't get ourselves stuck in this like, I'm a TikToker, I'm an Instagrammer, I'm a this, I'm a that. Because I never want people don't know what to call me sometimes. They're like, are you an Instagrammer? Are you a content maker? Are you an influencer? And I love that. I don't want people to just call me one thing. I don't want them to call me an actor. And
but I'm more interested in the content itself. Yeah, we can
exactly.
understand that. So tell me, what is the content of this viral TikTok post?
That one, it's literally my roommate poured 4 cups of root beer. Every time he poured a cup of root beer, it was just foam, no root beer. And he was like, dude, this is weird. So he washed out the cup, same thing. He tipped the cup, same thing. But the video, and I look at videos and I go, okay, I know exactly why they go viral. I do know why they go viral, but you can't plan shit like that, you know? It went viral because there's like 100 different things in the video that were funny, like all at one time. One, he's freaking out. So right off of the bat, you're like, what is this guy freaking out about? 2, no one saw him pour the other 4 cups, so they don't believe him. 3, no one saw him tip the cup. So 100,000 comments were saying, dude, just tip the fucking cup. 4, no one saw him wash the cup. So they kept saying the cup was dirty. Then he dumps out a cup of root beer instead of drinking it because he's like, no, look, I'll use a different cup. If I say this is my drink, it's going to be foam. If I say it's her drink, no foam. And that's exactly what happened. They swapped cups. He said, okay, this is her drink, no foam. So, and then it zooms in on his face. So people made like a GIF of his face because they were saying that like that's the aggravated face. Like it's a meme for being aggravated, you know? Like it's the perfect meme for like, no. And it's just so funny. Like I'm sure you're going to see Tyler's face all over the world on like a really, really big meme where people are like, if someone says something that's not true, you're going to see Tyler's face going, no. Like that's the meme for it. But
also, it's positive affirmation for anyone who's ever just spilled fucking soda.
Yeah, exactly. Anything like that. Like, no, this can't be happening. Like, that was that face. So there's all these different things that made that go viral. And it was all an accident. But what helps is you have somebody like me filming it. So I'm focusing on this. I'm zooming in on this. I'm zooming in on his face. I'm making sure to not be looking at a wall while he's saying something funny. And so you need that whole thing, you know? And I think what you need is a trio, at the very least, a trio, and it is magic. It is magnificently magic. If you have 2 people on camera. Yeah, because you have
a trio and a tank of oxygen, maybe.
A trio and a tank of oxygen. But exactly, dude, like if you have a trio and you have 2 people on camera and 1 person filming, you can do amazing things. That's what the Churdleys did. That's what Derek Comedy did. We wouldn't have Childish Gambino. We would not have Donald Glover if it wasn't for a trio of kids making YouTube videos and putting Donald Glover and his friends in them. It started off with a trio, then it turned into 4.
I would love to come down to the southern states and actualize that idea with you. That sounds like a blast.
You could do it anytime you want, but I mean, you live in like heaven in Canada. Like,
that's bullshit. No, that's
dude, I've contemplated going to Canada, but
that's your media. No, they're,
well, if you want to come down here, you're more than welcome.
We're actually like a couple weeks. It's enough time to see if like that's the country you want to live in.
True. A lot's gonna happen in the next couple weeks. We just had an election. About to hear
I
all
know,
the
but-
crazy shit that snuck under
Oh,
the
yeah.
rug now.
Yeah, you got your midterms going on. No, I think that's good. I think it's a good time to stay in the southern states where you are right now.
Yeah, maybe so.
Maybe move a little eastwards. Eastward. But yeah, no, all the Biden and Kamala Harris, their ratings are at the like historical lows.
Yeah.
Like I think Kamala Harris made a new record for the lowest
God.
reputation.
Lowest appreciated vice president.
Whatever the term is.
I feel like at a point, it doesn't matter who they elect. Like, everyone's just so miserable with the society and the economy that you can elect an angel and they're going to hate that person. Like, it doesn't matter who you elect. It really
well,
doesn't.
I think people are starting to get pissed off that they're starting to agree with people like Ted Cruz or ones who are like, you're not answering the question. That's a yes or no
Exactly.
question.
Exactly.
I've always loved people who say that. Like, no, it's a clear question. Say yes or no.
Yeah, because they're just
I
people.
understand. Oh, maybe there's some context to it, and that's a misleading question. But no.
They all think that they're above us. They really do. They all think they're above us.
Filibuster is real.
I assume that, like all human fallacy and plans, things are gonna blow up in people's face. They're gonna try to control people in a certain asset, or a facet, and it's gonna end up blowing up in their face, and it usually always does. It's like some crazy irrational idea to control people comes around, and then it blows up in their face, and it becomes something better. Like like it just always does. Computers were meant to control us, then now we have controls of computers. I mean, like, they still kind of do control us, but
What's the great quote? Conspiracies useless without conviction.
Beluga said hello, Beluga. Sorry. What without conviction?
Conspiracy is useless without conviction.
Yeah, I feel that. I really do feel that. I feel like some people in my family.
You want to state something. You want to state an outlandish thing. You will fall into it. You commit to that.
Stand by what you believe in. Yeah.
I mean, I love a good conspiracy theory, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing, but.
Well, yeah, it confuses me why people don't like conspiracy theories. Like, they're just theories. They're just fun. They're like, oh, I don't like conspiracy theories. And I'm like, oh, you don't like conspiracy theories? Then, why do you believe in gravity? Like, why do you believe in the moon? Why do you believe in space? All these things that you have not proven or seen with your own eyes to be what you've been told it is are all conspiracies. But you believe all that. You just, like, how about just don't believe any conspiracy and live life with this freedom of idea that if you can look in...
But now you're just being semantical in language when they're more...
Well, yeah, but if you can look at an electron, dude, and this is not conspiracy, this is now a fact. This is a fact. When you look at an electron, it behaves differently, as if it has a brain and the ability to choose what it is doing. It is no longer just a bouncing random piece of microscopic mass that we didn't know about. Like, now we know it has a cognitive, like, discernment. Like, when you are visually observing an electron, it behaves differently than whenever you don't watch it. That is genius. And the only way they found that out is because they made a plate that can react to where an electron hits it, and it can let people know exactly where the electron hit. And because they made that plate, they were able to see that when they weren't watching the electrons with their eyes. So maybe the electrons, this is my thought, right? That their theory is electrons have some kind of higher intelligence that we don't know about. And that, to me, that changes everything about life. That one thing there that they've studied changes everything about life. The theory is, why is the electron moving? The fact is, it changes its movement when you view it or whenever you look away. That is creepy awesome. I think what it is your eye absorbs light. A camera lens absorbs light. All these things are meant to pull in light. Electrons are part of everything, and they're the smallest of almost all, materials. Or what would you call it? Material? What would you call it? Like
Unless you get into
building blocks.
quantum theory.
Yeah. Okay. So I believe that when you observe something, you are moving light. You are moving electrons with your eyes because you're observing it has moved that light. So when you look in a certain direction, you are literally sending almost like a bat communicates with echolocation. You are sending an echo that is. Oh, she heard me say it. Echo, go away. Echo, stop. You're sending that reverberation with your eyes that is attracting the light to your eyes. You're magnetically pulling light to your eyes because if it didn't reach, think about it. If that light did not reach, it had to move and go through space to hit your eye. And if that light didn't hit your eye, you would not see color or anything. So you're moving light just by changing your gaze or changing your view. So that is such a powerful statement to me, dude, because that means
the frequencies are there, but they're just the makings of matter. The matter has no real prevalence. The matter has no matter unless it has a receptor, which is your eye.
exactly.
Touch.
So it's just bouncing around, but by you looking at it, you are literally moving matter. You are moving electrons through the air just by changing your gaze to different places.
Like a rainbow. A rainbow doesn't exist.
It's just our eyes seeing it.
Like going through a prism of water drops in the air, multiple water drops in the air. And lots of people don't see it. Some people don't see it.
Yeah, some colorblind people can't see rainbows at all. And
it's kind of like a nice little what's the word? Critique about the LGBTQ identity, alphabet. I want to get into that whole conversation.
Well, I don't want to offend anybody. Like,
I don't want to offend
I don't want to offend anybody. But I do want to say, like, I like these kind of quantum physics type discussions because you can't offend anybody and you can only enlighten people. My belief is, and I'm speaking this because we're talking about positive affirmations. That's when you said that, it brought me into this whole spiel about this whole thing. I believe positive affirmations are real because I believe whatever you change your gaze to, my dude, the energy can't be killed. It can only be transferred. You're changing your gaze to something and you're absorbing light.
To achieve it.
Yeah. So that being said, whatever you look at really is giving your body energy. It really 100. Oh, look, someone just joined. Their name is What? How's it going? What? Can you hear me? I don't see your microphone. Let's see. They said anything? Empire said probably because team has become a buzzword. Term has become a buzzword. That was at 2:30. So that was recently. Insane. What term has become a buzzword? I'm curious. Okay, so we have somebody that joined us. His name's What? He's here. But he's not talking yet. Follow me on Instagram if you would like to at squoze.f or on TikTok at squoze_potatoes. Constantly making content. Content gets better every day. I can put something. Okay, I was talking about conspiracy theories. Okay, so What? I'll call him What because that's his name. What is here? He doesn't have a mic, I guess. He or she doesn't have a mic. They don't have a mic. But they said this. They said I was talking about conspiracy theories. And I think what they meant was the word conspiracy theory is a buzzword.
Wait, you're kowtowing to the alternative pronoun thing now?
No, I just really I'm fighting the regime.
Oh, no, you're not fighting the regime.
No, listen. I literally said that this person was a he on accident. I didn't know their sex, but I just said, oh, he, and I got flagged for it.
You got flagged for it?
Yeah, on a live stream. Got flagged for it. Because
on what platform?
This one. YouTube, on Twitch platform.
Restream?
Yeah, on Restream. But I mean, like, it's Okay, what said I'm a dude? So there you go. I can call him a him, and he laughed, so he doesn't give a shit. But my point is, like, I'm not hurting anybody's feelings or getting flagged or doing anything if I make it clear I'm not being rude, because people are spoon-fed. People are so fucking spoiled and just spoiled ass rotten. And I see so many parents are like, I don't spank my kids. I never spank my kids. And I'm like, but why? Is it because it makes you feel like a better person? Because no offense, but discipline is not it's not evil, okay? We have a fat ass, we sit on it all day, and it was meant to be spanked if we fuck up, because it can't hurt us. You won't break a bone. Sasha, sorry, dude. But no, you won't break a bone. But it's just like one smack on the butt. You don't have to hit a kid with anger. You should never hit a kid to hurt them. But the feeling of knowing you're being disciplined, the feeling of your parent going, come in here, bending over and smacking you on the butt. You don't have to get a belt. You don't have to get a weapon. You don't have to hurt your kid. You don't have to do that. But some people are like, oh, my kid's so bad that spanking them's not enough. And it's like, I don't know if that's true, or if maybe you just like spanking them too much and now they're used to it. You don't want to spank a kid every time they spill a cup on the ground. That's stupid. That's an anger issue, and you need to work on yourself. But like,
we've been existing in the exact opposite era, which like we've been paid month after month for over a year to do fucking nothing, to stay inside.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't know. I
think that's much worse.
Well, I mean, that is much worse. Yeah, it's much worse.
Turn me into an incel, useless piece of shit as
dude, you're not wrong.
Suicide rates have increased, drug overdose rates have increased. The Great Britain has estimated that about 30,000 people within Great Britain are going to die from fucking cancer from not having door-to-door service.
Yeah, not going outside.
There's all this kind of bureaucracy that's killing people in all these different ancillary ways that people don't want to add up.
Well, I do the math. I add it up, and I know it's all.
No, you can't add it up because there's so many different fucking variables. Kids who are literally getting like stunted growth because they're inhaling so much carbon dioxide through the mask.
Yeah.
You can't. Those numbers have not been tabulated. They cannot be tabulated yet. It's estimated to be like 5% of childhood growth through mandates are going to be stunted in growth.
That sucks, man. I will say, I don't know what people believe, I don't know if they believe the Bible or what they believe, but the Bible does say that the meek shall inherit the earth. It just seems like...
Blessed are the meek, thus they shall inherit.
Yep. Blessed are the meek, they shall inherit the earth. Because, I don't know, maybe it makes sense. The most meek people, the ones that are out there just like, oh, COVID hasn't bothered me at all because I'm an Amish person and I just tend to the crops all day. Like, they probably really are the God-favorite people. I mean, think about it. Like, these people they're not about decadence or degradation. They're not pleased by calling themselves petty. I think that's fucking typical. These American, like, wannabe teenagers, these 34-year-old human beings, male and female and all of them in between, not, stereotyping, these human beings here in America, they take their religious and their logic beliefs. They take their logic from 15-year-olds on Instagram. Somebody posts a meme, yep, I believe that, and then they share it, and then they live their day by that. And it's like, dude, are you not thinking about what you're doing? A 15-year-old with their dumb fucking 15-year-old logic came up with some dumb fucking meme that made you think, yep, that's how I feel right now. That means that's. And then you share it more than you share the Bible. Like, so you think that this 15-year-old kid in Kansas who's never seen a titty knows anything about life. And you're sitting here like, what? Like, whenever I saw my friend's mom was a Justin Bieber fan. She was wearing the Justin Bieber shirts and like she was going to the concerts, and he was like 15 at the time. It freaked me out, man. Like people just don't recognize this as a weird moment in history. I mean, he did. It freaked him out enough to where he was like, "I fucking need Jesus." But like, it freaked me out because it was like adults didn't used to be the ones that if you saw an adult going and like harassing Macaulay Culkin, or if you saw an adult, and they did, and that was creepy, but if you saw an adult harassing a child star, you thought of it like that. You thought of it like it's a child star. Why is this adult, following them and stalking them? And now because people can hide behind the internet, how do you follow kids? How do you fellow kids or follow kids?
Not only the internet.
No, you're right about that. Yeah. Why is that? That's so weird. Like I get it.
Corporations themselves.
Yeah, no, but I get it. Like this kid's famous from Stranger Things. He's super famous, so everyone knows of him. But I guess like
protecting pedophiles earlier. That's
that gets creepy.
Up. So now Prostasia, that's a company that came up in the news fairly recently. I don't want to get too political, so I'll keep it short. Anyways, they wanted to rebrand pedophiles as MAPs, MAPs, minor attracted peoples, to destigmatize pedophiles or these people that.
I'm sorry, dude, but I was sexually harassed when I was a child, and I'll say this.
I got some friends in the same boat. Yeah.
Well, I'll say this: the people that sexually harassed me as a child they were kids too, so they didn't know any better either. So I think that they were sexually harassed by adults. My thing is this: I didn't want that shit. So as a kid, I don't fucking want that. Like I'm sure these kids are like, what? You're trying to make it okay for adults to what? Like, I think it scares people, dude. I think it scares people that people are that stupid. And I think there's so many stupid humans that we idolize that are just fucking idiots. Like, they're not good human beings. They're literally a piece of human garbage. Like, and people are like, have compassion for the world. Love everybody. You're not Jesus Christ. No one expects you to not, no one expects people to not get angry. So if you don't get angry, if you don't have emotions or feelings about things you should have feelings and emotions about, then something needs to change. You need to ask yourself, why are you too afraid to stand up against shit that you just obviously know isn't right? Like,
at the same time, I think people are on the opposite end of my, my political beliefs are getting too outraged about stupid.
I don't know one person that's okay with that. What you said? I don't know one person that's okay with it.
Rittenhouse trial.
I mean, I'll say this.
Rittenhouse trial. Political.
Yeah, I don't know. But
okay, all right.
We still got a person watching on TikTok, a person watching on Twitch, 2 people watching on Twitch, and was that 2 people on Twitch, 2 people on YouTube? I don't know. Maybe one's on YouTube.
I was thinking it was relevant and people would be interested in maybe checking it out. So.
I mean, they must be entertained if they're still sitting here listening to this. I don't know if people on TikTok can even hear your mic as well. I hope they can. But I know people on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch can. But yeah, continuing what we're speaking about before it got really dark. That's why I want to talk more about like quantum physics, because I believe that affirmation thing. I'm affirming this right now. I have to say it out loud. I have to say this. I am going to book a lead role in a major motion picture before the end of the year. That's my positive affirmation, because now I know that by looking at things, I'm able to control electrons. If people look at you, electrons that are, I mean, have we even figured out if we were passing electrons through the internet? Like, how is that not possible? Like, I do something here, and the thing I did here goes through the internet to you, and then now you're able to see it. So I feel like by some way we're moving electrons, So if you can get somebody to see you, when they say see you in a good light or a different light, it 100% literally means that. if someone sees me in a bad light, or they see me on a day where I'm angry, or I haven't eaten and I'm grumpy, they'll just think of me as an asshole. But then if somebody sees me on a good day, they might think of me as the nicest person they've ever met. So you can't ever really truly sit there. You have to like get to know somebody over days or weeks or months or years. You can't just sit there and meet somebody for 20 seconds and assume everything about them, you know?
Right.
So, yeah.
Speaking of assumptions, just don't throw the word electrons out there. Do you really know much about electrons?
Dude, go look up the double split.
You talk to me about electrons.
Okay. The double split experiment. Somebody found out.
Now, what is an electron? What is an electron?
An electron is one of the. Okay, hold on. You know what?
Hey, no, we don't have to do this. Sorry.
I'm not about to be. I'm gonna give you the
I'm so sorry, dude.
the finite definition. A stable subatomic particle with a charge of negative electricity found in all atoms and acting as the primary carrier of electricity in solids. That's how important an electron is. Now, before this experiment, they thought that electrons were that, and that they couldn't be, you'd have to physically move them. You'd have to physically send electricity somewhere. You have to physically move it. Now, knowing that electrons carry electricity, okay, you're definitely sending from your computer to a server, and then the server's got a bunch of electrons that they're sending back out to you in massive ways.
What is your full knowledge of how electrons transmit electricity?
Well, if they're negatively charged, they're attracted to positively charged neutrons. So you have, so it gets cool. They made a sheet of like some kind of metal that they can shoot electrons at, and when they hit the sheet, it would leave a mark. It would glow, and on this other visual board, it would glow and let them know where it hit. And they were able to shoot electrons through 2 slits. There was 2 slits on this metal plate in front of the sheet, and they shoot the electrons through those slits. Now, when they shot the electrons at these slits, sometimes the electrons would go through, when they weren't watching, when they were not watching, the electrons would go through the right slit. Sometimes they would go through the left slit. Sometimes one electron would split and go through both slits at the same time and reconverge and hit the wall. So it was like the weirdest thing for them to figure out, like, wait, we're shooting one electron and we're seeing it split, reconverge, and then hit the wall. How is that possible? So they started watching it, and when they watched it, they realized it only went through one slit, whether it was the left one or the right one. As long as they were watching and shooting electrons while watching, they all were going through the same slit. So it was like your eyes seeing the first couple of electrons go through that first slit, maybe the left one or the right one. Your eyes were training a stream of light to carry the electrons through that same slit, because your mind was affirming it that, oh, they're all going to go through that slit. Now you're thinking the magic behind it is just believing it, but physicality, the actual science is, by you believing it, you were physically moving the electrons to go through that slit. Now, they didn't figure this out until a year or 2 later. They thought when they were staring at the electrons, that the electrons would go, oh, they're looking at us, and they would just go through one slit. And then when they would look away and look back, they're going through a different slit. But I highly, highly believe that if that person viewing those electrons were to go, okay, it's going to go through this slit, now it's going to go through this one, and now it's going to go through that one. But they weren't testing that theory. They weren't testing telekinesis. They weren't testing the ability to move things with your mind. They weren't testing that. Had they did the 2-slit experiment and tested it with telekinesis, I'm going to be first to be on record right here to say I bet you they would have amazing results. We're probably going to see some of the craziest things being experimented on and the craziest tests being done, and learning factual evidence that we have the ability to move things through space without touching it. Brings up a whole world of possibilities. So the affirmations thing, I highly believe that if I put myself out in a certain light and I find that light, and I haven't found that light, maybe the song is that new light, maybe the new music video is going to be that new light, who knows? But if I put myself out in a certain light that shows people an artist side to me, not just a cynical nerd that's technologically, educated, because I feel like a lot of people are like, oh, here's this tech nerd, and they're not attracted to the tech nerd in me. But if I come out to bring out like a new type of artistry, like I want to write songs from the point of view of somebody who tried to sell their soul, but the devil never showed up. I want to write songs, and I want to be like, look, you have 1,000 artists who worship the devil or praise the occult, and it's like, good for you. And then you have 1,000 artists that praise Jesus and do that, good for you. But you only have like a certain handful of artists that are like agnostic scientists that believe in God, believe in a higher power, but don't think that anybody here knows what it is. And I don't think religion is the cure. I think that you have to go past the religion to the source. So like to be able to experiment on spirituality is like something no one wants to do. They just want to follow everyone else. So I want to write and perform this whole nother album I'm doing, the next album. I want to do it from that point of view. So this first song I'm doing, even though it's corny, I'm going to follow through. I'm going to make a really not corny second verse, I guess, but I'm going to follow through so it's not too corny. I'm going to make a great music video. It's controversial, but also paints me in a different light as an artist, and hope that the people that I do have following me, those people that do already see my stuff but just kind of ignore it to be like, oh, that's that nerdy tech guy that we don't really know. He's in some movies that I haven't seen because there are too many movies to watch now. You'll see the movies I'm in 5 years from now and be like, oh, and you'll hit me up and be like, oh, I love that movie, because people are doing it now. Movies I was in 5 years ago, they hit me up like, I just saw this. I can't believe you're in movies. And I'm like, oh my God.
You get that pumped on it.
Yeah, it takes so long for people to see it. No matter how much you pump them up. Dude, I got my numbers in yesterday, right? I made $40 fucking $43.57. Okay?
What on the Snapchat?
Off of Becoming Mud. No, dude. No. Off of TikTok?
TikTok.
Dude, I made $60 live streaming on TikTok. All right? I made $60 live streaming on TikTok in the past month. It's not a lot, but I haven't live streamed as much as I am now. And right now, it's 258. This is my demographic.
I
is not a
mean, that's selling Nerf guns, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like it's good to make that much money doing stuff that is
Yeah,
not
having
new.
little
It makes you feel
passive
good.
incomes, like having little things.
That too. Yeah, too. Well, people get addicted to success. They get addicted to the feeling of succeeding in their own way. And then whenever they feel good about it, they try to force that on you. Oh, you need to do this. You need to get a job at a casino. You need to get a job at a plant. You need to get a job in construction. But they can't all be right. So their success doesn't feel good to me. My success, it feels good to me, is creating something original that I did that makes me money. Because like you said, having a residual income would be superb. I have residual income for my royalties for the movies I did. But because of all the...
No, wait. We gotta be honest. We're the rebels. They're right. To have a steady income in an institution is totally
comfortable.
Right way to
it's comfortable. I wouldn't say it was right. How can you say it's right whenever there's a kid out there who's 23 who's thinking they're going to be in college for 7 years and become a doctor, and they might die tomorrow?
I'm just saying, when you put something a priority over yourself, say you're trying to start a family, and you take a fucking job, like that's one of the best things you can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But also, another thing is, if you're trying to start a family, are you the kind of person that goes, oh, I settled with McDonald's because I just needed a job? Or are you the kind of person that goes, I can't settle with McDonald's because that's going to take away from me getting a better job?
Well,
that's my mindset.
Before you have the whole conversation with your wife, you got to be like, hey, are you cool with me having this life?
Exactly. Because when it boils down to it, dude, like, okay, if you're happy with the girl you're with and you're having a baby and you're like, dude, I'm so happy that I could work at McDonald's and not give a shit because I'm coming home to the happiest, family I could have. Like, they love me and I have a baby on the way. Good for you. If you don't have a baby on the way, don't settle for McDonald's. Like, there's no excuse. Honestly, like, I know a girl that's got 3 kids. She's an amazing person, but she told me the other day, she said, I just had to kiss all of my. Someone said, "Hey yo, what's up, Aliana? Sorry, I don't get to see y'all's comments when I'm doing this." But no, she said, I don't get to enjoy my dreams because I gave those dreams up for my kids, and I believe that. I believe that you do anything to take care of your children. So if you didn't already succeed and had kids, but if you had kids while you're in the middle of succeeding, it will make it harder. It'll make life a lot harder, but it's still life. And at the end of the day, you could live in the woods with those kids, and as long as they're fed and sheltered, you're still a good human. That's my point. People really, really tell you that right and wrong or good and bad is dependent on your financial fucking situation, which to me is asinine. I think it takes dying. You have to die or almost die and realize, like, I woke up in an EMS and almost died. My friends who, almost died from car wrecks, they all change. Like, they realize. They're like, I'm not happy. Gut Zombie, almost, she got a bad car wreck. After that, she changed her whole life. She wasn't happy. She wanted, a polyamorous life. And when it comes to what I believe in, I can't. It's so hard for me to give.
She got into a car crash and decided she wanted a polyamorous life.
Seriously, it changes people. Almost dying changes people because it makes you realize, like, everything I've been doing. Or here's another one: the flood. All right, 4 of my friends, and I'm not gonna name names. Once again, I say that every time that, like, I think they might be listening, so I want them to know. Don't be worried. I'm not gonna tell people who you are. But 4 of my friends spent their whole life working in construction, working in the plants, working in GM, general management at Target, like, doing what they could to buy a house so that they can take care of their girlfriends. 2 of those 4 friends, their girlfriends left them and they were stuck with the house at the time. The other 2 of them had kids and a house. All 4 of them lost their homes when the flood happened. 2 of them had to move in with their parents. The other 2 that lost their girlfriends, they just moved on people's couches and have been struggling, like, and just, doing what they can. You could have your whole fucking life seemingly together and be doing great and think everything's awesome, and then a natural disaster that you cannot control will fuck it all up. I was dating this girl.
Now you know at least the levees are.
What said brutal? That's brutal. It is brutal. That's my point is, dude. So no matter what I do for the rest of my life, knowing that tomorrow, God forbid, tomorrow a meteor could crash on my house. A plane, I live near the airport, a plane could crash into my house. God forbid. But knowing that these possibilities are a thing, I never, ever let myself get down about jobs because I'll get another job. It makes me mad that it's so hard to get a job. It makes me mad that I've put in 600 applications and haven't gotten a job from that. Yet I put in an audition and I'll get a job from that. And it'll pay better than any job will ever pay me. But it's so temporary. So it's just like, I think all of life is a big challenge. Like, whatever you choose to do in your life is going to be your own challenge. If you want to be a construction worker that has a family, you're going to have your own challenges that don't, but you can't look at other people and think, oh, that person didn't do what I did. I worked so hard. My life is so hard, and yours is not as hard as me because you don't have the same job. But
go apply for some working jobs in Florida. Not only are they kind of open to your kind of politics, but they actually put a lot of money into levees during that. Was the hurricane that hit Florida recently?
Yeah, I mean, but honestly, dude, like, Florida's it's just not the right climate for me. Like, it isn't. Yeah, I barely like Louisiana.
Love those palm trees.
Fuck no, I don't like that either. I want to go mid-United States. Like, I'm talking like just random Wyoming, somewhere up there.
We should do an exchange student thing. I
right.
Moved down to Louisiana. You move up to Southern Ontario, Canada.
Let's do it. That works for me. You could take over my rent here, and
So much fun.
that would be fun. We just like still live stream, but update each other with how it's been going.
If I had like a few $1,000s more saved up, I would be like, yeah, it's just fun.
Well, here's the cool thing. It starts off with not a cool thing. My roommate was talking about how they might have to sell the house, which sucks ass because that means I would be homeless. Which is my point. Like, you have a house,
Right.
you work, you do what you can, and then we had a hurricane. It took all my money. It stuck me in a hotel. FEMA sent me money because I had to be in a hotel and use all my money for the hotels. FEMA sent me money, and then my bank, for no reason, said I was negative and took my FEMA money from me. And I'm still negative. But I was like, it's just ironic that my bank, for no reason, I didn't get the money that it said I was negative. I didn't get that money, so for no reason, I'm negative, and it's just enough money.
Money that you never got.
It's just enough money to take my FEMA money. Like, it was almost like it was planned. Like, you're covered for FEMA, but your bank's negative for no reason, and we took that money.
What
And I've been,
what is FEMA?
FEMA is the Federal Emergency Maintenance, the Federal Emergency Management Association, I think.
COVID relief fund.
Oh God, yeah, barf, dude, it's terrible.
Why
FEMA came to
just
my
why
house
didn't they literally just call it COVID relief fund? That's what
because
it is.
FEMA does everything. They do flood, they do hurricanes, they do everything. But this isn't for COVID. This is for a hurricane. We had a hurricane. We had no electricity and no water here for a month. I was living in this house with no hot water for a month, dude, and it is scary to take cold showers all the time, and it's getting to be winter. It's just, dude, there was no electricity here for a while, so I had to live in, like, I was in my car for a couple days, and then I was in hotels for a week and a half in Texas. It was just not fun. Hurricanes suck ass, and you can't, like, that's my point. If you live in California, you got earthquakes. You know, if you're in Canada, you could have a snowstorm. No matter where you're at, you can plan your entire life out. But unless you are a millionaire, unless you do something that makes you so much money that you don't have to worry about money like that, then what's the point? That's always been my thing. Is like, I don't pursue money. I pursue happiness. And in order to be happy, you have to put money aside. You have to be able to not worry about money. So if you live in a culture like ours, or live in an economy like ours, I've got to make at the very least, $1,000 a week, man. Like, at least.
Yeah,
Like,
precedent of life is precedent of happiness is life. But think about like apocalyptic kind of levels. Like where I live, it's over one of the bigger aquifers in the world. So if nukes go down, we have water that's still kind of potable, kind of thing. Where do you want to live in the end of the world? You want to go down to Chile? You want to go down to Brazil, places where pollution is down?
yeah, and I can hear that too. Like, I don't. Man, this has been it's been the most stressful year and a half of our life, and I say ours because it's all of us. Like, I think it's fair to say everyone alive right now, no matter how old or young they are, this has been the most stressful year and a half of their life. There's no doubt in my mind. Like, some people could be like, well, what about people with cancer? Well, they have cancer and a pandemic. So prove me wrong. like this has been the most stressful. I don't think that it's going to be a waste, though. I have this, like, ultimate feeling. We're talking about affirmations and positive energy. I have this feeling that the young kids, we don't even know what they're dealing with school and everything. I feel like they're going to be stronger than we are, though, when they're our age. Because I never went through anything like this at the age of being a child, you know? At the same time, it's like their parents had to be phenomenal not to let them die this past year and a half. Like, if you have kids and your kids are still alive, you deserve a trophy. Like,
how much carbon dioxide they do inhaling
That too. That too. But
Masks.
dude, that I will say that too. The more I wear a mask, the more I don't feel good.
I miss having a beard. A beard is just like sweats and it just sticks to the fucking thing. It's just disgusting.
Yeah.
No way that's all.
What I can't stand is like I'll go to places where people have like they've been smoking cigarettes. So like I have a mask on and the only air I'm breathing that gets through it all is cigarette smoke. And I'm like, y'all are fucking ridiculous. Like
Well, think
it's so
about it.
weird.
If you go into a washroom and you smell like shit, like that shit particles going into your mask.
Yeah, and then staying in the mask. You're sucking it in.
Everyone who's listening, you have that mask is picking up all the poop you're smelling. It's going through that mask and it's sticking to that mask.
Yep. That's 100% true. Like, if you walk into a bathroom and took a big whiff of poop smell, yeah, you get that whiff. But if you have a mask, you're taking it with you. Like, you're going to be breathing it all day. And it's not just the smell. Like you said, it's particles, dude. That gets you sick, dude. Like, this is just the weirdest shit. Like, I don't see how one doctor or one scientist or one person who's as intelligent can confirm source school bathrooms. See? I don't see how one person that is an intelligent human being can see what's going on right now, can see how human beings are acting and not be like, look, how about, whenever, I don't know, when Ebola happened, we were scared of Ebola. That's 100% death rate almost.
Well, no, it's like it's a silly argument because none of any of these kind of pandemics ever had these unprecedented levels of suicide rates, drug overdose rates.
None of them had this level of control.
Like, yeah, it's all these different fucking crazy unknown spikes in illnesses.
Dude, my stepmom chased my dad for like 20 years because she was in love with him and finally won him over and finally got married and had a kid with him. And they've been perfect, dating for the past like 16 years, or married for the past like 16 years. Married for 16 years, and she almost left him because of the stress of this pandemic. The girl I was just dating, she told me she wanted me to move in with her. She told me she loved me and wanted to have a kid with me. And then a week later, won't answer my calls. And I'm saying this publicly. I love that girl, I do. But I'm saying this publicly because I'm not saying her name, but I have nothing to hide. She doesn't tell anybody she's dating me. She doesn't put me on her social media. She doesn't want anybody to know. And I'm like, what happened? I was like, what the hell happened? Like, and we had these discussions, and I'm like, she makes me feel like, I don't know, she kind of made me feel like I was a bad person for wanting to talk to her so much. But I started thinking, I was like, what happened to it being normal? Like, we're dating. I'm giving you my life. I could spend my life pursuing someone else. I could spend my life hanging out and talking and laughing with another person. But I'm giving you my life of like loyalty, saying, I'm telling you right now that if you'll let me, I will love you for life. And I'm a bad guy because I want to talk to you once a day. Like, this is the culture we live in now.
That's pretty big. That's pretty big.
What's that political correct shit? It's like, it's the whole thing, like, do whatever you want. And if anyone says anything about it, they're wrong.
Marriage proposal, that's huge. I think that's not quite apples to oranges.
Well, I'm not talking a marriage proposal. I'm saying, like, okay, I'm dating this girl. I've known her for almost 20 years. So, or was. I don't know if we are. I don't know what is going on, to be honest, because...
So that's a good start.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but we were so good, dude. Like, it was just amazing. And this was like 3 weeks ago. But 3 weeks ago. Like, I'm saying, like, we were so good. Everything was amazing. And then I come home, because I went to go visit her. I come home, and it's like, she'll go a whole day without texting me. Then the next day, she'll say, good morning. And I'm like, it's almost like this dopamine rush. Like, oh my God, she messaged me. It's a celebrity, or like, she is my favorite person. So it's like, I'll get a dopamine rush, and I'll be like, hey, it's nice to hear from you. I'm glad you're doing well. And she won't say anything. And then I'll text her like an hour later, she won't say anything. And then I'll text her like 2 hours later, she won't say anything. And then I'll text her like 4 hours later, and she won't say anything. And I'm like, dude, I texted you 10 times today over the course of like 12 or 13 hours. So it's not like I'm texting you all at one time, annoying you.
I know more and more people nowadays who only seem to check all their social media, especially.
Oh, dude, no, she deleted all of her social media. She deleted
like-
all of her social media. She stopped
But no,
smoking, and
regardless, like you check all that stuff like one time a day, whether
you cut out. I didn't hear the last part.
no, just yeah. Some people just look at shit at certain times of the day and upload phones. I think might be a little paranoid about that.
Well, I get that too, and I understand that. And she had kids, so I get that. But you have children, all right? You have an ex that you're splitting custody with. There's no way that you go an entire day without ever looking at your phone. This isn't social media. We're talking text messages, calls. Your phone's ringing. There's no way you go a whole day and don't ever see my text or a missed call. There's not. She's not a celebrity. She doesn't have 300 people texting her.
Factory. You ever worked?
No, yeah, okay. She does not work at a factory. She does not work on set. If I'm on a movie set, yes, I cannot look at my phone all day because I'm on a movie set. But guess what? If I'm on a movie set, they still let me get phone calls for emergencies, or they'll still, and not only that.
Also, it's not always tasteful to use the phone whenever you.
No, yeah, but she does not have a job like that. Actually, to be honest, you want to hear something even funnier? She just got a job delivering for like a DoorDash type grocery service, right? So you use your phone all day. So now,
she's busy as fuck.
Well, it doesn't matter if she's busy as fuck, my dude. Like she's not busy as fuck because she has to be home. She has to be there for the kids.
You sounded thirsty.
Okay, thirsty's one thing, love struck's another. I'm not thirsty because we don't live in the same states. So her getting a hold of me has nothing to do with lust or
love struck.
Yeah. Well, thirsty is like you're horny. That's another way of saying horny. Like you're thirsty. Like, oh, you're just thirsty. You'll go date anybody. But like this girl is like my high school crush that I've always wanted to date. Like that I've pursued and wanted to date since high school. And she came to me. I didn't pursue her. I didn't hit on her. I didn't message her. She came to me to tell me she's always had feelings for me. And it was magic, dude. I was like, what? No way. And it was just like magical. Like, there's no way that this girl that I've always had a crush on, she's so beautiful. I was like, okay, well, what are we going to do about that? And she's like, well, I want to come see you. Like, we weren't even dating at the time. And she's like, I want to come to Baton Rouge and I want to see you. I'm like, okay. So I meet her in Baton Rouge. We get to hang out. Hadn't seen her forever, and it was an amazing time. It was a miracle that like she came all the way down here to see me, and then she went back to where she's from, or she's from here, but she went back to where she lives, and I was sad. And then she flew down here to see me again 2 weeks later, and then she drove down to see me again 3 weeks after that. So she was in love with me, same person, same 3 kids, I just kind of gave away something. Same kids, like. How do you go from, and not only this, she claims, okay, this is the funniest part, she claims she's more busy now than she was during the summer, but she had her kids all day, every day during the summer. This is the kind of shit that I'm talking about, though. It's like people really do hurt you, lie to you, and make you feel like the bad guy. Like, keep you hanging on, like, oh, I love you.
I'm going to assume someone with 3 kids is just going to be busy all the fucking time.
Exactly. They would be busy all the time. But she does get babysitters. She gets babysitters for other people she hangs out with. And she had to get babysitters sometimes when she came to see me. She has split custody. She came down here to see me 3 times during the summer when her kids don't have school.
You're sitting on your ass being like, why isn't this girl coming?
Oh no, this is 2 o'clock in the morning.
All this shit.
Well, no, I'm saying like I know it sounds like a lot, but this is like how people bitch about their significant other because like they're not getting treated right, I guess, and I'm not getting treated right, and I know it. And I'm bringing this up because we're talking about how this whole pandemic has, really screwed people's
It's
psyches up. Yeah, it's really
see how-
screwed people up. How can you
see
tell
how-
me? How
see
can you
how it
tell me
sounds.
something I know is not true? 100% know that you don't have your kids as much as you had them during the summer. So during the summer, you could come see me 3 times in like a month and a half. But during them being at school and you having a little bit more free time than you did during the summer, you can't even talk to me once a day. Why won't you break up with me? That's my whole thing. Is like, why? I even told her at one point today. I said, look, I was like, just break up with me. I gave her a free out. I said, you can break up with me. I won't hate you. I will not hate you. I will always want you in my life and want to be your friend. But if you don't love me like that, or if you don't want to date me, why keep me hanging on? Why prevent me from moving on? Like, I love her, but I don't want to break up with her. I want us to work it out. I want to be with her. So I'm not going to break up with you because I'm trying to make it work. Why would I break up with you if I'm trying to make it work? That would be a cop out. Like, even no matter what she's struggling with, no matter what she's going through, I want to be there for her. I want to be there with her, right? But it's like, it's just one of those things, dude. It's this pandemic has changed people so bad, and they're so used to being alone now with their media and their phone.
You're fantastic filibuster.
They don't need anybody. It's
What does she do for work?
well, like I said, she delivers. She drives delivery, and she only does it every once in a while.
I thought you were avoiding.
Do what?
I thought you were avoiding. I thought you were avoiding that.
No. I didn't say what company she works for, but like I said a while ago, she delivers. She's on her phone, so if I call her or text her, it pops up. It just doesn't seem hard to be like, even if she's busy at that moment, she's got to take a fucking bathroom break, right? Like I felt like I was begging her to call me to say goodnight at the end of the night.
Well,
And
you
then,
had
like,
you had a big opportunity to be romantic and be like, order like 2 big like ramen dishes.
we live in different states, dude. We live in different states. That's the hardest part. It's like, I told her, I said, for some reason, I feel like
a little bit extra money. Yeah.
that would be awesome, though, if I could do that. Like, but I don't know. I want to be romantic with her. I want to do romantic things with her, but I live in a different state, dude, and I have to get permission from her before I come to see her.
Then it's not worth it. You don't really want it.
Cause I mean, like, dude, I've even thought about just driving out to see her, but it's a 6.5 hour drive. So if I drive all the way out to see her, and then she's like, "Oh, I'm busy, I can't see you," I'm gonna be heartbroken, and I'm gonna be stuck out there, like, wasting money.
Butts out there. It's you don't really want it. You don't want it.
I do get sad, I get sad because I'm like, I don't know why people change so much. I get it, like, people are like, you're allowed to change. Yeah, you're right. But it feels really, really good when you've changed enough, when you're finally okay with yourself and you love yourself and you don't want to change anymore. And if you don't, I get how people are like, if you can't love yourself, how can you love anybody else? You can love somebody else. But if you can't love yourself, you can't be yourself for anyone else. That's my point. Is like, if you have low self-esteem, you're going to keep changing. And no one will ever be able to truly love you and, like, be there for you. Because they won't know who you are. Because you don't even know who you are.
I hear that a lot. It's kind of an excuse where.
Well, imagine, okay, a good example. Another person I'm not going to name drop because you know this person. I was dating somebody who, out of nowhere, after dating them for almost a decade, tells me they don't want to be a woman anymore. They want to be non-binary. They want to not be a woman and not be called she, but be called they. After almost a decade of being with me as a woman and being with me and being like, oh, I have to get drunk for us to have sex for the last, 4 years. Now, mind you, she breaks up with me. She goes straight into another heterosexual straight relationship. People don't know what the fuck they want, dude. They say they want something because it's popular, because it looks good on somebody else. That dress looks good on someone else. I want it. Doesn't look good on you.
It's a little more complicated than that. It's a lot of social lobbying. It's a lot of social pandering, cudgeling. But
Yeah, it
also
brainwashes people.
but also with like a lot of mental kind of things that people haven't aren't mental psychologies that aren't fully fucking fleshed out in text. I mean, it's still like a pain in the ass. Like with gender dysphoria is a mental disorder.
Yeah. Like I've had body dysphoria.
A big crime to say something like that.
It is, dude. I've had body dysphoria.
It's hard to talk about things in very specific terms.
Exactly. Like it's almost like these really intelligent people hated everybody, so they came up with a way to just make everyone miserable and confused because they're on this psychobabble religious stick bullshit, and they think that if they make the world a miserable place, it's like that movie Untouchable. You ever seen that movie? Unbreakable. Samuel L. Jackson, Bruce Willis, where it's a M. Night Shyamalan movie where Bruce Willis is a superhero but he doesn't know it. So Samuel L. Jackson like makes the world like worse. Like he does. What he does, he causes a train wreck. He causes a train wreck because he knows
he causes multiple
bad things happen
around the world.
Yeah.
In order to find a superhero,
and he ends up finding him finally. Yeah, because he's like, I'm so breakable that someone could pluck me and break a bone. I knew there had to be someone in this world that was the opposite of me. I knew it. If I was so breakable, I knew there had to be somebody who was unbreakable. And it's like, that's a good-ass movie for that reason. But it's exactly, like, think about this. People are like, oh, I don't believe in Hollywood conspiracies. It's not a Hollywood conspiracy. You have 100 people making a movie. One of those people is an artist, an art department. They get hired to be the art department on this movie. They get to paint a picture in the background of a movie, and now people are like, oh, that predicted someone's presidency. Well, that person did it. It wasn't the whole film. It wasn't a Hollywood conspiracy. It wasn't that one person.
It's predicted everything.
Predicted, yeah. So there's people that work on stuff, and one person could do something, and they'll think the whole industry did it. They'll be like, oh, the whole Hollywood industry, put this message out. No, it's just that one person. So now it's more believable when you realize that one person can infiltrate that film and give out some kind of propaganda message that the film didn't really want in the first place. So by looking at it like that, you gotta understand that they're going to give messages away in films. Like writers are going to give away messages and be like, hey, this is actually something. And I believe that that's what it is. It's a way of conditioning people by getting them to be so stressed out and so just miserable about life that they're like, oh my God, maybe Jesus is coming back. Maybe there is. And I'm like, well, where's the unbreakable dude? Like, are they gonna like paint somebody up to look like the Return of Jesus so they can sell him because he'll make the most money they've ever made?
I mean, yeah, it's some of the best movies were like Jesus stories or religious stories.
Oh yeah, I want to make a story about this.
Like a Braveheart.
Braveheart. Yeah, you're right. Like the Chosen One story.
You can say Braveheart is analogous to like the American Revolution.
So maybe that's what they do. Maybe they put out this bullshit propaganda about like everyone's there could be a chosen one. It was one person, but there's meant to be millions of people who are chosen. There's meant to be like tons of us that are talented, tons of us that are driven, tons of us that have compassion. Not just one person. So when you look at it like, oh, there's only one person, that makes a bunch of us go, well, that's not us. Well, I'm not perfect. I'm definitely not that. So you just give up and just live a life of debauchery because you think that you can't be saved. Like, so it's like these things are psychological warfare, and they've obviously been used, and they've been used for tons of years, forever. And I feel like by me knowing this and talking to you about it, like, I think you're an awesome person, Sash. I've known you for a good 4 or 5 years now. Like, I think you're an awesome person. But I gotta admit, I don't know if you're part of the government. I don't know if those other two people watching right now are part of the government. And I don't know if they're just like put him on mute, watch what he says, and let's figure out what this guy's up to, because he
If I was
knows.
a government agent, I would be the biggest waste of money. Jesus Christ.
Well, you know what's really crazy? Look, what put eyes up? See, like I don't even know if he himself what could be, can confirm. But
Also, with Canada, it's not. What's it called? What's your government agency called? CSIS. That's our
Yeah.
extra governmental investigation.
that makes sense. And the only reason why I know you really are from Canada, or so I assume, is because I've called you on the phone and seen your area code, and I've video chatted with you whenever it was like, I think it was like dark there and it wasn't dark here. But you could have been in a different state in the country.
Also, I have a French last name.
I have a French last name too, though.
What's your last name again?
Poliquin.
Okay.
Yeah,
What
I'm a
does
French
that mean?
Filipino.
You know?
It's French.
French
What?
Oh, French Filipino. I forgot French colonized.
No. Now, Poliquin is not a Filipino name. Poliquin is just a straight up Cajun name. It's
So
Canadian French.
So the Filipinos, those were some of the biggest colonizers outside the white people. So a lot of people are being like, whenever
Like
people
that,
are like,
John,
oh,
or
Americans or white people are the only colonizers. No, Filipinos colonized some shit. They did some hardcore shit. They killed, who did they kill? Columbus? Not Christopher Columbus, no.
No, they killed Columbus's people. They killed all of Columbus's people. They tried to colonize the Philippines, and they woke up, and this is, don't judge me, the Philippines are an evil place. My grandmother came from there. I wasn't born there. I'm not cursed. I think I'm physically cursed because people just don't like Filipinos. Like, they just hate Filipinos.
No, Filipinos are the best bartenders ever. They give everyone this like a pass. Drink.
Well, and the reason why is because in the Philippines, if you smoke weed, they'll shoot you in the head, and it's legal. The Philippines gave guns to their civilians and said, you can have these guns if you kill marijuana users with them. They literally, stop, don't chew on cables. Not chew on cables. Damn it, that's not what I need right now.
Yeah, no, I remember there was a big documentary about an Australian girl who went to the Philippines and
stop. Don't chew on these.
And
don't chew on
like went to prison, like or went on trial. Do you remember that?
Do what?
An Australian girl went to the Philippines and like someone smuggled a bunch of drugs into her fucking thing.
Oh yeah, no. I did hear about that.
What was that? It was Netflix. No, it was Queen of Cannabis. That's what it was called. Queen of Cannabis.
That sucks.
Yeah,
like, dude, Philippines are the worst place to get stuck with fucking marijuana, dude. They treat marijuana like it's heroin in the
Chop
Philippines.
your arm off, yeah.
Yeah, like they literally told people to shoot marijuana users in the head. That is stupid. That's like, what? It's like telling somebody, if you drink Coca-Cola, kill them. What? Why would you kill somebody else for smoking pot? Like, to me, it just blows my mind, because it's like, that just doesn't make sense to me. Like, it's not like someone held you down and blew pot smoke in your face. Like, just for the... But yeah, I digress. Makes me sad.
My buddy, the metal musician, we were talking about traveling to Romania. Just once travel's good, just head to Romania with like literally just $1,000 and live like kings.
Dude, Dominican Republic. You can do that. You can do that in Dominican Republic. This dude.
No, but have you ever fucked with Eastern Europe?
No, but this dude pissed me off so bad, dude. He hit me up and he's like, "Hey, heard you got some new music on Spotify." I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, well, me and my company, we do Spotify playlist promotions. So you pay me $200, and I'll get your song on a bunch of playlists on Spotify and get you a bunch of plays." And I was like, "Oh, that's awesome, dude." And he took the money, and when he's in the Dominican Republic, when he took the money, I saw the transfer rate. I gave him $200, and it was nearly $3,000, dude. Like, I gave him $200, and it was enough money to pay my rent for a year. I was so mad because he never put my song on any playlists. I didn't get any extra plays, and he disappeared and has not talked to me since that day. This guy is a Bible thumper, super Christian, always talking about God to everybody, right? Giving God a bad name because this dude literally ruined his whole fucking friendship with me. He was commenting on all of my Facebook pages, and he's a pseudo celebrity. I'll say that. He's a pseudo celebrity. He's got like a hit song that's on the radio that people know, but it's one song, and that's it. So whenever he's commenting and like, I'm not gonna say his name, but when he's like calling me and texting me and commenting and like acting like, yeah, this is my movie star friend, like that's what he's treating me like. Oh, like I used to listen to your song on the radio and think, wow, that's an awesome song, and never knew who you were. Now I met you, and you're like using me as like your movie star friend, like, but then you're gonna rip me off. I felt so bad, dude. I was like, this dude literally took $200 from me. I needed that $200. That could have helped me with rent, but he got it, and it probably paid his rent for a whole year. And he didn't do anything for me. He just like stole that money from me. I was so mad, dude.
Have you invested in any high dividend ETFs in the stock market?
NFTs, stock market, cryptocurrency. I'm doing everything that people recommend. Like it's not guaranteed. Like when people look at me in the eyes when I tell them I'm in a band, and they go, "Make sure to copyright your music." Like they think that's just like the lottery ticket to life. Well, if you copyright your music, you'll be rich. It's like, no, all my stuff is copywritten. We live in the copywritten age. Now, copyrights aren't even that important because if I put something on something, it's date stamped, and I can't touch the date stamp. So there you go. Like, so much.
Well, I mean, that's why I say dividends aren't. Dividends they're always there.
What do you mean?
They're not ever any. They're not super fucking liquid, but they're always there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any dividend stock, like.
I'm doing penny stocks right now. Got SafeMoon. SafeMoon's been rising, but you know what's so fucked up about these companies? Was it Bitmart? I hate Bitmart. If you hear me, if Bitmart can hear this, go fuck yourself, Bitmart. Bitmart took like $75 of my investments. Now that $75 is probably turned into like $200, $300, maybe even more, because SafeMoon has been going up every day. And I'm like, dude, I'm gonna be so pissed off if I'm a millionaire and I can't get to my money. It's gonna piss me off. So Bitmart does this thing where you have to use Google Authenticator to log in to transfer your money. Now, Google Authenticator is one of the biggest scams that Google has ever done. It's one of the biggest fucking ripoffs because they tell you it's for 2FA, like a second, to authenticate, okay, something if you're logging in, if anything that has to do with money, you know. So everything that uses NFTs uses Google Authenticator now. If you log in on Google Authenticator on an iPhone, then you have access to all these websites and all these apps. But as soon as you break that phone, I got a new phone, all right? I still have the same iCloud account on this phone. Downloaded the Google Authenticator app on this phone. I lost all of my connections to those apps. Contact Google's security and support. They don't answer. I contact Bitmart support. They don't answer. I contact Blocko's NFTs support. They don't answer. As soon as you lose your connection with your Google Authenticator, they got your money, dude. Those companies, those websites, they got your fucking money. So I have like $1,000 in NFTs right now from like only $400, like $440 worth of investments. Now I got $1,000 worth of NFTs, and I have like hundreds of dollars worth of cryptocurrency, and I own more than 1 million SafeMoon. I own more than 1 million SafeMoon.
Are you going to delete all those videos where you're flaunting all the fucking NFTs that you bought that you're being totally exploited out of now?
Well, it's fucked up. I hate it so much. Like that's why I'm saying this right now because I hope that everyone else catches on to how much of a scam this shit is. Like Google will not answer. I've looked up, dude. You can go on every forum. You can go on every Reddit page. Everyone says it. Google do what?
It's just starting to hit TikTok like.
Oh, you're right.
Like
No, TikTok.
influencers, yeah.
You're so right.
Well, it took so long. I didn't think it takes so long. But now it's like obviously you're taking advantage of something. There's some kind of like short. What's the term? Short. Only a short. I don't know.
I think what's going to end up happening, dude, is people are going to get so used to apps coming and going that there's never going to be another Instagram, TikTok, Vine. It's going to be like, oh, here's this new app. Somebody got famous on it, and all of a sudden everybody rushed to use this app because of that famous person. And then they put advertisement on it and did the influencer, shit where they cap us. And then so everyone stopped using that app and they go to another new app. And then, I mean, that's going to be the future. People are going to get used to this, the way we're treated on these apps. And they're going to bounce around from app to app to app. So there's just going to constantly be a new TikTok, like next year it'll be Flip Flop. And then the year after that, it's Zip Zop, like it's going to be new apps every year. Like
I
if there
feel
aren't,
I feel like in the States it's getting a little more right wing. Like people are starting to get pissed off about all your crazy radical sexual and racial kind of
oh, they're
issues.
getting pissed off about it. But what's more scary? It's more scary that the only people that get pissed off about scary shit like that, big issues, the only people that get pissed off are put on the news and made to look like ignorant dumbasses. They're made to look like people who don't have a brain cell. Whenever we know that they are only scared because somebody tipped them off to something, and they're intelligent and they know it to be, something they should be fearful of or should be aware of at least. Now, when we're sitting here aware and intelligent, they're treating us like, oh, we're ignorant. We're ignorant for believing these stupid people. And it's like, no, those stupid people would believe anything in the world. They'll believe anything. So if you pick up a stupid person and you flaunt them as like, oh my God, I can't believe what they believe. Well, you're the person in the wrong. You're using a stupid person to try to express that, oh, anyone who has their logic is an idiot, so that people question their own morals. So people go, well, I did like this, but if Trump says I should like it, then I don't want to like it because I don't like Trump. And it just makes me realize, like, we're in a cesspool of billions of people, dude. And the majority of them don't think at all like you and me, or even close. Like, me and you think differently about a lot of things, but they don't even come close to what we're thinking. They think, like you said, they think pedophilia is okay. They think that, and you can't even say these words because you're worried that.
They're not women. They're women with people with cervixes.
Well, think about how they treated women across seas already. Women weren't allowed to show their face. Now they're not allowed to show their face. See, I think that's what they should do, though. In countries like that where they have to wear burqas and they have to cover their face, like, do those people get sick a lot? Has anyone done that research?
I don't know, but Afghanistan is always rated the worst place to live in the world.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Disease ridden and stuff.
That's good. I don't think that's good, and especially with the lack of your military support there.
Well, stupid humans making other humans do stupid shit because they're just stupid and think it's right. Like, if you make anybody do something, if you're like, I'm gonna make them do this, it's wrong.
You see the images in the schools now? Yeah, women are all fully in burqas.
Yeah.
It's just right back to.
That's what it is, dude. People don't want to say what it really is, but that's what it is. It's a way of indoctrination, bringing in. You have all these big warmongering dipshit, tiny dick fuckers, and they think, oh, well, my religion is the one religion, and it's like all your religions should be fucking literally. I think there should be a law that no religion can take governmental pursuit. Like no religion can have a governmental head. Like that should just be straight up. Like I don't want to see anybody pray in a courtroom.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who want like a sanctuary state, kind of like Israel. They want something like a Jewish state. or kind of like what's going on. In
I
the
get that. They're
country.
scared for their own religion.
Like
But if no one
Texas,
attacked you for your religion, you wouldn't have to be scared at
Texas
all.
with the abortion law, like they want to make a whole state that is kind of abortion free kind of thing. And
I see.
So what do you think about that? I think it's cool that you have one place that's for that idea.
Well, I think that's fair. I think it's very fair. You know, like let these people have
Lots of
their
bees, big
like
stuff.
sanctuary is fine. But I mean, couldn't that be the whole world though? Like, couldn't that just be the whole world? Like, they've already gotten all the data. They know who all of us are. They know which ones of us are really fucked up because people here are so stupid. They literally think that they can have a private message on Facebook and it not be calculated and put into data. So they know everything about all of us already. Couldn't they just have those sanctuaries for, good people who aren't hurting anybody, but just aren't comfortable with one idea or another idea? They could have those sanctuaries. But my thing is, like, I feel for people who have been raped and don't want to have that baby. I feel for people who might have a low immune system and can't go through with pregnancy or childbirth.
0.01% of the, or you can on the whole abortion.
But there's
issue.
no, yeah, but there's a lot more than just that, though, dude. One of my close friends, she got pregnant willingly when she was young by her boyfriend, willingly, and they wanted to have a kid, but they were 16.
Right.
They were stupid to think that they were going to have a kid at 16 and be able to take
Okay.
care of them and not ruin their life. So her dad made her get an abortion. She didn't want to. She didn't have a choice. Made her get it. And she was so sad and upset when it
Right.
first happened. But that guy turned out to be a heroin addict. And he ended up killing himself from ODing on heroin.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the
So-
kid though.
Well, no.
yeah.
She had an abortion. They never had a kid. She had an abortion. So
Okay.
she tells me, she goes, if I would have had a kid with him, I wouldn't have met my husband. I wouldn't be in this beautiful house I'm in right now. That kid would not be happy. Who knows if we wouldn't have given it up to adoption?
I know that just sounds selfish. Yeah.
But the thing is,
It's
they had an abortion before it was a baby too, though. They had an abortion.
Pretty much every pro-choice argument comes to convenience.
Well, my thing is, like, it's not an argument for me. I believe both sides are right in their own
I wouldn't have
reason.
met this nice guy if I didn't have this fucking kid.
Well, no. There's a lot more of that. Why would she
But
bring a kid?
no, but like, look at that. If I didn't have this fucking thing, if I didn't have this body inside me, if I didn't have this fucking child.
No, that's a terrible. But she didn't do that though. She wanted to have the kid. She never once was like, oh, if I didn't have this kid, I could do this. She didn't do it like that. She wanted to have the kid and was forced not to have the kid, and then came around to understanding. Well, she's glad that she didn't have the kid. She's glad because he would have been a bastard child to a heroin addict, and she didn't know what she was doing.
So there are about 30 couples for every adopted baby.
And I
out
get
there.
that. I get that too. There are 30 couples for every adopted baby, but people don't want to adopt. They're afraid to adopt. My ex was afraid to adopt.
No, people are afraid to put their kids up for adoption. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what you should push.
Well, yeah, I get that too. Like, you could go through,
Not abortion,
but put yourself in a woman's point of view too, though. All right, like, because we don't ever have to worry about this. That's why I don't judge or vote for anything that has to do with this. I just let them argue this themselves. Because the reason why I haven't had a kid after being with somebody for a decade, wanting to, having jobs at many points in that decade that could have taken care of a family easily, and I would have just given up my dreams and worked those day jobs for the rest of my life to take care of family, could have afforded a kid easily at moments. But she didn't want to because she said she was terrified of childbirth. She had nightmares of it. She didn't want to get cut open. She didn't want an organism growing inside of her body. She didn't want to blow up to a different size. She was terrified. And I know
Something consuming her.
Well, I know millions and millions of women have had childbirth, and it's like the rite of passage, and it makes them, feel good to be a mom and stuff. And like I said, my recent dating experience, she had 3 kids. So I get that a lot of women fight against that because they're like, well, I did it. Why can't you? But at the end of the day, how can you tell people, oh, you should be able to choose your gender. Oh, you should be able to choose your, hair color. Oh, you should be able to choose your style. Oh, you should have freedom of speech. Oh, you should be able to work. You should be able to not have to work. You should be able to vote. You should be able to do this. Which that goes to say, why is it okay for us to be like, oh, everyone should be able to work so that everyone works, but it shouldn't be okay that, like, why can't my pursuit of, like, all all these women over all these years have been like, oh, well, favorite Soundgarden song. My favorite Soundgarden song would have to be
I want you.
Outshine. Outshine. I love that song.
Oh, Soundgarden. I always think Savage Garden.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Outshine's definitely my favorite Soundgarden song. Black Sun, typically. But yeah, like, going back into that rant, like, I understand. I've never been a woman, so, like, what would it feel like? Just imagine, put yourself in their shoes for a second. What must it feel like to have a human being ripping out of you, kicking you in your organs every day for 9 months, you throwing up every day for months, like, growing to that, being, once you have the kid, your body's never the same, and it's you have
I don't know, but I've heard that actually on the pain register, having a kidney stone or a
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, kidney stones, abscess
or
teeth.
a not a kidney stone and the other thing that goes through your penis. What's it called?
I mean, you know what hurts really bad? Having epilepsy, having a seizure. Your whole body, all your muscles in your entire body constricting. Like, it's almost like having a stroke. Those are, I've had all three of
I
those.
drink too much. I'm terrified of having a stroke.
Well,
I've
so wait, drinking cuts down on having a stroke?
No. So there's a neurotransmitter in your brain called GABA, GABA, neurotransmitter receptor in your brain. So it's kind of like what nullifies anxiety and depression in some ways, and it's heavily induced by alcohol. But you can get supplements, like you can get little chews, because I know you don't drink it all day.
Nope.
So yeah, you can go to like a naturopath and get GABA stuff if you ever have anxiety or depression, stuff like that. It just pumps up. It gives you the effect of alcohol without damaging your liver or your kidneys.
I mean, that sounds good, but I mean, it's just like, I'm not depressed. I was depressed when I started the live stream, so I mentioned that.
Oh, when you started.
But I'm not a depressed person though. Oh shit, I've been missing the chat. I'm so sorry. Go, I missed so much of the chat. I am so sorry. Ultra Beast said, "Hey y'all, how y'all doing? My best buddy Tommy Ballbat passed away tonight. I'm so sorry, man. I'm sorry. He loved to listen to Sue. Oh god, dude. Well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm so sorry that, what, I'll put an F in the chat for you.
Did he like it when she said big sloppy cock?
I'm so sorry that I didn't see your comments till now. That's
I'm not
crazy.
being insecure because she was like super. She was so inappropriate with how she said
like, dude, oh my god.
talking about your cock.
I was like 13, and Sue told a woman who called one night. I remember where I was. We were watching TV, because we weren't allowed to watch that show. We were outside pretending like we're just swimming, having a night swim. It was me and two of my friends, and we were watching Sex Talk with Sue on the outside TV, and we had it like really low to where we could barely hear it. But I remember someone called in, and we laughed so hard for months, dude. For months. It was like an inside joke with me and my friends. Someone called in and was like, I have a question that no one's ever been able to answer. And she's like, yes, what's that? And she goes, my husband, he really wants to pee inside of me. And I'll never, ever forget how much of a fucking culture shock. This is before the internet. This is before any way. There's no Google. There's no way
Was
of
it kind
my
of like
eyes.
this was a sexual revolution for you as well? Kind of
No,
like
I
in
wouldn't say
your
sexual revolution. I was just like,
your
people
young
do that?
mind.
Like, people pee inside of each other? I couldn't believe
So
it.
that was.
Like, but she was like, honey, she said something. I forgot what she said. And she was like, so, I mean, is that okay? And she said it was completely 100% fine. And it was actually healthier for him to pee inside of her.
What?
Yeah, that it cleans the inside of a woman out, and it sanitizes, and it all this stuff. And she was like, "So I actually recommend it." And I'm like, "What the?" And it changed my life because I was like, "People do that, and it's recommended." I'm still not gonna do it, but what the? I couldn't believe
Right,
it.
right.
Could not believe
See,
it.
I've read the opposite. I've read that the kind of sexual excrement of women is actually good for, sorry, very acidic for, say, teeth, and semen is actually really good for, say, skin.
So semen's bad for teeth.
No, semen is good for skin, but like the vaginal excrement is very acidic, so it's bad
Bad for teeth.
kind of
Damn. Okay, so thank you, Sash. So I'm gonna say this right here, right now, to all the women listening, to all of you who just don't like me, I guess, whatever for whatever reason, go fuck yourself. I have eaten so much pussy. I went down on so many women, and no fucking wonder I have this cavity.
Well, hey, no, you when you're in those kind of positions, you don't put health into.
I haven't really eaten that much pussy. I haven't gone down on that many women. I don't want to sound like a whore, but I take care of my girlfriends. You know?
I want a little equation. Yeah, it needs to go both ways.
Well, you know what got me? It's
Both
like
parties needs to be satisfied, and that's
true,
whatever
true.
it takes. Whatever
But then
it
it's
takes
like,
to have that happen.
but then it's like your girlfriend's vagina gives you a cavity, and then she breaks up with you because your breath stinks. But it's like, damn, girl, you make me go down on you so much, and my breath just smells like you. So, like,
How's
I
your
don't.
plumbing and your showers good?
I mean, dude, I
Tell you
kid,
that.
I kid. But no, I've been taking such better care of my teeth in the past like 7 or 8 years than I ever have in my entire life. Because I
I
had
always
braces.
remember that being a big like.
The thing about our show.
No, but you always had these ideas. Like, you brush 3 times. That's too much. You breathe. Yeah, remember
Oh
that.
yeah,
That was
no,
one
I
of the
still
first
believe it.
things that I remember
Still
hearing.
have these beliefs. If you brush your teeth, okay, first off, the toothbrush is evolving. So I'm buying this thing called the Silk Brush, and it's like the most amazing thing ever. They show like the demonstration is they brush a boiled egg with like a regular toothbrush, and it just rips the fucking boiled egg all up. Well, of course. I mean, they're barely touching it though, like lightly touching it, and it still rips it all up.
Right.
And then they brush a boiled egg with the Silk Brush, and I mean they're like brushing that thing, and it doesn't rip it up at all. It like cleans it, and it doesn't even break. Like the bristles don't break the egg, but it cleans the egg. So I was like, oh shit. So I started doing research on it, and everyone that uses it, and there are my absolutes. Call me a Sith if you want, whatever. But when I say everyone, I'm saying everyone that uses it. Not everybody in the world uses it, but everyone that uses it. So everyone that uses it has said nothing but good things about it. Like I can't find one bad review at anywhere. And it sucks because they don't sell these toothbrushes in any stores. And here that brings me to another point. What is the plural of toothbrush? Is it teethbrush? Is it toothbrushes?
Toothbrushes.
But why would it be? So it's toothbrushes, but if there's multiple toothbrushes, it's safe to assume that they brush multiple teeth. And that being said, why do we even call it toothbrush? Why don't we call it
Well,
my
how
teethbrush?
about we say brushes of teeth?
But why wouldn't I be like, I gotta go get my teeth brushed?
Brushes of teeth is a dual plural.
I feel like people lost all their teeth in the dark ages, until the point where they only had one tooth left, and they were like, I don't want to lose this one. What do I have to do? So they made a toothbrush. But if you have more than one tooth, you should have a teeth brush. I don't know. I think
I'm sure people started like rubbing their teeth with their fingers for fucking like thousands of years. You know,
That too, yeah.
So many of them.
You know what my job could be, dude? Just coming up with company names. Like, oh, you have a new
Scummy
toothbrush
teeth.
company. You have a new toothbrush company. Call it Teethbrush. Boom. It's $1 million idea right there.
Keep to your day job.
I don't have a day job. My day job is coming up with a day job. That is literally my day job. My day job is coming up with a new way to get money because the government, our stupid social climate, and this dumb. Could YouTube stop dude? I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say it out loud again. There is a reason why people like me, artists who have a great resume and it looks great on paper. You think it's bullshit, but you think it's bullshit because you're not doing it.
Let me hear
It's easy for someone who does not do something to assume that they know how it works.
I think in the next month or two, I'm gonna get a new apartment. I'm gonna buy myself an Elgato, and I'm gonna try this fucking shit.
I hope you do, because you've been talking about doing it for 4 years.
I've been talking about it for so long, and I think I have.
I promise you, dude.
To do it.
Go ahead and do it. Come back and talk to me after you do it. Come back and talk to me after you do it, because I know more.
Don't get me
than
wrong. I need
100
a little of your help. I need your help.
I know. I'll try to help you, but it hasn't helped me. I know more than 100 people that live stream. That having this tool does not equate for anything more than having a megaphone. You could have some cool people on the internet that want to hang out, want to talk, want to meet you, but there's just millions of people walking by who will look at you and go, no, yeah, he's talking loud, but they don't give a shit about what you have to say because they're all brainwashed. They've been brainwashed since before we were born, and the only way they ever open their eyes to you is if somebody else that they are influenced by or someone else that they respect tells them that they like you. That is the only way it works. It doesn't matter how much you do unless something, if they see a billboard, right? And that billboard had like a very big artist, like Cardi B's new music video was advertised on this billboard. And then now that music video is old news and you rent out that billboard. Well, they're more likely to listen to you because that billboard is the billboard they found out about Cardi B's new music video on. So they'll always remember that billboard as something big. This is scientifically proven, like societal conditioning. And our parents are like this. We even do it a lot and don't notice it. I do it and don't notice it. But it's almost like time management. You can't expect, like, I don't
So we
shame
all know
anybody. You want to ignore me?
We all know the game.
Well, I'm saying you want to come
we
into.
just ignore it. We don't want to play it.
Well, no, I know the game. I don't want to play it.
Complain
I
about
know
it.
the game.
Yeah.
I want to make
So,
money
can
in a
you
different
admit that?
avenue. I want to make money in a different avenue than live streams. And then I want to leave like a shit ton of what they call forever content. I want to leave a shit ton of content like this up. And then I want to get big off of something where I'm like the size of Logan Paul for something I did, but it'd be more respectable. And then that's when everything I've left, that paper trail of all this content I've left online, when all of that, if there is good material there, you will have those diehard fans that dig through your material. And unlike ever before with, any kind of like success, you would have people being inspired that would come to you and be like, man, yeah, sure, you're in that new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. I love it. But I'm one of the only people that saw that TikTok you did 5 years ago.
How old are you?
You know how old I am.
Okay, sorry.
Why?
I always like to put people into frame like wrestlers' ages.
Okay, well, I'm 34.
Diamond Dallas Page
don't
started
normally
when he
say
was
that.
like 30. Hardy Bros started when they were 18.
Well, a lot of the issue is we're connecting everybody despite their age, and that is a big issue because, like, I love my roommate. He's one of my best friends. But if it wasn't for us being connected in different ways and meeting each other on a movie set and stuff like that, we might not have been friends and moved in with each other because he's 10 years younger than me. Even though he's in his mid-20s and he's an adult and he's mature,
Right.
it's still, to me, it still feels like I'm, like I have had 10 years of experience that have shaped me. And younger people, or not him, he's very mature for his age, but other people that, we know or that are mutual friends of us, some of them are stubborn and they think they know everything because they look at me and they go, oh, you're younger than me, or you look young. And then I have to remind them, I'm like, dude, 10 years of experience. While you were still sucking on a bottle, I was learning how to drive a car. Like,
Yeah,
dude,
maybe you would benefit more from like staying silent, just not talking as much.
about what? With
Literally,
what?
you know you're better than people in certain situations.
But that's the thing. This is my crux. It's like my problem and a blessing. I know I'm not better
best
than
to
people,
just
though.
shut up.
You know what I mean? Well, I know I'm not better than people, and that's the issue. I don't treat people like I'm better than them because I refuse to. I refuse to act like somebody doesn't deserve to talk to me because I'm me. I don't, and I know I definitely have been humbled by the fact that no matter what I do, I don't get the attention other people get. So that definitely helps. Definitely keeps me like grounded. I don't feel like such a big fool or buffoon because I know that not many people give a shit about what I have to say. So that's
So
one of the things.
once a month or two, you jump on fucking YouTube.
Well, one day it might change. One day something I do or already fucking did. That's the crazy thing, dude. Some of the things I've already did, I look at as like funny, and I'm glad to be part of them, but they haven't found their audience yet. So I feel like one day when people go back and Family becomes, oh, that's that classic movie. It was from the early 2010s, but it's such a funny movie when it's like
On a
Clerks.
timepiece, yeah.
Yeah, when it's a timepiece, when it's like Clerks, because it will be, because they're making another Juggalo film right now that I really, really want to be a part of. I really want to get on that film. I'm gonna manifest that. God damn it, I want to get on that film so bad. Like, I can't even express enough. I really want to get on that film because I think it'd be a cool little way of going from being like, having a few lines in this Juggalo film to being a lead actor in another Juggalo film, and then fans, Juggalo fans would be able to be like, yeah, Scummer Steve, look at him. He climbed from being this like one scene character in this movie to being a lead character in an ICP film. Like, I think that'd be important to Juggalos, but I want that.
Goals, yeah.
But my point being though is that's even a bigger movie than Family. That one is the whole movie's about Juggalos, so it's gonna be epic, dude. So when that happens, people are gonna go back and watch Family, of course, because more people are gonna learn about them, and it's gonna be like, I'm gonna start getting those $1,300 checks in every 2-3 months. Whenever Family first got on to Redbox, I saw a bunch of big paychecks. When Family got kicked off of Redbox, I'm not seeing those paychecks because they literally made it impossible for people to rent it. Like, we don't get paid royalties whenever people watch it on Apple or when they watch it on Netflix. It's screwed up. You get one royalty check. I got one royalty check for Project Power, right? And that's a huge movie. It was Netflix's #1 movie in every country in the world at one time for a whole month. I don't think to this day, they can say all they want about Squid Game being the most popular and getting the most views. I still don't think Squid Game was #1 in every country for a whole month. Like,
No, I think it was like a week or two.
yeah, even Tiger King wasn't #1 in every country for a whole month. But I'm in a movie that was #1 in every country for a whole month, and I got a $1,300 royalty check, and that was the only check that I got after the movie was done. They made hundreds of millions, or they wouldn't have done that movie, or they wouldn't have put $100 million in the movie.
You got that contract.
But that's the thing. Why do you think they hired me? Because out of the actors that wanted that part, they only wanted actors that were local so they can get more money back on their taxes. Because if you hire local and you film something local, you'll get more money back on your taxes. So they hired local. They didn't give me any day per diem, even though I wasn't living in New Orleans at the time. They didn't give me any travel. They didn't give me a hotel. And they cut out 2 of our best scenes. Those 2 scenes, if they would have kept those 2 scenes in there, that would have been awesome, dude. That would have changed my life. Those 2, just adding those 2 scenes that they filmed, that we worked multiple days on. They flew a guy out and paid him $10,000. He has millions of followers. They got him to smoke a vape in a scene. He's not even in the movie. Like, it's like the amount of stuff they spend money on that they cut out.
Hey, maybe you get an alternate cut.
Well, here's my conspiracy, okay? Here's my conspiracy because I'm actually involved in Hollywood more than anybody watching this usually is. So here's my conspiracy. And if it damns me, I don't care because I'm getting this idea out of my head right now because I've just thought it for the first time. If a movie that they spent $100 million on is budgeted to the T of where they spend every dime, because the millionaires spending it act like they care so much about where all their money goes, right? So we have to budget these movies to every dime spent and make sure that every dime of millions of dollars. So if the person that did the budget for a $100 million movie worked for a year to come up with that budget before they were ever able to even film the movie. So this movie comes out, right? And they spend over $50,000, probably $50,000 on our scenes that they didn't put in the movie. It seems like they would save money in their beautiful budget that they do if they would know what the fuck they're gonna cut or not cut, right? And they say, "Oh, we had to cut this for time. We had to, cut that. We had to cut this." You're wasting money by cutting things for time when you should be budgeting to the script to where you don't have to cut anything. It seems like the most intelligent thing to do with someone's big amounts of money. So whenever they cut you out,
If only we lived in the DVD age where all that stuff would be preserved.
Exactly, dude. But then these producers are so lazy. They're so fucking lazy. They don't want us. We as the actors would pull out our phone and just make so much behind the scenes content, and they could just literally give us prop phones on set. They could say, "You're not allowed to have your phone, but if you need a phone to contact for emergency, here's the prop phones. You're all granted the prop phones. We want you to film as much behind the scenes footage as you want, and then give us the prop phones back, and we'll have all that footage." It's genius, dude. It is genius. But they don't do this kind of stuff. They don't do this kind of shit. Instead, they ignore me. They ignore the people that are intelligent that have already budgeted a $3 million film with the budgeting co-producer of Star Wars The Force Awakens, a film that made $2 billion. Me and Ben sat there back and forth for almost a year, like 6 months straight, budgeting this film. And then the film never even happened, but we have a flawless budget. And now he can take that flawless budget, go give it to a different movie that's $3 million, and boom, that $3 million movie has a budget that works for them. And it irks me that these people with all this money and all this power grab people like me who are an artist that care about what they're doing, that have a positive message. They use me. They cut me out. They waste tons of money on me that they don't even give me. Like, you could just not have me in those scenes and give me $50,000 and I could live for 10 years. Like, I could probably, I'm serious, I could make $50,000, pay my rent, my bills, and I'll be able to eat and take care of myself on $50,000 because I've gotten big sums of money already and had them drained to where the point where I'm like, okay, who are you going to trust with financial stuff? Somebody who makes $15,000, $20,000 a year and has been doing the same thing and is not.
James Franco.
But you hear me? Like, who are you going to trust? You're going to trust this person?
Yeah.
You're going to trust this person that makes $20,000 a year, who's never made more than $20,000 a year, who's never succeeded in any of their dreams coming true, who's never had any memories that they're really happy to look back on, but they have a job and they're not quote unquote struggling. So take their financial advice, or take financial advice from somebody who got $60,000 paychecks. Might not have that $60,000 paycheck today, because I am fighting to get my next one, and my next one has to be
Right.
bigger. But
Is that how you want to push your all?
it never has been. I haven't even talked about money until right now with you. Have you ever even heard me say a
No,
number
but
like that?
yeah, but it sounds like that's how you want to make your whole argument.
No, my argument is just between me and you and whoever the 4 or 5 people
Oh,
watching. Like, my argument here is just people don't listen to people that are intelligent because they are blind by money. When the intelligent people, if you invest in it, if you water a seed, it will grow. If you water a pebble, it will do fucking nothing. But for some reason, the shinier the rocks, the more water they get. And all of the people who are seeds, who are definitely capable of coming up with ways to help cure hunger, ways to do these things, these people are grabbed by a group of mean, ignorant human beings. They're drained of all of their creativity and artistry and then thrown to the wolves. And those people make millions and millions and millions of dollars off of us while we starve. Literally starve. Some of your favorite actors that you've seen in movies that you're like, oh my God, I love that actor. I only know him for that one movie. I don't know why he never did any other movies. You don't know why? It's because those producers are fucking evil. They took all the money. They let him starve. Why is your favorite actor working at Walmart? Do what?
William Shatner.
You see, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like, how could he be in a trailer after Star Trek, man? But now, then again, he's also gotten way more money than I did at that point. So for him to go from having way more money than I did and then going back to a trailer, what did he do with his money? People judge me for the first time I ever got
a big philanthropist, and
well, now he's okay. Yeah, but at that time, why did he have to go back to a trailer?
He's a Canadian. He's a Canadian celebrity, so he does a lot of Canadian.
Yeah, now does. But that's my point. Did. Or is that whole story just a sob story that's not true, and he's just trying to write a book on it or write a song on it? You know, like, is that whole story just to make people feel sympathy? But he never really, you know, like are they so?
No, well, I mean,
that they're listening to us artists that are actually going through shit. Because I'll say this, dude. As soon as I came out publicly about my mom being abusive for the first time in 30 years, I finally publicly said something about my mom being abusive. Because I'm 34 years old and she punched me in the face, and I'm like, I'm not a kid. I don't have to stay quiet. You're not my mom anymore. And I finally said something about it. It was funny because as soon as I said something about me going through that abusive, you know, life until now, 4 or 5 A-lister celebrities, 4 or 5 A-lister celebrities who are in some way connected to me through people I know, or they're working for them or something, but they're connected to me through other people. They all of them just came out of nowhere, just came out about how they've been having abusive childhoods and stuff, but no one ever knew the whole time. And I was like,
oh yeah, misery loves company.
Yeah, exactly, dude. And well, not only does misery love company, but company loves misery. You know, like misery does love company because
my dad,
you want people to be around you.
My dad hit me, but is that necessary? We need to talk about that. Like,
it wasn't necessary for me to talk about it for 34 years until it hurt so bad, and she hit me so bad it gave me a headache for a week, and I realized this woman is gonna be the death of me. She's toxic. Right. She's made me feel like for the past 20-something years, she's made me feel like her abusing me was because I was bad. I was a bad kid. She made me feel like my teeth not being perfect was because I was a bad kid, but it was because she didn't want to follow through and take care of me. She wanted people to care about her. So she got me braces so that people wouldn't think she was a bad parent for me having a gap in my teeth.
Right. She was projecting our fault.
How sickening is this, okay? People love Willem Dafoe, right? Willem Dafoe has a huge gap in his teeth, and when he did Platoon in the 90s, his teeth were worse than my teeth. My teeth aren't bad, I just have a gap. So it bothers me.
I got a gap in my teeth. I can get
and you should be proud of it, dude.
Quarter of my teeth.
It bothers me so much that my whole life I've been conditioned. I've been conditioned to have body dysmorphia because every human being around me has to have the exact same pair of horse teeth. Like, what is wrong with us? There's something seriously fucking disturbed and fucked up about society for them to punish a child and make a child feel bad about the way it was born. Make a child feel
everyone has their insecurity. They can be
Well, no, you're right.
Like
My mom
proliferated by little things around you all the time. I like a tall girl. I'd love to date a tall girl.
Yeah,
no tall
okay,
girl
but
wants
don't
to date a short
do me a favor.
guy.
Do yourself a
I'm not
favor
sure.
too. Don't put sympathy. Don't have sympathy for fucked up people because you feel like you have some kind of preference. Because you wanting to date a tall girl or you liking tall women is not the same and does in no way equate or measure up to someone wanting the entire world to be tall women. You feel
Yeah,
me?
no.
Like, you can have your fucking preference. Like, someone could
No,
say,
I'm more like
I'd choose
I
would choose a guy with horse teeth.
It would be cool, but it's so
Yeah.
much of a
Well, like,
deal
people
for
could be like,
them.
oh, I want a guy with horse teeth, right? But there's got to be women out there that are like, oh, I like guys to have natural teeth. Just like a guy could be like, oh, I want fake boobs. But I don't really need that. I just want natural. You know, I feel like if I meet a 30-something-year-old woman and she is natural as can be, even if she did get fake boobs, I'm not going to judge her for it, you know? But if she's natural as can be, and if she's happy with herself, the more natural she is, the more strong the soul she has. Because I believe, like, if you're an old soul and you've already lived this life, you're already bored with this life. You're
I
bored
mean,
with chasing teeth.
that's as subjective as any premise that we've had over anyone's kind of physicality.
Well, yeah,
but
but like,
like to have someone that's perfectly natural is fucking.
yeah, exactly.
You
But
know?
I'm not going to find anybody who's perfectly natural. They dye their hair, they cut their hair. You know, I'm not talking about perfectly natural. I'm just saying the more natural you can be, the better for my preference. Just like you have your tall girl preference. That's my preference. I don't want to date an
I
android
don't have tall girl preference. I just use that as a
reference. Yeah, or yeah, like a metaphor.
What we were talking about.
And I get that. You use it as a metaphor. But that's my point is like you shouldn't look at somebody and be like, I don't like you because your physical appearance does not turn me on. You know? Like,
Wait,
that's...
you don't
I think,
like that?
Well, no. I said we should not look at somebody and go, I don't like you as a person. I'll add that. I don't like you as a person. I think something's wrong with you. You are not good enough for this world because you don't have the money to spend on your teeth. You don't have the money to dye your hair. You don't have the money for this makeup.
Okay.
You don't have the money for these clothes. Like, that is a stupid, fucking, ignorant ideal. And the majority of the world is okay with it because the majority of the world wants to be like these people that are shiny and rich.
I don't see a lot of that.
You're lucky. Canada must be a different world, man. Here, it's like you got a bunch of... And this is the problem. Since people give such a issue about teeth, people can't afford to fix their teeth, but they can afford to go get grills. So now all these rappers and wannabe like people are like, even not even rappers, even just everyday normal guys working at construction companies. You see a guy building a house, a whole fucking diamond grill. That diamond grill is all shiny and looks awesome, and it costs less than it would have costed to get veneers or to get your teeth fixed.
Well,
Because
don't get us wrong. Dental isn't in our health plan.
right, the most
We're
important
not insured for dental.
the most important thing in everyone's health is not insured.
Oh, yeah.
My health insurance.
That's huge through the gums.
My health insurance didn't cover dental. So it's like everyone's yelling at me, get health insurance, get health insurance. I got health insurance, didn't cover dental. You know, most people's heart attacks and health problems come from dental.
Releasing these braces. Dental plan. basically racist. Do you not?
It's all racist, man. Because if I have to put that I'm Filipino
No, you messed that
on
up.
every application, but truly, like, I'm in school. They ask me on all my applications in school what my race was. Like, and then when you get into jobs and stuff, they tell you, oh, if you lie about your race or anything on this application, you could be put in jail or fined.
What?
So they're threatening you that you have to tell them about your race.
Mm.
But until they
What?
stop doing that, until you're able to just be like, I'm an American citizen, you don't need to know my race. You're going to hire me. You're going to bring me in for an interview. You're going to look me in the eyes and know my skin tone. You don't need to know the exact country I come from, or better yet, you don't need to know the exact country my great-great-grandparents come from, because most of us, our great-great-grandparents came here and we've been here forever. So why is that? And I'll always complain about that. Why is that still a fucking thing? Why is it that people have to put their race or their gender on a job application? Because they tell you you have to do it because of their quota. Oh, well, we have to meet a certain quota for our diversity. Well, isn't that a fucked up? That right there's an ignorant, fucked up ideal. You have to meet a quota. So once you meet that quota, you just stop hiring black people. You fucking asshole. You think I'm an idiot? You have to meet a quota? Fuck you. How about you just don't give a fuck about the quota? You hire anybody who's not the race that you deem, worthy for a job. Like,
Yeah,
it's just so funny to me.
I can't imagine having to do that. But,
dude, it's just so funny to me because I know, I keep bringing up numbers of the people I know. I do know, the amount of people I'm saying I know, I do know. I know 5 Filipino people, 1 in California. I know more than 5 Filipino people, but I know 5 Filipino people that have this problem. 1 in California, 4 here in Louisiana, because Louisiana is like a Filipino thing. I don't know why. Louisiana is just the place Filipinos want to come. I don't know why. Maybe it's the closest to their normal climate. I don't know. But I know 5 Filipino people who have had problems getting jobs, car and home loans, health insurance, car insurance, a car in general, adopting. These are all issues that I've seen people, and I'm wondering, is it because you have these fucking racist ass people who don't want to hire Filipinos? Now you have the whole world's fighting for black love. So
who hates Filipinos?
You know how many people hate Filipinos, dude? Any guy whose wife has ever cheated on him with a Filipino hates Filipinos.
People hate Filipinos?
Yeah.
I've been all over the world. People love Filipinos.
Dude, no. And right now, the United States has one big problem. They're not even talking about black hate right now. They're talking about Asian hate. Right now, people have been attacking Asian people and Filipinos too. Even though I get called a Mexican. So I think it's just racist hate. It doesn't need to be called black hate or this or that. It's racist hate.
Where are they being attacked?
Oh, in multiple states. But you'll be surprised to know.
Example.
New York and California. More than anywhere else.
Who was attacked in New York or California?
No, just like a bunch of hundreds of Asian people were killed.
Hundreds of people, so it was a big event.
Yeah. No, dude, it's been. You haven't heard about this? See, that blows my mind that they're not talking about this in Canada. They talked about all the.
I'm just trying to be devil's advocate.
Well, no, that's fine. But they talked about the cops killing black people in Canada, right? They told you guys about our cops here killing black people, right?
Well, I mean, statistically, that's not true, but.
But no. Statistically, I know 2 black people. One of them was a cop. One of them was not a cop. Seriously,
I think most of our police force are.
Well, this black guy I know here, who was a nice guy, a good guy, he was murdered by cops. They made it look like it was a racist thing, but it was a hit because he was a very, very, very talented and very, very up and coming rapper, and they put a hit on him. So they didn't talk about it like that. They talked about it like it was the cops. So a Black Panther came from Texas and shot up a bunch of cops here in Baton Rouge, or there in Baton Rouge, and shot my friend and killed him. And I've known this dude for years. I worked with him for 3.5 years, and they killed
What
him.
was this?
This was 2016, 2015,
I
2016.
think I'm already telling you about this. Yeah.
But this was all over the news everywhere. Like, everyone was talking about it. Oh, cops in America are killing black people. But no one's talking about this. There's
Right.
been an influx of racist Asian hate in the United States to the point where it's all over TV. Like, it's all over TV here. Like, they're like everyone's wearing blue, and everyone's like, Asian love.
Globally, there seems to be a huge divide between black people and Asian people.
There's a divide between everybody, my dude. They will
No, but,
divide
like,
you between your own family because it's the only way to take you over.
You gotta look at certain kind of.
I look at the art of war. The art of war is
Look at immigration. Look at immigration patterns and see where people went and where people didn't like people when they went there.
Absolutely.
When black people went to Japan, no one in Japan liked black people.
Yeah, Japan's even more racist towards black people. Yeah. But that's the fucked up thing about it. Everything people do is because of what they see. This is we're talking about electrons, right? Everything people do is because of what they see. So what they believe is because of what they've already saw. It's not because of what's true, and it's not because of what is possible. We've seen people with cancer destroy cancer. It's because of what they believe and what they saw.
You can't just throw out the word electrons and accept. Expect everyone to jump in there.
You're right, because they might not have been here for the beginning conversations. But my point, beyond electrons, which is a great name for a show. that could be you and me's podcast, Beyond Electrons. Which
because I'm.
But my point, going, keeping on track without losing my mind too much. I think that. Yep, already lost it. That's how fast.
Right. You playing anything good? You playing any good games recently?
Dude, I haven't played any video game. Life is taking me over. Well, I've gotten such heavy responsibilities that if I play video games, I feel guilty.
I will even stoop so low as to play Brawlhalla with you.
I might hold you up to that one day soon. But yeah, dude, I tried to play Brawlhalla with the girl I was dating with her kids. Like, I sent them, I got them a card so they can buy like characters on there and stuff.
Overcooked. Get Overcooked 2. That's the ultimate date game. I played it with a girl literally last night. It wasn't a girl,
If you like Overcooked, dude, have you played Moving Out?
Yeah, no,
I love that game.
That's not as intuitive for everyone to jump into.
To get that, like, you don't have to communicate as much. I feel like
Overcooked is a great date game. You want to play a game with a.
I couldn't do it. I played Overcooked too many times. I could not do that on a date. Like, I feel like Overcooked's the game you play with the girl, like, on your, like, the night you want to ask her to marry you. you're like, I'm gonna see if she fucking kills me tonight. Like,
well, no, you can play it any way. You can kind of like let her take control, or you can delegate.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I've done that, and like, I'm not a control freak. But if the goal is to win the level, and we're trying to beat this level, then I'm like, come on, like I'm a leader. I'm a leader naturally because I feel like people drag their ass. They drag their ass too much. I have to be, man. Like it's so many times during the day.
So you're not in the moment of like you and the girl.
Exactly. Yeah, I would be too much like, come on, and like if I was just laid back because I've been that way playing Overcooked, then the girl would be like, oh, you're lazy. What are you doing? So it's like, I just feel like it's one of those games that induces a fight.
You gotta work on your game. There's gotta be a game. Like
my game works with games that I like Brawlhalla.
You work with a girl through a game.
Brawlhalla, you could whoop my ass at Brawlhalla, and I'll just be like, I've whooped so much ass at Brawlhalla that I'm bored of it, So I'm like, I could like be a I won't be a sore loser, you know? And I'm usually not a sore loser because you have to lose a lot in life to be able to succeed at all. So I'm usually not a sore loser. But if we're doing something and it's like our communication isn't there, I think we'll learn too much about each other on a first date. You know what I mean? Like it'd be like, hey, like I know you said dating game, so you're right. You didn't say first date game, but yeah, on a first date, I couldn't do that. Like I would be like, we'd end up being like, no, now the whole kitchen's on fucking fire. Look, I don't think this is gonna work. It's gonna burn down our house. I don't think this is gonna work.
I meant that traditionally, no, I've totally
Well,
I've had
I think a good date game for me.
a 2 year long relationship that came
Definitely, absolutely.
on what I thought was a one night stand.
Yeah, no, dude. Oh my god. So much has
Yeah,
happened.
we don't have to go through that.
So much has happened.
I hear you.
Yeah, I thought about it. Like I feel like my life is a one night stand. I feel like everybody keeps using me for one night, and I'm really good at what I do, and they really, really enjoy it, but they enjoy it so much that they leave me alone to see if anyone else is as good.
You know what I want to use quotes?
What's that?
Just for you and I to play a game together sometime.
All right. Well, you know what? Because you manifested it, it'll happen.
Somebody else, just jump on the Switch, maybe once a couple months or so.
I don't have my Switch anymore though.
You don't have your Switch. Did you switch?
Hurricane, man. When times get tough, the first thing you get rid of is the stuff that's just not necessary. And times get really, really tough pursuing what I'm pursuing for a life. Like, people are always telling me every day I have somebody tell me, I'm so proud of you and how far you've come, and I know how hard you work. And I love hearing it, of course, but it doesn't feel good. You know, like it's like I always have to say thank you, even though I don't feel good about hearing it, because I'm like,
I'm terrible at taking.
well, it's not a compliment to me. It's a lie. It's a straight, bold-faced lie. Like, don't look at me and think I've done something untouchable, you know, or I've done something that you can't do. Maybe I got lucky, and the people I worked with, like those people, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time to be able to work with them. But they're not the only people in the world. And there are so many people that are working that if you take it seriously, you will find people that will need you at the right place, the right time. However, the goal isn't to just be, oh, I got lucky a couple times and I was in the right place a couple times. It's to be really, really good at what you do. So doing that takes all day working on this. You know, to record a song and actually finish it, I have to do it. I know plenty of people that record music and don't ever finish it and don't ever put anything out, don't ever release anything. And I told myself this year that would not be me. I will not be that person. So I released an album like I wanted to. So it's like, it's those things. I have to work on it. So I'm working right now very, very hard on what I'm doing, but I'm getting paid so much less than I would get paid if I was working at McDonald's right now. Because it's just, you know, well, no, yeah, you're right, but it's an easy job. And that's one of those things. It's an easy job. The job's already set up, and you don't get to be creative. You don't get to be yourself. You are a slave. And while you're on the clock, you have no freedoms. That's why they pay you that much, but they don't pay you enough. Like, they still pay you what, like McDonald's.
Didn't they just upgrade your minimum wage in the United States?
Ha! Who told you that? Minimum wage in Louisiana has been $7.50 since 2008. Before that, it was $7.25 since 1989, or no, 1995, something way back then. Minimum
Damn.
wage is still $7.50 in Louisiana.
Oh man, it should be so much lower.
So much lower?
Yeah, so little kids can work.
So little kids have to work, you said?
Oh yeah, I'm all about the meritocracy. Like
I know you're
just
being
like
sarcastic. I know you're being sarcastic.
no, I'm not being sarcastic. I
I
think
know by
that's how
saying.
it works for people to work.
So wait, so what's your minimum wage?
I think we have something like $15 right now. Like you can do a
Fuck you
stupid
then.
job.
What do you mean ours should be lower? You're being sarcastic. Dude, at $7.50 an hour
No,
is
no,
already
I
so
think
low.
I think kids. I think like the minimum wage should be lower so kids can start working younger.
Dude, that's
like,
my point though.
have
It's already too low. Like I had to work from 15 years old, dude. I've had jobs since I was 15.
Like you guys got some crazy immigration
Do what?
problem. You guys got some crazy immigration problems.
Well, I had to work when I was 15 because my parents.
You have lots of inflation and like a ridiculous job market right now.
I guess.
Smoking that bocce.
I'm actually quitting. So what I'm doing is like I'm smoking like less than usual, and
Oh,
so tomorrow, literally,
Taylor.
tomorrow might be my last day of smoking. I'm kind of worried, dude. Like, I've been smoking since I was 16. Like, everybody wants me to quit smoking, but what if I quit smoking and it hurts me? You know? But positive affirmations. I'm going to quit smoking, and I'm going to be healthier than I've ever been in my entire life. And I'm quitting in my 30s, which is awesome, because there are people who've been smoking since they were 16, and they're in their 60s, and they still smoke. And that's cigarettes. So, by that, if I quit and it hurts that bad, I think people really do. They don't quit because they get addicted to these things, not like what I'm smoking, but for cigarettes and stuff. I think they get addicted, and chemically, it does hurt their body.
Right.
So,
I mean, the best thing to do, in my opinion, I'm trying to get rid of tobacco recently because I use it with marijuana, and I don't want to
yeah, I
give
don't
up
like
marijuana, but like
My friends
I
do.
don't want to give up marijuana, but I want to give up tobacco with that. Anyways, to reduce that, like first thing I do in the morning, have like just eat something fatty, eat a banana, eat something right away, so
Exactly.
you don't have that kind of anxiety, and then just exercise, just fucking go for a bike ride for
True.
an hour
Yeah.
or two. And,
You're right too, man. Like, I mean, I feel like it is my time. Oh shit! There goes the camera. Sorry, you guys, our headphone users. That one viewer on TikTok that was still there is like, I'm out. I just went deaf. Fucking tripod just crashed on you. I'm sorry. No, my point is like, I guess this is the time. You know, like I've had 17 years of smoking marijuana, and it's so funny and ironic that everything always happens in my life when I'm not able to enjoy it, if that makes sense, you know? Like my dad, he was able to drink alcohol at 18, but then the alcohol age changed. I had to wait till I was 21. And then it's like I smoked marijuana my whole life almost, but now it's legal and I'm quitting. My first time being a star in a major motion picture, and we have a pandemic, so I never get to see what it's like to be at a red carpet premiere. Like,
not being able to enjoy something, or like seeing the enjoyment afterwards. I see that with relationships all the time. The girl I'm still fucking in love with, like, just got into anime after I tried to push it on her so much.
oh,
She
and
got
that's
a
the
new
best.
boy-
That's the
got a
best.
new boyfriend and just
Yeah.
showed her the one Studio Ghibli movie that turned her on to the whole fucking genre.
right? But dude, I mean, honestly, like I'm gonna say it again, and you know, people can hate me, people can call me a bigot, people can call me whatever they want. If you don't like something, and you're like, oh no, I just don't like it. I don't like anime. I don't like anime because like Gut Zombie was the same way. She hated anime when we started dating. I couldn't watch anime around her. She didn't like it. She didn't like it. She didn't even like watching British comedy because she's like, I can't understand them. But she didn't want to give it a try. Like, yeah, you have to be like, what did they say? Sometimes because they have their own slang. But it's called respect. It's called respect. So she was like, she hated anime, and then one day, this fucking random dude, shows her an anime that I've loved and tried to show her for so long, dude. Like, tried to. And she got to where she was like, oh, I'm going to buy clothes for it. I'm going to act like I'm all animated out. Anime is such a big part of my life. I've always loved Japanese culture. And it was like, excuse me?
What
And I
was
started
it?
realizing, dude,
JoJo?
it's not about whether somebody likes something or not. If I tell you I don't like anime, right? I'm 34. If I don't like something that has been here since I've been born, doesn't matter what you show me, it's not going to change my mind because I am 34. I'm set in my fucking ways. I am not a kid. I'm not a fickle child. And I know that I want to spend a lot of my life being sure of who I am and what I like and my things. You could show me an anime movie. I'm open-minded, so you could show me an anime movie, and I could be like, "Wow, that's the only one I like." Now, me, I love anime, so I'm giving you a random, off-the-wall metaphor because, like, I love anime. But you could show me something, and I could be like, "Oh, I don't like country music," but now I'm kind of liking country music because Riff Raff got me to write music with him, and we're writing a country. Like, I wrote a lot of songs for his country album. He's at least using one of them. Do what?
Oh no, I'm just laughing.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't like country.
Somewhere going on.
But you forced me to write 35 fucking country songs. I start to respect it. I start to like it. I still don't like country. You feel me? I'm still stuck in my ways. I'm still like not.
What kind of country you doing? You doing like?
Oh, he's doing like Merle Haggard classic shit. Like his shit's good, dude. Like I could show you the song he put out. I don't know if you heard it. It's I put it on my Instagram too, but I can show you the song that he put out, and I can't show you like the other 30 something, but I can show you that one. He put out this song. He put it on his Instagram, and it's just.
Tears in my eyes. All I really gotta do is just live till I die.
Now listen to what he says. Listen to what he says. All right, this is. He said, "I'm writing this song."
Writing this song. Tears in my eyes. All I really gotta do is just live till I die, and I ask the Lord why. Only been
Kinda.
Now the thing is, he didn't share. Yeah, and for the people watching on TikTok, just so you can see, that's on Jody High Roller's page. He didn't
He would
share.
pick up an acoustic guitar and play some ska chords.
Right, it does sound like ska chords for country. It does sound kind of ska-ish. But the thing is, I sent him like 30-something songs, dude. And some of those songs, once the album comes out, I can finally figure out which songs I can use. So whatever songs he doesn't use on his album, I get to go to people and be like, hey, you're a country artist, or you're a singer, or you're this. This song was written for Jody High Roller's album, and he didn't use it. Riff Raff's album, and he didn't use it. It's still mine if he doesn't use it. Like, we have this agreement. Like, this song is his. He's using it. He already put it out. It's his. Boom. I might get I will get royalties from it because it's part of the contract. Like, you don't write music with somebody.
Make a meme and then make an NFT.
Yeah, that too. Like, and then he's big on NFTs, so every song he does is going to be an NFT. There's a bunch of reasons why I'm really excited about that one song alone. Just him teasing to it is like him saying, hey, y'all, Y'all can hate on this fucking dude over here writing music in Louisiana all you want. But he wrote that song about his dog, and he cared about that song already. And that verse is so good. The first verse on it is so good. And dude, when I say I've only heard the first verse, the intro, the first verse, and the choruses, and then he hums, I was writing back and forth with him. I helped him come up with some of the lyrics on accident. And then he hums the parts that I came up with some of the melodies. So I haven't even heard the lyrics he put to the melody I came up with. But I was just so honored that I was like, dude, he liked the melody I came up with. And he goes, oh, that's cool. And like, he just started like humming it in that part of the song. I don't even know
Sounds like
that.
it could use some harmonica.
Oh, dude, I bet. I don't want to put pedal steel in it too, you know? Like, I want to do all that, but like, I can't get any in. Like, dude, I feel like I'm in a weird world where I'm watching all these people do things, and I feel like I succeeded. It's almost like they pushed me to the finish line, you know? Like that, seeing it in that way, I get that there is some kind of like culty fucking feeling to it. It feels like they pushed me to the finish line. Like the finish line is Tom Hanks is the #1 actor in the world. The finish line is being in a movie with him. A lot of big actors and celebrities haven't even gotten that. So how do you get tons more people to hate me, push me in front, and just put me in a movie with Tom Hanks? Just throw me into the movie. But don't pay me like you paid Stephen Graham or Rob Morgan or all the other big people to be in that movie. Don't pay me like that. But by all means, don't fucking pay me like that.
If Carly Rae Jepsen can get Tom Hanks to cameo or video.
Well, I'm very grateful for being in that movie. But I feel like I'm grateful
but like you
God
for you're talking about like where to go. You're talking about where to go. Where to go is where Tom Hanks is subservient to you. He's doing something for you. He's jumping into your project.
Now, yeah, and I understand that, but my whole thing has also been like,
that's the goal.
now I'll say this. Okay?
But also where he wants to jump into your project.
But I'll say this, okay? Like, so the director of that film. Now I'm deleting these live streams as soon as they're done. You know, there's only a handful of people watching them. But the director of that film, I sent him everything that I've been working on because I've been told in all of the acting classes, business classes, college, everything I did, every bit of money I spent in education has told me that I should share my resume with the directors that worked with me. Like that's what people tell me to do because they know you better than anyone else. Right. So why would you not do that? It doesn't make any fucking sense to not do that. So that's always been me. Like I just share, you know, whatever I'm working with the directors that I worked with because they connected with me. They opened up to me. They put me in something or worked with me in something. So I can only imagine that they would, you know, hope to work with me again. You know, hopefully. I mean, otherwise your movie's gonna suck if you don't want to work with me again. That's how I feel. Like if you don't want to work with me again, then I must not have done a good job, and it's too late because it's in your movie. So if you don't work with me again, or if you don't want to, then that means that movie you made probably is gonna suck. Because I feel like if you do a great job at directing me, you already put me in the movie, so I must have been a good actor. Like if I wasn't a good actor, I wouldn't have succeeded through the audition. So why not share things? So anyways, I share stuff with the directors I worked with. And I gotta tell you, dude, I've been in a lot of movies. Out of all the directors I share my work with, the only ones that respond to me are the ones that I feel have done the most for my career. It's crazy. Because I feel like the people that support you the most, the people that believe in you the most, that give you the biggest shot, the people that think you have something, so they give you the biggest shot, those people do want to work with you again. Those people do keep you in mind.
No regrets otherwise?
Do what?
No regrets otherwise? No lost opportunities?
Oh, I have tons of missed opportunities. Tons of them. But You know how they say you miss 100% of the shots you never take? I don't miss taking a shot. You know what I mean? And like, it's almost like I got the perfect layup, the perfect like projection. I know where the ball's going. I know where to land it. But I'm being cock blocked, dude. like on the arch, like on the arc to hit the goal. I'm being cock blocked. Like, what do you do in those
Laid
moments?
a steamy turd right on your chest.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do you do in those moments? Whenever I just want to be a down-to-earth, humble artist that succeeds and can inspire other people to not give up on themselves when the entire world wants you to conform. Like that
Yeah.
sentence is my
I think-
entire life goal, and I think that is my number one life goal.
Well, I mean, you guys have a midterm election coming up. I think it's a good time to make a good
That
career
was
move.
2 days ago.
Yeah, like that was 2 days ago. Well, so now's a good time.
Now it's time to cross our fingers and we see what the outcome is. That's what I was saying at the beginning of this stream too. Like, we don't know what's about to fucking happen. Every time there's an election, we all do our best, and then a week goes by and we're like, what the fuck is this? Where was that at? I wasn't even able to vote for that. Like, and that's the
Well,
weirdest thing about these elections, dude.
I have an excuse. I'm not in your country.
Well, dude, they won't let liberals vote for certain things. They won't let put it this way, okay? They have been saying they don't want white people to vote on political issues concerning black people. Okay? I think that's really ignorant, because if you're gonna try to call black people minority, and then try to also say, but we care about you and Black Lives Matter, but you want
you
cut
don't
out.
You don't have to. I'm Canadian. You don't have to.
Well, no, I'm just saying you want to cut out.
I know. I realize how ridiculous all this.
Yeah. Well, you gotta remember, we're also talking for the 5 people that have been here. I'm amazed that I don't know if they're the same 5 people that have been here the whole time, but thank you for. I mean, this is on 3 different websites too, so thank you for being cool like that and just hanging out. Like, that is pretty awesome. I'm amazed that, I mean, like, if 5 people among 3 websites hang out for fucking, oh my god, 4.5 hours, my dude. We've been talking for 4 hours. Cool. This has to be a good podcast. You guys hung out for 4 hours with us. I demand that you get rest, and if it's morning or afternoon, I demand that I get rest. And yeah, I gotta get some sleep. Holy crap, it is 4:58 in the morning. This is a great talk. All right, I will wait till 5 o'clock because I went to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday, so I can do it again today.
We need closure. We
do need closure. We need something good. We need to end on a happy note after all this.
Yeah, but also closure in that previous conversation. You just are you trying to help me get away from that?
No, I've just lost track of thought when I saw what time it was. What was the last thing we were talking about?
Probably not the best. Super divisive racial issues.
Yeah, racist shit. Yeah, okay. So they don't want.
Oh, not racist, but racial.
Yeah, but they don't want white people to vote on that. But I'm like, whoa. But if there's like, if the majority of white America, I mean, we can agree on this. It's not a 50-50 split. Not 50% of white people are racist. That's not that. You want to be a realist? Use the real numbers. Look at the real numbers.
Okay, you want me to throw some numbers out there?
There's a lot of people who don't. They have no quarrels with Black America. They don't like Asians, or they don't like Mexicans, or they don't like Indians, or they don't like Afghanistan.
Like argument that
people are racist in their
or
way.
white people are specifically racist against Black people is based on not.
Yeah, it's so ignorant. It's so ignorant, dude. It's so ignorant.
There are 40 million police interactions every year in the United States, there are 10 million either arrests or charges, what have you. There are about 10 million black people in the United States, and the big argument was how many black unarmed black people were killed by police. The number was about 20 people every year. So yeah, it's just statistically not a real thing.
Yeah, no, you're right. Now, my whole thing is, if people don't consider connecting in real life more than social media, then we are doomed. We are 100% doomed. And the reason for that being that someone told me 3 or 4 days ago, someone told me, and I know it wasn't yesterday or the day before, they told me very recently, they said, social media is just the new normal, and you need it to live. So you have to just get over it and realize that if you are going to succeed, I'm trying my best to not misquote them. If you are going to succeed in this, and they said this industry, meaning music industry, which is really funny. They're like, if you are going to succeed in the music industry, they said this industry, you're going to have to work as hard as the other artist on social media. And I was like, what are you, 14? Are you a fucking idiot teenager that hasn't learned that that's a fallacy? That's a facade? You can work as hard as you want. Your social media is not going to pay off unless you have the money to put into advertisement, unless you have the money to put into videos and clothes and, just everything monetary. Like, so.
Or you're super lucky.
Yeah, but being super lucky, dude, it's still, we've already seen this. What is super lucky? You have a video with 20 million views? Been there, done that. Like,
yeah,
being lucky doesn't do it, dude.
Fleetwood Mac with some cranberry juice.
Well, hear me out about this too. People, once again, when I say people, I don't mean you or me. People believe that the internet. Here, let me ask you in this way. Okay, look. We've been talking for 4 hours and 20 minutes, so it's 4:20, bro. Let me put it in this way, okay? If I told you that, look for the easiest metaphor. If I told you that the do you have a lottery there? We have like Louisiana lottery. It's not like a United States thing. It's like every state has their own lottery. Do you have that?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know what it's called. Here it's just called the Louisiana Lottery or the Powerball. But if I told you that the lottery was rigged, that you could buy a lottery ticket all you want, but they know who's going to win, and they're going to give that money to the person that they want to win. Out of all Louisiana, one person wins $100 million, and Louisiana is stupid enough to believe that they have a chance at it. But what they don't fucking realize is that they are paying that $100 million. So what I say is, hey, we have a new lottery. It's called the Squoze Lottery, and you could win $50,000. All you have to do is put in $5 to the pot. Once I hit $50,000, I get to pick the winner. Now, $50,000 is a lot less money, so it's kind of understandable that I would be fair, maybe, and pick somebody at random. But $100 million? There's no way that one fucking person in this state wasn't picked by hand. And guess what? I met him. I met a guy that won $30 million on a Louisiana lottery. met a guy that won $30 million, and he said he made a mistake because he picked to have the whole amount of money, and they send him $5,000 every 2 weeks. He'll never see that $30 million at that rate. But if he would have picked $2 million instead of $30 million, they would have given him $2 million in a lump sum
right away.
That's fucking crazy. It's crazy. Do you want to know how he won, though? This is the crazier part. The person that bought the ticket in front of him in line was angry. They were angry because they didn't get the ticket they wanted, right? They didn't get the ticket they wanted. So the guy said, I'll just buy their ticket. And he took the ticket. I've met this guy. I've met this guy. I don't know how, but he kept coming to my work, and I would fix, when I worked in 2019 when I was working at iFixit, I fixed like 4 of his phones. So you're a millionaire by proxy, and you mean to tell me that you became a millionaire because the dude in front of you in line was bitching about their ticket, so you bought their ticket from them? That is the most fake ass fucking story. Like I said, I fixed this guy's phone 4 times. That was the most fake story, but he's not lying about being rich. He's not lying about winning the lottery, because the dude spent so much money.
Real
in a
about
small
being
amount of time.
cheap. Yeah.
Yeah, so he has money. Like I saw his car. I saw he owns a business. He wanted me to come work for him. So it was like he spends a lot of money. But this guy knows political officials here in Louisiana too. And he comes from money already. This dude has $30 million in an account coming to him. He asked me what I wanted to do with my life when I told him I didn't want to work for him. He said, what do you want to do with your life? I said, I want to be a filmmaker. Really? I mean, honestly. Because if you're a filmmaker, you can put your own music in your own films. So that's a win-win. I'm not focusing on that tour life. I'll be a studio musician, write for people. I wanted to tour with Riff Raff, but that kind of didn't work out. So
I'll toss you my own music too.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but if I have films, I can put my friends' music in there. And if I make enough money being a filmmaker, I can make my own record store, record label, studio. There's plenty of dreams I can make come true.
I don't think that.
Oh, I've wanted a record store forever, because I go to Walmart and they want to charge me $30 for a record that I can get online for $5, just because you can't get records anywhere around here. So if I had a record store,
one of those online. Make one of those Amazon recovery stores.
I see. No, that's the problem though, dude. Like I have 3 or 4 online merch stores that sell, like, one sells T-shirts, one sells not recycled, but like those websites that are like help us sell the stuff from the website and get a cut out of it. I hate that. It's like a pyramid scam for the internet. Like, but I mean, it makes sense because I can just go, hey, you guys want something cool? Here, check this thing out. Put my code in. You get a percentage off, and I get paid. So it's kind of easy. Like right now, this is my at the end of the live stream advertisement. I've never been able to do this before, and I can do this now. If you would like a BlendJet for a fair discount, don't want to quote me on that because I need to go research my ad campaign again. I don't remember what the percentage.
You want to send me this? I have a good sponsor voice.
Okay, we'll do. But anyways, if you like blenders and you want to take smoothies with you everywhere, I have a BlendJet. I love it so much, and I'm about to get the BlendJet too. I love it so much that I kept talking about the BlendJet so much online that BlendJet themselves made me a spokesperson for BlendJet. That's a true statement. That's hilarious. I'm getting paid from BlendJets, but I get paid a decent amount. So if you guys go buy a BlendJet, I will get $1 or $2 from every BlendJet that you buy. That's awesome. Like, what does
the BlendJet do?
A BlendJet is like a tiny little blender and a cup all in one. You can't blend your hand in it. It's got cool technology that doesn't allow you to do that, so you don't have to worry about any accidents with kids or anything like that. Just don't let your kid put their hand in a blender. Just don't do that. They probably could fit their hand in here. Just don't do that. But other than that, if you're an adult, you shouldn't have any problems. You know, just don't put anything that you wouldn't want going into a blender. But you can charge it, take it with you, blend everything. You can blend ice in these things. You can blend everything. Dude, I made smoothies every day for months, and I felt so much healthier because it's just like, and I say felt because for the past couple of days we haven't
You jumping into that spinach?
now. Yeah, no, I blend spinach. I blend carrots. Believe it or not, bananas, peaches, carrots, spinach, apples, and
Sounds like a smoothie miracle.
what's that? And I have a hemp protein product, and that shit is awesome. All that together, ooh, tastes so good. Oh, some almond milk, and then a little peanut butter for flavor, or maybe even like Nutella, to be honest, for flavor, just a little bit, because you got all these like healthy things in there. A little scoop of Nutella is like a Hershey's Kiss for the morning or for the day. I really don't think that is like the most unhealthy decision you can make in your day, especially not me. But lately, dude, my circulation's been getting kind of bad. That's why I want to stop smoking. That's why I've been trying to exercise more. But then I broke my rib. I broke 2 ribs. I don't know if I told you about that. I was skateboarding. I broke 2 ribs. I was bedridden for like 2 days, dude. It was miserable. I'm still hurting a little bit, and I haven't started skating again. I want to get back at it, but a couple weeks ago I tried and it still hurt.
What move
But
were you doing?
dude, this is the worst part. I've been skating since I was 14, and I've never broken something that bad. I've broken like a tiny bone in my wrist, and I've broken a toe. But I wasn't even skating. I was standing on the board, and I was on a phone, and it wasn't even this phone, my new phone. It was on a little shitty piece of shit hand-me-down phone that isn't a great phone. I should have just broke the phone, but a gust of wind caught me, threw me up against the sidewalk, so the board flew out from underneath my feet so fast that I had 2 choices: throw the phone and catch myself like I should have fucking done, or cuddle the phone to protect it so that the phone doesn't break. Like, dude, I'm so mad at myself. I had just broken my iPhone, and I was miserable for like 2 weeks. I didn't have a phone. No one could contact me unless they messaged me on Facebook, and I had to check it on my computer. I was so miserable waiting for my new phone to come in. And I finally got a hand-me-down phone from my baby sister, believe it or not. Gave me her hand-me-down phone. So I didn't want to break the second phone in the past week, you know? So I just cuddled the phone. I held it close, and I fell on my elbow. My elbow was between my ribs and the concrete, and it broke 2 ribs, and it hurt so bad. I broke 1 rib in 2 places. So I had 3 breaks, but it hurt so bad, man. And then I go to the doctor, and the doctor does all these x-rays, and they give me a $1,700 bill for x-raying me. Like it cost $1,700. It doesn't cost $1,700 when you use the x-ray. Get over yourself. But they charged me $1,700. So they gave me a $1,700 bill for x-raying me, and they tell me they don't see anything wrong. All right? Fast forward that night, I can't sleep. I can hardly breathe. I can't sleep. It hurts so hard. It hurts so bad that I lost sleep for like a 2-day period. I barely slept.
I mean, I've bruised a rib before, so I can imagine the pain.
It's been 2 months since I broke my ribs. It's been 2 months since I broke my ribs, and I'm still in pain, dude. My friend said it's going to be 4 months. He said, good luck, 4 months.
I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be pissed off, like that you didn't know before, if it seriously caused you a lot of pain. So did you sneeze a lot, and it caused you a lot of pain?
Oh, actually, what's funny about that, oddly enough, during like the most extreme, it's almost like my body knew, during the most extreme pain that I had with my rib, it hurt whenever I coughed. It hurt when I got the hiccups really bad. But I didn't sneeze. Like, there was one moment where my nose got itchy for a split second, and I was worried it was going to happen. And it's like my body said, fuck that, and just stopped it. Like, it was the weirdest. Dude, it was the craziest thing. No, because that would hurt really fucking bad.
Okay, so if it ever gets to the point where you feel like, okay, your body isn't suppressing it and you're about to sneeze, and and that sneeze is seriously gonna fuck with your ribs, what you do is you pinch your upper lip, right in the middle of your upper lip.
Yeah, you told me that. I think you were the one who taught me that.
Yeah, but no one ever fucking listens to me.
I'm gonna try it next time I have to sneeze.
No one ever listens to me, and it fucking works. Everyone's like, oh yeah, sure, whatever. But do it. And it saved my life when I bruised my rib. I never broke my rib, but that saved me so much fucking pain.
I mean, I bet. Like I said, like I don't like you've never broken a rib. I don't recommend it. It's not fun. 10 out of 10 would not recommend.
Yeah, bruising a rib.
But I'm
no,
a terrible
10 out of 10.
salesperson. You see this? This is why I'm not good at having a day job. I have ADD. I have anxiety, and I have threshold syndrome. I will forget everything I'm talking about. I believe in what I believe in, and I won't forget about it in the long run. But I have that like multi-track mind that I can't focus on stuff. So I will forget stuff when we stop talking about it. And I gotta be better at this.
Dude, you have so much potential. I think you're just so fucked up with the whole.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get better at it because, like, I just realized that, like, I'm sitting here going, oh, it's the end of the video. It is 5 o'clock. I'm 15 minutes over schedule. But it's the end of the video, and I never gave you guys my code. So, oops. Oops.
Bobby
God. I messed that all up, huh? Do me a favor. Go to blendjet.com, and whenever you make a purchase, use the code word SQUOZE. I mean, you could have guessed, honestly. Actually, I probably needed, let me double check that, because this is the very first time that I am advertising that I am now a spokesperson for
You
Blendjet.
might as well give him a whole nother plug.
Oh, dude, I'm actually a whole nother ad because they deserve it. I'm actually, let's see. They gave me my code. Let me see what my code is.
They deserve it. I mean, they provide a quality product.
Okay, so they said, yeah, I need it to have a minimum of 4,000 followers on TikTok. And I was like, yeah, I got 15,000 followers almost. And they were like, oh, definitely. And they just, like, because they already liked everything I was talking about with BlendJet already. So they saved 25% off. Oh, okay, so you save 15%. So that's not bad. That's what I wanted to say. I didn't want to be misquoted. You will save 15% on your BlendJet when you use my code, which is hashtag SQUOZE. So there you know. And when you do, you will save 15%, and you will be putting $2 in my pocket. So isn't that cool? Like, you don't even have to tip me. Is that in the works? Or I told somebody, imagine Danny McBride and me in a buddy comedy. I told the world, I made this a post. I said, imagine Danny McBride and me in a buddy comedy where he's a cop and I'm a petty thief. He arrests right before aliens invade the planet. He handcuffs me to his arm, and then we lose the key. So the whole movie is him dragging me around by the arm. And people are like, hell yeah. And like saying funny things about it. And someone goes, is this in the works? I never said it was. I said, imagine it. And the reason why I posted that was because somebody told me, they were like, the big issue with you and acting is like, you seem like you have a personality, but I don't know what it is. And I was like, what do you mean by that? And they were like, I'm just saying, like, you seem like you have a personality. I just don't know what it is. And I'm like, I'm really confused. So they went into detail by saying, you know how some actors, you want to see them in a movie because, like, Kevin Hart, you know he's gonna have that high-pitched, loud voice, or he's gonna do something that you're gonna be like, yeah, it's so funny. That's so typically Kevin Hart, right?
Right.
And I was like, but isn't that fucking kind of ass backwards if I'm acting? Like, I get it if you're a comedian and people bought you. They're like, you're such a funny comedian. Here's $1 million. Let's do a movie with you. Now you're a commodity. And now,
difference between entertaining and acting.
well, yeah, but all entertainers, even the ones that don't want to be, even the ones that are like, I'm nobody's puppet. I'm no corporate tool. Like, I hate to tell you, but you're the biggest one. Like, the people that think that you have at all a possibility of ever being in a major motion picture and not having to bite your lip, you know, not having to be like,
act within a conformity and still be
yeah,
entertaining, and then
yeah.
you're the Rock.
But that's what's so hard about it, right? That's the part about it that makes it balanced. The part about it that makes it so balanced is that you and I and everyone else in the free world enjoys entertainment. We enjoy music, we enjoy films. And the people that make the best actors are the ones that went through a lot of pain, right? Like it sucks. The best musicians, ones who, have something to write about.
Especially most comedians were the most tortured.
Look at Adele. Adele's known as like the best female singer in the world right now. Like she will be, like revered as
No,
like.
I'm talking about people who are like really super tortured, like what's his name, Robin Williams.
Yes, Robin Williams, one of the biggest actors in our entire lives, and one of the biggest influences on me. Even he was depressed, and he had a daughter he loved and everything, but everything it took him.
Addiction, a lot of enablers around him.
But and it goes to say that that's another thing too, though. Like, obviously, Robin Williams was doing some drugs. If you watch his old comedy, you know that. You already know that. So, I mean, like, obviously, like, you can't watch his old stand-up and not think that dude is coked out. But it's the people he hung out with that made him feel like that was the only way he was funny, or that was the only way he was entertaining. So he's best when he's like that. And it's shame on them for not being the kind of people that boosted him and made him realize that he is the talent. His inner core, his being, his sound of his voice, his thoughts, his brain, those words came from him. And he is the talent, not the drugs.
Yeah.
So it was shame on them.
So many of those enablers.
Oh, yeah.
Especially ones like Jim Carrey as well.
But the way it goes is like, let's say they're in their late 20s, like he probably made it. He was in his mid 20s, when he did like Mork and Mindy. I think he was like 26, right? So he probably made it when he was in his, his younger 20s, mid 20s. But he's still old enough. He was still old enough to have gone through shit in his life to get to the point where he's like, he wasn't addicted to drugs or on drugs or having people ruining their lives on drugs until he was famous. You know what I mean? So like, he got famous, and then he got the money, and then he got the connections, and all that led to the drugs. And that's why he was on drugs while he was famous. But I feel like a lot of these producers or people with big money, they're also already on drugs. And they don't want to hang out with people that aren't divulging into the same vices as them, because they believe that it makes them feel like they're normal, or it makes them feel like this is okay. What I'm doing, killing my body, is okay.
Yeah, there's a totally lower level in that lower level society. Like if you're working in a restaurant, like you're probably a better friend with the manager if he smokes cigarettes, kind of thing.
Oh yeah. Well, no, yeah. If you're a GM or a manager at a restaurant, you probably do cocaine. 100%, 100% probably do cocaine, because I had so many managers at jobs that I worked that did cocaine right fucking in front of us. Because when you're doing cocaine, you do stupid shit like, I don't know, more cocaine. Like when you're doing cocaine, you think that you're above the law, and you do cocaine in front of your employees. Like I had so many run-ins, like instances like that, and it gets to the point where it's like, whatever, teach his own, but don't act.
Come on,
like,
come move to Toronto, then you're not dealing with cocaine. I've already made it now.
Well, it's just I don't know. I've never touched it. I have never touched cocaine because my mom was addicted to it, dude. My mom was so bad off on cocaine, and then she got worse off on different things like meth, dude. Like there was this true story. Okay, I'm driving my mom's car because she let me drive her car to work. So I'm driving me and my roommate to work. We worked at the corn maze, haunting, scaring the corn maze. Like that's if they had that job all year round, it'd be fun. But I'm working at the corn maze, scaring people, Actually, my voice would be shot, so I'm glad they don't. But I'm driving home, and my mom freaks out. Or actually, I was going to work. I missed work that day. It was during the day. So I'm driving to work, and my mom freaks out. And she says, pull over the car. Where are you at? I'm going to come meet you. And I'm like, what's going on? I'm thinking something happened. Someone died. She's like, don't worry about it. Just, where are you at? And then while she's on the way to meet me, she calls me again. She's like, hey, did you throw anything away that was in the car? And her actions, the way she was acting on the phone, I hung up on her. I knew exactly what she was getting at when she asked me if I threw anything away, and she wanted me to stop the car because she realized she put her son in danger. She realized that she had me driving around with $3,000 worth of meth and forgot to take it out of the fucking car. This woman, literally, without telling me, unbeknownst to me, had me driving around in a car with meth in the fucking car. I was so mad, I took it and dumped it out on the ground. Just dumped it out and like on the ground while driving. She was pissed. She was so pissed off at me, dude. She showed up to my work and like I worked like an hour away. She showed up to my work, got the car, kicked me out, had all my stuff out of the house. By the time I got home from work that night, my mom had already had all her son's shit in bags on the porch, locked me out. This bitch changed the locks already, dude. Like this was my mom. Because I threw away her meth, she kicked me out. I was a 17-year-old. I wasn't even 17. I think I was 16. Because I was working at the corn maze and just learned how to drive. I was 16. My dad made me get a job at 15. But my mom kicked me out of her fucking apartment because I threw away her meth. So whenever my friends talk about, oh, my parents were so mean, I just wanted to get emancipated.
Right.
I'm like, oh, okay.
No
Well, yeah, they didn't kick you out of their house because they were on meth when you were 16. So those are the reasons. But see, if it wasn't for my mom being that way, dude, if it wasn't for that woman, because most of these spoiled-ass rich celebrities, they don't have parents like that. They have rich parents who try to do what's best for them and who try to spoil them and put them through, collegiate schools and stuff. Like, try their hardest to spoil them, and they turn out to be shitty people.
Don't make that define you, though. Don't make that define
No, I'm not making it define me, but I'm saying, no, but this is what I'm saying. It doesn't define me, but if it did define me, it defines me in a good way, in a very, very good way. Those people.
You should be a point where you don't even bring that up. Like,
oh, no. I'm at the point where I'm finally bringing this up. Like, I've never used to bring this up. I never had the balls to tell the truth about what I go through. But I got pushed into a corner for so long to the point where when your mom's abusive and a drug addict, and every single person that she knows on Facebook comes to you and is telling you, your mom's an amazing person, she loves you so much, your mom's so amazing, you're so lucky to have your mom, because none of them know, and all they know is her Facebook has you on her background of her profile. So because she has me, a picture of me in a movie I did, so that she can brag about her son being a movie star.
All I'm saying is, if you and I we want to have like a podcast or something where you're not afraid, where I can't.
Tonight might be the only time I talk about this. This is the weirdest thing about podcasts and about this quote unquote content.
The 2 or 3 things that you didn't want me to talk about throughout the night. So you want to have a night where we talk about those kind of things.
Well, I mean, no, but like those are trigger words. Though. You can talk about.
No, that's what I'm interested.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Those are trigger words, though. Like you can talk about abuse like this, and you can discuss this, and you won't get blacklisted. You won't. YouTube's not going to demonetize you. Shit like that, Like, if you say the C word, if you say the P word, we've said both of those throughout the whole show. So, yeah, the new C word and P word. Not. That's hilarious. God, that's hilarious.
I don't even know. Was that
well,
wrong?
we've already said it. COVID and the pandemic. It's no longer
Oh.
it's no longer the other C word, P word. Now it's COVID and pandemic.
Well, no, the original word, P word that you cannot say on the internet is actually pedophile.
Oh, yeah, that one too, because they control the
That's the
fucking
word
internet.
that.
I mean, like,
that's
dude,
probably the word that will get this whole shit canceled.
my thing is, at the end of the day, let's say that the world is being owned by pedophile, scary ass, fucking evil, horrible shit people, right? So they use these code words to trace us and see what we're talking about. I kind of treat the podcast like I know, and they're directly who my demographic is, and that's my thing. That's why I stay on point. I don't
It's
say
not like
I
It's
don't
not like
do
there's
that.
anything you can do about it. We need to conform.
Exactly. There's nothing you can do about it. But if they're fucking listening, I might as well entertain them. So that's been my point. My point has always
we
been
have our
you speak.
technocratic oligarchs that obviously dictate everything that we look at and
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, somehow you broke through. Somehow back whenever we were streaming and had like 3,000 people a night sometimes, like for those few months, that the few months that Splatoon blew up for us. And it was like that's what I'm talking about, dude. It was like as soon as we blew up with Splatoon to where we were getting 3,000 people every time we streamed, Splatoon
they saw
cancels themselves.
They also saw a platform like Discord that didn't conform to the whole scrolling.
Okay, so don't forget.
criteria.
So don't forget. So don't forget. I'm like hitting my fingers together to try to remind myself, but I'm still almost forgetting. I'm like trying so hard not to forget. That's what I was mentioning to you. And when I said, remember earlier, I was like, oh, I forgot.
Deep breaths.
Well, dude, I'm allergic to this cat. I'm having trouble breathing. It's like, yeah, it's changed everything about the way I breathe now because like it's such a cute ass cat, but I don't know why he just loves being in my room with me. I'm allergic to him and he just loves being around me the most. It's like he knows, like, I love cats, but I don't know if they like us. Like, I wonder if they're like, my fur kills humans that are allergic to it, so I'm gonna hang out with them first.
I think COVID has got to be very psychosomatic. No, but no, aside from
you must not hang out with many entertainers. 99% of what I say through.
Well, I know you're very sarcastic and sardonic.
Yes.
Yeah, I get that.
Dude, most of the shit. If I say something and if I ever say something and you're like, whoa, if it makes you think, whoa, like I don't really think cats are trying to kill us. I think that they don't know that they do. I think that's the problem. Like he loves me. He has no idea that I'm allergic to him.
In the same vein, I always seem like I am skeptical and negative, and that's just kind of my bitch.
But see, I've never judged you on that because I hang out with so many entertainers that I just write that off as you're keeping the ball rolling. You know, like if I say something and somebody just agrees with every single sentence out of my mouth, that's a boring ass show. Like that's a boring show, really.
This is my status quo. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I just did a podcast the other day with James Dumont from oh my god, that's right. The Righteous Gemstones season 2 just started, and I gotta catch up. Like I love the first season so much, and he did so well. And the fact that they brought him back and his character's even bigger this season. Oh god, dude, James is one of the coolest fucking people to walk this planet. But he wanted to bring me on to his podcast because he really thought it would inspire people, and we had some of the coolest actors as our audience. It's like the weirdest podcast because you have to pay $25 to go to it. You don't get to see it unless you pay $25. So the only audience members we had, it was like we had like close to 20 people in there or something. Do what?
Super fans.
Yeah. Oh, dude. But it's like, but they're not. But they're like industry people. They're other actors that want to hear my background, my story, and get inspiration from me. Like they're paying $25 for that inspiration. And it's like, okay, well, if anyone has ever paid for inspiration from me, then I should be able to do that. That should be a thing that I'm allowed to do. I should be able to inspire you and help you And instead of buying that porno, you bought a video from me that inspired you to become an actor. You know, like, and it shouldn't be a thing where people were like, how dare you? Shame on you for promoting your business over pornography. And it's like, fuck you, because we all have to promote our business over everyone else's business. Stop acting like I'm shaming you because I'm telling people, hey, instead of buying a pack of cigarettes, why don't you buy my album today? You know, like, would that be that hard? Please, I'm asking you as a friend.
As if we haven't shamed pornography from all the time.
Well, no, like, but my thing is just like, I'm not God. It's not my place to judge. It's my place to love. So I'm not gonna judge. But
Yeah, but
I don't have to. I don't have to feel the same. You know, like I don't have to judge somebody if they want to work in the circus. You know, but I don't have to fucking work in the circus. I don't have to do that. And it's
you're a
like
libertarian.
conformist like ideology to.
You're libertarian. You're like, do what you want, just don't fuck with me, don't make me pay for it.
Yeah, if anything, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Or liberal,
No, see,
libertarian, liberal.
I'm a little more authoritarian. Like, no, like,
Well, I get that, but the reason why I'm not is because it never worked out for anybody. It really never did. Authoritarian governments have always had issues, have always been in debt, and have always crumbled. Like, it's
I
just.
think we're something like that right now, and it's better than.
Oh yeah, no, we're in the middle of a huge crumble. I think we're in the middle of a huge crumble, and it's mainly because social media has taken over, and now these political parties, like, people don't know what Squoze knows. These political parties that have millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars in their country, right? They aren't these billionaire moguls with technology that they cannot compete with. How in the fuck is some king of a third world country, he could be a millionaire all he wants, how is he going to compete with a billionaire genius that has a drone the size of a mosquito? Like, this is like our truths as a human race now. We're such stupid people that we didn't think that was a necessary, or we thought that was a necessary evil to create a drone the size of a mosquito. And these things, they exist. So knowing that they exist, knowing that social media is everywhere, it is hard for a regime to lie to their people now. It's so very hard because they try to lie to their people, and then one person infiltrates them with a cell phone and it fucks up everything. Like, I'm being told by people in India that, like, the music I put out here, it only gets like that's what I was telling you. I sold 3 albums. I bought one of them. My ex-girlfriend bought the other one, and Nicholas McGallis, the most famous person on Vine, bought the other one. Josh Wiggins is an amazing person, great actor, amazing person. He gave me, he donated $100 to the Kickstarter to help fund the album, and he didn't even buy the album.
Interesting.
Yeah, like, I would have given it to him for free, but he didn't ask. So I'm like, I'm so confused. It's a completely different world to me.
What's the point?
What do you mean, what's the point? The point is, like, in the US, where I advertise the most, where I spend money advertising, where I promote all the time, where I do my best to get the word out both physically and social media wise to everybody that I know, because I figure if you know me, you know that making music and making films is my 2 biggest passions, and I'm a human being. So if you're calling yourself a friend or a fan, either way, either a friend or a fan, shouldn't you want me to share this with you? Like, that's what I believe. I believe that if you're following me, if you think of yourself as a fan of mine, should you not want me to? Don't follow me on Facebook or Instagram, and then when I post shit that I created, you shame me for being a creative. You shame me for it. You're like, oh, I gotta see another post about music or about this or about. Then fucking delete me. It's so easy. Leave me the fuck alone, because all you do is harm me by following me around to tell me how much you want me to shut up. That I never understand people for doing that. Come put yourself in my presence and then tell me to shut up. Like, that doesn't make sense.
I think it's not you. It's not personal. It's people's just
Self-esteem, something like they want to be the ones recording an album, but they haven't brought themselves to do it. I understand that.
no. People's standards have been ground into the dirt to the point where they
But
need
let this
something
let
supernatural to impress them, or make them even spend a little
well, you're right,
time
but I
to
don't look at it
watch
like
something.
this is my thing though. Okay, people only count that statement. People only count that when it comes to entertainment. But does a doctor not try to impress you with his medicine? Does a teacher not impress you with how well they're teaching your kids? Does your mechanic not impress you with how
Yeah,
much they fix
yeah.
your car? That's my
You
point.
have
So
you
people
have
only
you
judge
have to
you.
go. No,
People,
dude. You have to go to a doctor. You have to go to a mechanic. You don't
yeah,
have to go to a musician.
but you still choose them. You still choose your doctor. You still choose your
But
mechanic.
you don't have to, and that's a big distinction.
But
And
no, it's
where
that's.
you have ultimate
But you can okay. You can
choices.
only say that. You can only say that if you don't listen to music. Honestly, because I don't know about you, but if it wasn't for music,
Hey, buddy.
there's so many times in my life that if I did not have music, dude. So I'm sorry, honestly, yeah, me as a music fan, like now that it's a different market, used to be you didn't have much choice. What are the biggest bands? Because they can only hold a certain thousand mini CDs in like Sam Goody or wherever I used to get CDs from when I was a kid.
Yeah, we
So
do
now
not live
that
in the era of A&R representatives. Or,
well, yeah, but now as a
crazy.
listener of music, you have a friggin' responsibility to understand that these artists aren't making the money that they used to. So why would you who hates your day job want to make these artists your slaves and not give them chump change, a little bit of money for their album? This is
So
what I was getting to. Let me
you don't
run.
want to have this conversation with me. You want to have this conversation with my buddy Aaron.
Well, it's fine too, yeah. But like, I'm also like, remember this. Whenever I'm having a conversation, even when I'm having a conversation with you, it's with you and the people that are listening,
He
even if they
knows
don't comment.
merch. He knows like you release an album, you release
Well, yeah, we'll definitely bring this up,
special edition versions.
and I'll leave y'all with this.
Platinum, like
Yeah, and I'll leave y'all with this. I'm not gonna keep you here forever. But this is my point, though. This is the balance I was trying to mention, and this is the thing. I tried to get to this point like an hour ago, and I forgot what I was saying. But I only sold 3 albums, even though I have 15,000 followers here almost. I have XX amount of followers everywhere. Doesn't matter. Numbers don't matter. They're there. I have followers. Only sold 3 fucking albums, dude.
yeah,
I only made $45 off of my album.
I like your music. I didn't even buy it. Yeah.
Exactly. A lot of people liked it. A lot of people listened to it on Spotify. I think I got something like 1,200 plays on Spotify though. That's it. It's been since February, dude, and I only got 1,200 plays on Spotify. And like all these artists that I listen to their music want to vomit, are like, I got 45,000 plays. I got 150,000 plays, and I'm like, but you fucking, are you kidding me? It sounds like you made this song in 30 minutes. It sounds like you don't care about music.
Have you released a YouTube video that shows your face since you started recording that album?
There's a lot that I have not done, but I focused. There's a lot I haven't done. I'm not going to say I've done everything. It's impossible to do everything.
You know what I'm getting at, though? Have you released a single video that shows your face?
Oh, my face? No, yeah, no, dude. I don't use YouTube as much because YouTube doesn't pay me like anything compared to what TikTok pays me, and it does. And TikTok doesn't pay me shit either.
Yeah, that's just one aspect of marketing.
Like, dude, if you go to my TikTok page, I have 722,000 likes on my TikTok page, and I've only made $50 from TikTok. I've made $60 from live streaming. That's the thing, though. I'm making money by giving people It doesn't always have to be fun and happy-go-lucky, but just giving people content. If you see the Squo's Nose logo, you know you're in for a talk show. So when you come here and you see the Squo's Nose logo, you know right away, oh, this isn't what I subscribe to. You know, like I don't like talk shows. I don't like podcasts. But if you don't see the logo and you see me holding a guitar, you know I'm not gonna be talking politics and shit. You know, I'm gonna be playing guitar for you. I want people to know me as a human being. I want them to know me as a person who is not a one-sided dice, you know, or one-sided die.
Why don't you turn the camera on then?
Because this is the talk show part. This is like the logo. Plus, this is late night. I'm not dressed. I'm wearing boxers. My hair's messed up. You know, this is me extending my ability to do whatever the fuck I want and just not have the camera on. As much as people go, oh, but you get more views with the camera on, maybe I'm not reaching to those people. You know, maybe I want to reach to the people who don't need to see me because they can see me in movies. They can see me in these movies all they want. You know, like right now, it's just about...
stupid, come on.
Do what?
You're specifically catering to a lesser audience then.
I can't hear you. What'd you say?
You're specifically catering to a lesser audience then.
Oh yeah, specifically on purpose catering to a lesser audience. Because the shit we talk about, especially when you're here, I don't want to talk about that shit in front of a bunch of people, to be honest. Like some of the stuff we talk about, like I wouldn't have gotten so deep tonight. The bigger I play for my audience. So the bigger the audience, the more, you know, coy I am about scratching at, you know, certain scars, certain wounds people don't want to talk about. People are like, they're very soft skinned sometimes, thin skin. But let me finish that point before I forget. This is the balance I was talking about. I sold 3 albums in this country when I have friends all over this country, and they all say they're fan of mine or friends of mine, and they just don't think to themselves, hey, this guy probably knows his numbers, and he probably knows whenever people say they're buying an album, and then he looks at his sales, and he only sold 2 albums in Louisiana. One of those is mine, one of those is my ex-girlfriend's. That makes me fucking sad. It makes me, dude, but I'm not like other people. It doesn't make me go, oh, I'm never going to write music again. Oh, I suck. No, I know I don't suck. I know because I care about it and because I like it. And so at the end of the day, if I make a sound like you were talking about, if I make a sound and I like it, I don't care if anyone else does. I hope people do, but I know that I'm not going to quit because I know I'm going the right direction if I like my sound.
Yeah.
So
touring is just one of those immediate kind of
touring. I'm burnt out on touring, dude. I toured for years. I toured for like 7 or 8 years. I toured for so long and I got burnt out on it, dude. Like,
right.
I'm tired of playing the same clubs for no people, and then the owners of the clubs being mad and not wanting to pay you a measly $100 so that you can have food and gas for your whole band, you know, and then come home and you didn't make any money. Like I'm sick of that. Like you should only tour if you've already become viral or hit it. If you don't have a fan base like Mod Sun or somebody who can tour and sell out venues, you're going to be wasting your time touring. He didn't even tour like that. He didn't even have a big, you know, universal like countryside tour until he got big.
Right.
So some people don't even play a show until they have an album. Some people don't have an album until they play a show. Some people don't have an album until their fucking first single makes them $1 million.
Right.
So,
I'm so excited. My buddy Aaron still has like an album on his contract.
Yeah.
And he like has absolutely no like contractual like moral obligations towards what he has to do. So he wants to make a country album with me that is just
that's
like
cool.
that's just covers of like fucking Lenny Kravitz and shit like that.
Yeah. Well,
you need to talk to this guy.
We've been on here for 5 hours.
Like,
I gotta get some rest.
So much
These 5 people. Now it's 6 people. So another person just joined. So hello, 6th person that just joined. But for the 5 people that have been here, because we're on 4 different. We're on Facebook, TikTok, Twitch, YouTube. And we're on Restream. So yeah, we are in 5. But no, for the people that have been here for 5 hours, you must have had a good show. Thank you. I'll leave you with this. This is the balance I was talking about. I may have only sold 3 albums here in this country, but a little birdie from India contacted me and asked me if he could sell t-shirts with my band name on them. I don't even know these people. And they love my music in India. I'm amazed. I am flabbergasted, but they do. And so here, even though physically and even though the social media may display the wrong number of likes and views, like, let me give you an example. I'm going to take a screenshot. TikTok says I had 476 total viewers. All right. Now, last night, TikTok told me I had 707 or 704 total viewers. And whenever I finished the live, it told me again and everyone else that I had 696. I was like, where did all those other viewers go? Why were they accounted for right now? Like, while I'm watching the stream, it's counted right there, but not counted at the end. I don't know. I never understand that. But
use a new audience.
Yeah,
Just got internet in the last few years. Yeah.
Well, also, this is another crazy. Well, no, it's not about the audience. It's telling me right now that I have a bigger audience than it will tell me at the end. So I don't know if it's like some of those are bots and it counted them out. I don't know the reason, but it does it a lot. Last thing I'll say, because 5 hours of talking, 5 hours straight of talking without at all.
So you're starting to get ready.
Getting exhausted. Yeah, I'm getting short-winded, exhausted, and I'm getting like a headache.
You want to play something?
Now you see why I do this. This, to me, Sash, you will always be part of this like huge thing that I call like my ultimate legacy or ultimate plan, which is pretty much I know that
my disappointment.
No, you're not disappointed at all. I know that if I can have a conversation with you 5 hours without going then I'm ready for it. You know, this is like rehearsal. Squo's Nose is a show now because of this stream and the last couple of streams, and because people, besides this one, people have been giving us like more than 1,000 likes on TikTok. This one kind of got political. We only got 350 likes.
Have you ever heard a filler word from me? Have you ever heard me say what?
Barely ever, if at all. I don't remember. Like, that's the thing. Even if I do it, because I'm a human, of course, probably happens. Articulates. That's the thing. There's something about people who like to converse or communicate with people. They want their idea or their point to get through, to come across. And the best way for that to happen is if you don't lose someone's train of thought. And words like or like, like this, like that, they will disconnect somebody from what you're trying to say. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to keep 5 people in here for 5 friggin' hours, and that 6th person hasn't left. So thank you. That person came and didn't leave. Y'all are awesome. Y'all are really awesome.
You sit there and you listen to them, and they're awesome.
But some people don't ever listen to like 5 seconds. I'm amazed they can listen to 5 hours.
They're great.
I'm amazed
every time it comes up. It's because you can dig into why they have the.
Well, okay.
If they're slow enough.
Yeah. Well, if 1,000 people can't watch a live stream for like 30 seconds, like 1,000 people pop into your live stream and pop out sometimes, and you're like, damn, I just got raided and had 1,000 people in here from that raid, yet none of them wanted to stay. A raid is just a way for a host to go, you guys, please let me go to sleep, and just dump all these people off on someone else who's still awake.
Right.
But I had somebody raid me in here once. 1,000 people jumped in, got a bunch of views, and they're just gone within 10 seconds. I would much rather you 6 people. I would much rather you 6 people join my stream, talk to us, and hang out for 5 hours. Like, that means so much more to me. I could have 1,000 people in here for a whole hour, and I still wouldn't feel the same.
I'm even less than that. I just you and me, like you and me talk. I'm good with that.
Well, same here. Yeah, yeah. If I
I
have
don't
a
need
friend to
any
talk to, that does make me feel better. But me and you, being those two friends that have each other to talk to, we have to give like some thanks and gratitude to those 6 people that chilled here for 5 hours, dude, or the 5 people that chilled here for 5 hours, and then the other guy that jumped in. But yeah, but the other guy left finally, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Oh, I'm so
Sleep
tired.
well. Oh, it's great talking. It's
It
been
was
a while.
great talk, great stream. I'll leave this up for as long as possible because I think those people who don't need to hear it, they'll see that 5-hour timestamp and they're not about to watch this. Thank you guys for being here. I'm Squoze. In case you didn't know, I was here today with my buddy Sash McFlash. Make sure to follow Sash McFlash. There he is,
Don't
right there.
follow me. No, don't.
I know I still had that.
Don't
Sash
look me
McFlash
up.
everywhere.
Don't do anything.
Too late. I already put your stuff there. And let's roll that beautiful bean footage. Don't forget,